Welcome to a top 5. We're going to go with the top 5 power-filled decks. So these decks didn't necessarily mean they always won, but these decks had a lot of power. And, I'm reducing my complaint equity by just showing you this video, but these decks were a blast to play, and I hope you enjoy them. Let's get started. Alrighty, welcome to another Vintage Cube Draft here on my YouTube channel. There's an Orcish Bowmasters and a Mana Crypt, and I'm just going to take the Mana Crypt. We'll be getting to more team drafts soon enough here, but while the queue is up, it's pretty nice to be able to just jump in. Ooh, second pick. So had I first picked Bowmasters, I would have definitely just taken Shield Red. I still might. I think Mana Crypt and Shield Red's a great start. There's also Brain Freeze. Brain Freeze is very good. I think Brain Freeze is just an excellent card. There's just so many ways to use this card. You might not think so, and I used to think this was more of a Storm card than I do now. Part of it is there's just Unrolled Breach, right? If you just get Brain Freeze Breach, that's like 2 cards. You don't need much else in your deck, and those 2 cards really do a good job. You can also just put it in a action-heavy deck that has draw 7s and a bunch of spells that it can cast in the same turn and just randomly Brain Freeze them out. And I think that there's enough of that going on in this cube that it's pretty justifiable to take Brain Freeze. There's also Ragavan. So really, I don't think any of these 3 picks is terrible. I'm going to take Brain Freeze, though. I'm a big Brain Freeze believer. And look, now I have Remand. That's a combo with Brain Freeze. You go spell, Brain Freeze, Remand the Brain Freeze, Brain Freeze. Perfect. It's also Verdant, Watery Grave, and Fracture Identity, all of which I think are reasonable selections, but I'm going to take me a Remand and probably follow up with a Daze. I have the start for a pretty good mono blue deck, or not that it's going to end up being mono blue, but taking all blue cards to start with is obviously great. There's also Consider, which I think is pretty reasonable because it also ups the storm count for Brain Freeze. But I think if you're heavy blue, Daze is just an awesome card. All right, so here we've got Steam Vents, Venser, and Pestermite. I think I'm going to take Steam Vents because you really want to be red in conjunction with this, and having just a blue-red duel is a great place to be. Yeah, I like this start. Could have also started Mana Crypt into Shieldred, but I do think this is pretty nice. Now we've got Vendilion Click, Baral, Magma Opus. Kind of curious if Magma Opus is the pick here. It combines well with Mizzix Mastery and Torrential Gearhulk. Makes a treasure, which can be nice too. I kind of think I just take Opus and try to wheel Baral. I do think Vendilion Click is good, but I really liked having Magma Opus in the Storm decks. Plus, it helps with my 2-drop tribal. Having Magma Opus, there's a lot of cards that it combines pretty nicely with, and it's a really reasonably flexible card. It's good with Dream Halls as well. Dream Halls is a card I don't mind in these decks. Oh, wow, that's a late counterspell. Yeah, I'll take that. Over to Teferi Time Raveler, City of Traders, and Shark Typhoon, but counterspell here is great. We have all blue cards, and if you can be like a very blue heavy storm or combo deck that has just counterspell, Remand, and Daze, you have a pretty good matchup against a lot of things. The one place where this doesn't work out so well is against aggro, because the counters tend not to be that good against aggro, but against control or combo, Storm deck with counterspells is really good. And, oh, this is the perfect deck for Cryptic. Yes. And we even have the Steam Vents, so if we do get another color, it's not even going to be that hard to play it. Because now we've got 2 combo cards and then 4 counterspells. This is a pretty sweet start. They don't always go like this. Okay, there's Spell Pierce and Factor Fiction. So I do like Factor Fiction in general, but I just picked up a 4-drop, and Spell Pierce I think is just an incredible card. It just for 1 mana interacts with so many different things. Also, we now have 5 counterspells in pack 1. This is pretty cool. I haven't drafted like this counter heavy version of a Storm deck for a while. Okay, so because we have the Brain Freeze, we are excuse me? There's a Ragavan here. What? Okay. Monkey see, monkey do. I'm going to take Ragavan here over Kiki Jiki. I mean, this is looking like a nice Ragavan deck. Ragavan with Daze, Brain Free, or a Spell Pierce, and Remand. This is like, I guess I'll take a duel here that I'm probably not. Well, I don't know. I might use, who knows. This looks like a blue-red Delver deck, honestly. Or a Actually, I guess now that this is banned, I guess we're more like modern Murktide. We have Steam Vents, Ragavan, Counterspell, Spell Pierce. They would love to play Daze if they could. And Rafine's Tower might make the cut depending on where we end up. But, oh, and Consider came back? Modern Murktide it is. Well, blue seems pretty open, and Ragavan Wield, which I'm not even really sure how to interpret that, because it doesn't really make sense to me. I guess nobody's playing red. I'm not really going to play Goblin Guide, but I'm also not going to play Infernal Grasp, I don't think. So I'd rather take the red card. I don't know. Brawl Wield, all right. It actually looks like a pretty nice Brawl deck because there is the ability to loot every time you counter a spell with Brawl, which doesn't come up in that many decks, but I now have 5 counter spells in my deck, so... Well, I just opened a Time Walk and I'm off to the races. Well, we'll take a Mox Jet. Don't complain about that one. And maybe we'll wheel a Braid. Maybe we'll wheel Pluto Delta. Who knows? Honestly, though, we might wheel Subtlety. That would be pretty cool. All right, now there's a Lion's Eye Diamond. Pretty hard to pass up Lion's Eye Diamond when you already have Brain Freeze. And especially when Misty would be good. Incinerate, Fiery Confluence would both be decent, but LED is just too important. There's also a Turnabout here that could potentially wheel. I could get greedy. I could take Misty Rainforest to try to wheel this, but honestly, my mana with 1 Steam Vents and a Magma Opus and Ragavan being the only red cards so far, I feel like my mana is pretty good. Plus, I have 3 0-mana artifacts now. Paradoxical Outcome definitely has gotten interesting. All right, so there's Dak, and there's Ponder. I actually think I like Ponder more at this point. Ponder's really strong. And, Dak is good, but cantrips are better. So let's just take Ponder here. Yeah, maybe I'll wheel the Dak. Oh, there is a Torrential Gearhulk and an Upheaval, and a Goldspan Dragon, and a Fiery Islet. All right, got some potentials here. This is looking like a pretty good Gearhulk deck. I have some good artifact mana. I obviously have the Magma Opus combo, and I have Cryptic Command and Counterspell to flashback with Gearhulk, plus like Remand sometimes, Consider. I don't know, these are all decent targets. Upheaval doesn't look great here. I could take Goldspan, but I don't really want to take a double red card. I think there's a chance Gearhulk wheels, so I could have been greedier, but I'm happy enough to just take it. Oh, and a Volcanic. All right, who needs fetches? You just take a Volcanic over Animate Dead, Oliphant, and Wishclaw Talisman. All right, I'm going to take this Rafine's Tower out of here for now. I feel like trying to wheel the Gearhulk just wasn't necessary. All right, so this pack has Ledger Shredder, so we get our modern Murktide set right there. There's Treasure Cruise, and this deck will fill the graveyard fairly quickly, I would say. But Cruise basically always wheels, and yeah, I don't care about Zern or Solemn. I'll take Ledger Shredder. This looks like a pretty good Ledger Shredder deck. It's got a lot of zeros, and it's just a cheap threat. Like, I don't have to win this. This deck definitely doesn't have to win with combo. This is actually kind of what I was talking about, where it's going to have potentially a very lean combo kind of setup where I'm going to play Brain Freeze in this deck. I might not play Lion's Eye. It'll kind of depend on whether I get on a rolled Breach or not. Of course, if I get Breach, I'm going to play it. If I get no draw 7s or no combos with it, Lion's Eye can maybe not make the cut. Oh, there's a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Yeah, it's a great Dragon's Rage Channeler deck too. But even if I just play Brain Freeze, this deck can sometimes win off just going spell, 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 Brain Freeze, or spell, spell, Brain Freeze, Remand, Brain Freeze. But it can also just be like a Ragavan, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ledger Shredder, Torrential Gearhulk deck that just casts a bunch of counterspells. So, like, right now the only Storm cards I would even say are like Brawl and Lion's Eye Diamond. And, of course, Brain Freeze, but that makes sense as a kill condition. So I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at. I guess I'll take the Mana Flare here because I don't really care about... I'm not going to play Leovold. You don't have to hate draft in one of these leagues. And there's a chance if pack 3 I get, like, if I wheel the Turnabout in this pack and then I get a Frantic Search, that Mana Flare could be interesting. But I like the fact that this is looking like a pretty good blue-red deck. It would be nice to wheel either a Braid or Incinerate or some other kind of interaction. Didn't really wheel much. Don't think I'm going to play Mystic Forge. I'm going to take Woodfall Primus in case I pick up Flash. That Necromancy wheeled too. That's wild. How does Ragavan wheel and a Braid not wheel? That's kind of weird. because I think that was the Abrade pack. But I would like to pick up a red spell or two to interact, because this deck is looking enough like a blue-red kind of aggro control deck, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, like a blue-red tempo deck, that I would like some ways to interact with my opponent's permanents besides just Cryptic Command and I guess Magma Opus. But in terms of being like a versatile, sometimes I combo, sometimes I play control deck, this deck looks pretty good for that. Underworld Breach would be the card I want the most. Okay, Turnabout Wheel, but so did Fiery Confluence. I'm just going to take that. That's perfect for this sort of deck. Late Recurring Nightmare, too. Someone took Incinerate over Fiery Confluence. Well, they might not be playing that much red. Well, Fiery Confluence is awesome. Unfortunately, I can't Gear Hulk it back, but it still just goes like 6 to the face, or kills 2 of your artifacts, or sweeps a bunch of creatures. It's got enough good use cases that I'm really happy with it here. And here, I think I'm going to take Through the Breach. I have Woodfall Primus already, and it's possible I could pick something else up. I have the Brain Freeze, so the Tendrils is less good, and I don't really want to play black, so I think taking Duress wouldn't really make sense. I'm pretty committed with my triple blue, double red, plus red 1-drops deck to want to just be straight up 2 colors. I'll just take Guys Create a general principle, though I don't think I'm going to play any of those cards. I guess I have a Mox Jet, which kind of pushes me towards wanting to play black. I mean, also, we have a whole nother pack here. I'll take the Raptor. I don't think I'm going to play Wishclaw, especially on the splash. I don't think I'm that likely to start the Rampaging Raptor either, but I think the Woodfall Primus Through the Breach thing is kind of real. Starting with Woodfall Primus Breach, if we see Flash, if we see Archon of Cruelty, Gristlebrand, that sort of thing, we have this. Yeah, I'll even actually, I think this is real enough that I'm actually going to take these out as a potential option, and I guess I'll let Corpse Dance is kind of the same. I don't know. All right, well, opened pretty nicely so far. Let's see if we can continue to do so. A little Time Walk to seal the deal. I don't think I would play Breach with just Primus, and I guess Gear Hulk. Oh, wow, you can go Breach, Gear Hulk, Flashback Breach. Get an extra 5. And there's the Time Walk. Oh, and Underworld Breach. There's also a Spellseeker and a Mystic Confluence. I'm gonna be a hero. I'm gonna take the Time Walk, because I just can't pass the Time Walk, and I'm gonna wheel the Underworld Breach. Let's see, 1. Someone's playing Twin. That's 2. Someone's playing Wayne. That's 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it might not wheel, but you know what? I still think Time Walk is the card I want to take. It's just so good with like any of these cards. Just being able to find Time Walk is, oh, man, this would be such a good Breach deck. I just can't pass a Time Walk. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I'll probably follow it up with a Narset. Narset looks pretty great in this deck. There's Sea Thieving Skydiver as well, but I think I want Narset, Parter of Veils, and I don't think Through the Breach Inferno Titan is exactly where I want to be. Oh man, if that Breach doesn't wheel, I'm going to be sad, but I can't bring myself to pass a Time Walk here. Look, they're both very good. I just feel like Time Walk, this deck's going to find it really easily. I mean, it can find the Breach really easily too, but just casting Time Walk is very good. Plus, what percentage of the here's another way to think about it that I think is valuable. What percentage of the time do you think Breach wheels there? It's not 100, but it's not 0. Time Walk is 0% to wheel, of course. How much? It's not Time Walk versus Underworld Breach. It's Time Walk plus a percentage of Breach versus Breach. Like, at what percentage would you want that? I think if I have a 33% chance, I would rather have Time Walk plus a third of a Breach than just a Breach. I don't know. Obviously, I'm kind of guessing at these things, but I think there's a chance it wheels. And I'm going to, because I have all the cards that are good with it. It's just not good in anyone else's deck. I already have the Brain Freeze and the LED. All right, I'm going to take Frantic Search. Even though I don't have the Breach necessarily, Frantic Search is great. So there's Mana Leak and there's Fury. I don't think there's anything else I'd be really interested in taking. I think the problem with Fury is that this deck's not that great at casting it. It is a better card, though. Hold on. So let's take out the Primus and the Breach for the moment. I have 2, 3, 4 red cards to pitch. I do have the option to just cast it, but I kind of feel like I just take Mana Leak here. I don't know. So now there's Mizzix Mastery and a Bloodstained Mire. I'm going to take Bloodstained Mire. Mastery is one that I think will wheel, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. That's not the end of the world. I mean, there's even a chance it doesn't, but a third dual land is going to be so important. All right, 3 new picks, and then we get to find out what percentage of the breach comes back. Well, it's either 0 or 100. You can't get a partial breach. Oh, there's a Snapcaster. This is like the ultimate Snapcaster deck because it's got Time Walk, a million counterspells, cantrips, and a Brain Freeze. Okay. This would also be a good Civilian of Sea and Sky deck, but it's a much better Snapcaster deck. 1 Bolt would be really nice. The Fiery Confluence helps, but honestly, like 1 Firebolt, though I guess with Snapcaster, I'd rather have Chain Lightning, but also Chain Lightning's better. So, okay, so now there is miscalculation, but I have a million counters, and I think I'm going to take Time Twister here. When you have Time Walk and a bunch of fast mana, I think Time Twister is more important. Plus, this is the kind of deck that could actually deck itself. Time Twister is kind of helpful with that. Okay. 7th pick, Time Twister. See, no one's taking cards like Breach. I'm going to get the Breach back, right? I mean, this deck is on pace to be a really, really strong... I mean, it already is a strong deck. Without even getting another card, this deck would be great. Like, in fact, I even have to cut a card. Well, I don't have to. I could play 16 land 2 Moxes. And as things currently stand, I don't know if I would play Lion's Eye Diamond. It's really only good with Time Twister. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune too. Yeah, I'll take Wheel of Fortune. Honestly, now, even if Breach doesn't wheel, it's the next pick, by the way, it's not the end of the world because Wheel of Fortune, Brain Freeze decks them really fast. Though I still would really like the Breach. There we go. Chef's Kiss. Spellseeker's still there too, but you love it when you get rewarded. Rewarded for good play. I'm going to take the credit for that one. I'm going to say that I was able to call it, and it worked out nicely. And now honestly, I might get to take Ledger Shredder and Dragon's Rage Channeler out of my deck, because right now this is 14 land plus the 2 mana artifacts, and I don't really see a reason to go super light on land, especially with 2 draw 7s. Oh, and I have Narset, draw 7, nice. Would I play Seal of Removal in this deck? Because I don't need Plateau for any reason. There's no white card I'm going to splash, and yeah. But and I don't want to play Reprieve. I'm not going to play an off-color card. The question is, do I want Inferno Titan to just cast or Breach? I think I'd rather have Seal of Removal, though I don't think I'm likely to start either. I'll take Direfleet Daredevil. Arc Trail is at least a good sideboard card, play against Thalia or whatever. I think Baral is going to be awesome in this deck. Oh, wow. Spire Bluff Canal Wield. So did Mizzix Mastery. Wow, Mizzix Mastery is good with Time Walk and it's good with draw 7s. A 4th duel would be really nice, though. Let's just take the duel. I think this deck's so good. Bitterine isn't even a playable, but Helm actually I could play too. I think this deck's so good, I'd rather just take a dual land. Because right now we're at 15 land plus 2 0 drops, and I kind of want to play 16 and 2 zeros just because I just don't see a reason to skimp on that. I guess Helm could be the card that I don't want. Though Helm Frantic Search with Breach just goes off right away. Helm with all these draw 7s and whatnot is good. All right, group creatures separately, sort by mana cost. I mean, this deck is beautiful. Let's see. We get, I mean, we're one card short. I could play 15 lands plus Moxjet and Mana Crypt. I guess I do have Consider and Ponder and Ragavan. Don't want to cut a card. If I cut a card, I think it would be Helm, but I actually think Helm would be pretty good in this deck. Could also cut Brawl. Or I could cut Helm and keep Brawl. Maybe I don't need both. Okay, I kind of like that, actually. Okay, sort by color. And we just even have like 4 duels. The only bad thing is the Mox Jet instead of a different one. Now, 9 and 3. That actually doesn't sound crazy. So that would be 7 red sources and 13 blue sources. I could probably go to 8 blue sources, or 8 red sources and 12 blue sources. I think that's likely good. Wow, this deck is just unbelievable. I am going to be exceedingly disappointed if this deck doesn't if this deck doesn't 3-0. Like, I'm going to even take a little snapshot here just to have a reference in case I need it. All right. But, I mean, look at this deck. This deck is just like, it has basically everything you want. It has Breach, LED, Brain Freeze. It has Time Walk, Mana Crypt, Mox Jet. So it's got the best combo in the cube. I think Breach, LED, Brain Freeze is the best combo in the cube because it's a 3-card combo, but you only really need one of the cards to start it in a lot of cases. Okay, well this hand wins on turn 2 if I draw a Brain Freeze. That's the other thing. It's a very mana light combo, and then you also get to kind of fuel itself. Where like sometimes you end up in a spot where you're just Brain Freeze myself, and if you hit the pieces, you can just play Breach and win. Okay, let's get Island would be decent at this point, but I have Daze and Spell Pierce, so I have a little bit of time, I would imagine. No, we are Spell Piercing that. Certainly not going to let Ponder resolve here for no reason. Putrid Imp, sure. All right, draw. Okay. How far are we from going off? We're not actually that far because I can also go Breach, LED Frantic Search, and do a bunch of milling. Let's go Narset here. And minus it. Okay. 4 land. Not ideal. Now if they have a swamp, they can kill my Narset. That's fine. Problem is if I didn't minus it and they attacked it down to 1, I would just lose the ability to use Narset. All right. So now kind of have to decide if I want to go for it this turn. I guess what I can just do is just cast Frantic Search, because if I draw Brain Freeze, then I just win. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Let's discard Mountain, Brain Freeze, untap 3 lands, land, Breach. This is with like Counterspell Daze backup. Not that I even need it. They could have an Eldrazi, I guess, but you know, if they do, they do. Let's Brain Freeze you, exiling these 3, and I'll do 2 on me and then 2 on you. Okay. Reanimate and Tomb. They're not wildly likely to have Eldrazi, but I guess we'll find out. I mean, we also have the ability to Fiery Confluence our opponent a bunch of times. All right, they're done. Seal of Removal, it can be okay against Reanimator. It depends what they reanimate, though. If they reanimate an Archon of Cruelty or like a Woodfall Primus, it's not like, I mean, it's okay. Or Ashen Rider, it's okay to seal it, but it's not great. If they animate an Iona, though, that's a different thing. Though Fiery Confluence not at its best against Reanimator, so maybe I just either put in the Seal of Removal or put in a Direfleet Daredevil, because they have a lot of presumably cheap spells. I'll put the seal in. Feels like that covers my bases reasonably well. Okay. Well, a little rough to have all mountains in one island, but I will keep it. I mean, this deck even has Daze, Counterspell, Mana Leak, Spell Pierce. Oh, the only thing this deck's missing is Force of Will. If I could trade one of the 2 mana counters for a Force of Will, this deck would be, well, it's already busted, but even more busted. Well, they also mulled a 5, by the way. So, given I have Daze and Spell Pierce, and then that'll probably get me enough time to get to the blue for Counterspell. Well, maybe I'll feel pretty good about this. And they're just doing nothing. Oh, there's a Volcanic. Perfect. Now I have Counterspell up, so I do think at some point Daze is going to be good. When your opponent mulls to 5, it's pretty hard for Daze not to hit. They bin the Chrome Host Seed Shark. Huh. Or they could have just cast. Maybe they have Reanimate. Yeah, Reanimate the Chrome Host Seed Shark. I guess I'll just Counterspell that. It feels like it just puts too much pressure on me to let that happen. There's just no real reason, especially since I don't really have a fast start here. No, I don't really need to Time Twister either. Between Spell Pierce and Daze, I can counter a follow-up Reanimate pretty easily, and then next turn I'll have Gear Hulk up, and I can go Gear Hulk, counter whatever you play. Time Walk, well, that I'm going to Spell Pierce. How lucky are they to have Time Walk in their deck? What a good card. And that's how this deck, part of the reason this deck is so sick is I can just play Control. I'm going to have countered something like 4 or 5 spells this game, depending on what my opponent does. No plays? All right. Ooh. I was keeping up Gear Hulk, but I will take the opportunity to dash with Ragavan. They could have a removal spell. Like, one of the ways this could technically go wrong is if they try to kill it and then Shallow Grave the Seed Shark. All right, let's mana leak that. I still have Daze up. Oh, Force of Negation pitching Vendilion Click. All right. You have killed my Ragavan, I guess. But the Seed Shark goes away too. So it wasn't really that bad. That's got to have set them back a lot. Mox Diamond? Okay. It's good. Playing it's good against draw 7s. That's smart. All right, I'll keep that in hand. I'm just going to Gear Hulk their next play, which if they don't make a play for a turn or two, I guess that's fine too. I guess I could also, no. I was thinking I could block it. If they have a Fallen Shinobi, that'd be funny. No, they did not. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I don't really need to do any of these things. It kind of feels like I should just be fine passing. I guess they're not doing anything. Oh, let's see. Spire Bluff Canal. I mean, I can also probably win in the same turn pretty easily with Entomb. I'll take the opportunity to Gear Hulk. With Breach Wheel of Fortune. Counterspell your Entomb. And they can't attack with the Imp if they, don't have if they don't want to discard. Hit. Let's go Brawl and then land. And I think next turn I'm going to go for it. But they don't have a big creature in their graveyard, so they're pretty far away from reanimating. Though their deck looks awesome. Time Walk, Reanimate, Entomb, Shallow Grave. Like, they have been a little short on, like, creatures. But, oh, I don't have any targets left. Funny. I didn't really consider that. All right, well, Underworld Breach. Wheel of Fortune. Now I go land. Well, I guess not land because I already played a land, but Mox, LED, and I guess I'm going to wheel again. Paying 1, exiling, keep Spell Pierce in my graveyard, give him Time Twister, I suppose. Suppose if they had a Brain Freeze here, that could get me. Petty Theft, my Underworld Breach. Guess there's not really a reason to let them do that. Let's counter target spell. Return target opponent's to its owner's hand. Let's do that. All right, that gets countered. I get to Brawl. Discard a land. And Wheel's on the stack. Do I want to do anything with Wheel on the stack? I guess I'll sack this for blue. Okay. They discard Time Warp. Oh, that was a Thief of Sanity. I thought that was a Fallen Shinobi because that'd be really funny. Let's go Narset. So the reason I'm doing Narset instead of casting a card draw spell is I guess there's no reason for me to lose to their Brain Freeze. All right, there's my Brain Freeze. That'll do enough here. Let's go Lion's Eye Diamond. Exiling 3. I want to play the Lion's Eye so I have mana up before I cast Brain Freeze out. And that'll do it. Round 1. Their deck was good. I mean, they did Mold of 5 and that game, and then the other game, I guess their draw wasn't like super fast. I did Spell Pierce of Ponder to slow them down. But their deck was very good, and I think our deck was even better. I mean, it depends. We didn't see everything they had. It's certainly possible that they had some great reanimate targets and were just kind of, didn't really draw cards in the right order. Clearly, if they just go turn 1 Entomb, turn 2 Shallow Grave, Gristlebrand with Force Negation backup on my next play, yeah, that would be pretty good. But that worked out pretty nicely, and yeah, it seems hard to really construct a better deck than this, especially since it's even got it's got like all the power and the combos and all the counter spells. So, and a bunch of cantrips and a bunch of lands. It has 4 blue-red duels. So like the mana in the deck is also very good. All right. Let's see if I can back up all that talking about how busted this deck is. Well, look at this hand. I mean, this is the other aspect of the deck. I just get to go turn 1 Ragavan. The game just ends. If they don't have an answer to Ragavan, I win on turn 1, effectively. If they do, then we get to play a game where I have Mana Leak, Remand into Cryptic as my curve. Seems fun to me. Oh, that wasn't an elf. That wasn't an elf that can block. And I drew Mana Crypt, so now if I Ragavan like a Nissa or something, well, I guess a Nissa's double green, so I can't play that. But oh, Tamiyo. All right, I'll play Tamiyo. And +1 naming Underworld Breach. All right. Milling Gearhulk and land. So I did give up the ability to have a counterspell up on this turn, but I think that's fine because I have Cryptic Command, and thanks to Tamiyo, I could pick up a land and cast Cryptic if I need to. Plus, Tamiyo plus wanting to try to find Underworld Breach means I'm going to win the game very quickly if they don't do something to stop the Tamiyo. What are they going to play here? I mean, obviously they have a Birds. They can play almost anything. They play Birds into fetch land, and they have 3 mana of, effectively all the colors, but they can't play Leovold anymore. That's nice. Oko. See, Oko I'm not even scared of. Is this even good? Like, what are they going to do here? Are they going to make a food, or are they going to... Yeah, they're going to elk my Ragavan. That I don't think is going to get the job done. Okay, +1, name Underworld Breach. Once again, hit Islands and Ponder. Land, and then now, attack Oko. First of all, I milled 6 land, which is kind of nice. Second, now I have double counterspell up and a Planeswalker and a 3/3, so I think I'll be all right here. If I want to, I can also -3 to pick up the Torrential Gearhulk at some point here. That could be pretty nice. Wall of Roots. Let's remand it. I also don't mind just seeing extra cards here. Oh, they didn't have an untapped land or didn't want to play it. All right. Yeah, the dog thinks this deck's great. That's what she said. Okay, I lost the flip. I'm just going to +1 and name Underworld Breach again. All right, didn't hit, but now my graveyard is especially stocked, and I'm going to play Baral. Attack Oko. And do I play a land? Yeah, that's probably fine. Especially since I might be -3ing a Time Twister next turn. The one conflict is that Baral is like, you don't want to play a land. Oh, Soul Ring's pretty good. I don't think Mana Leak and Soul Ring really makes sense. I think I'd rather Mana Leak their follow-up play. And if they don't play a play that's big enough for me to Mana Leak, then that's also fine. All right, well, looks like I can Mana Leak this, and I will. But, oh yeah, it only costs 1 with Baral out. But yeah, the reason not to play the Mountain is I am going to get to loot with Baral here. I think that's fine. Oh. Yeah, let's discard Cryptic Command, because now we can cast... Wait, they made a food token instead of making their food into an elk? What? That doesn't make any sense. I guess I'm going to +1 again, name Underworld Breach. Because if I just find it, I assume I just win. I hit Daze, Magma Opus. All right. Because now what I do here is I attack Oko, attack my opponent, and then Fiery Confluence. I'm going to kill 1 to each creature, destroy target artifact, destroy target artifact, destroy target artifact, and boom. What? I thought I did 1 to each creature. Oh, it must have moved my other thing. Wasn't ideal. I guess I'll keep this in hand in case to discard to Brawl. I still think I'm going to win, but I didn't realize Fiery Confluence switched modes on me. All right. I think I'll be okay still. They have Wall of Roots in hand. I do know that. At some point, I'm going to find Underworld Breach, I would assume. Wall of Roots I will allow at this point. Was this like a little Teferi or something? Oh, Uro? Yeah, I'm going to allow that too. Part of it is, how do I lose this game? And I think something like Endurance is like one of the only ways I could really imagine losing this game. So, I think letting that happen is fine. Next turn, if I want, I can Tamiyo into... Sure. I can Tamiyo -3 the Gearhulk because I have Magma Opus, or I guess I could just get the Opus back, but Gearhulk Opus is still better. Yeah, I'm not really under any pressure here. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune. Okay, that ought to be enough. Let's cast Wheel of Fortune. They discarded Nissa, Talisman. Oh yeah, and then I go Time Walk. And Underworld Breach is one of the last 3 cards in my deck, which is funny. I do have to worry about nothing. I have absolutely nothing to worry about, actually. Never mind. I was like, what if they have an Eldrazi? But it doesn't matter, because I'm just going to kill them with Time Walk at this point. I have 3 cards left. I mean, I could also Time Twister if I want to, but I can just Tamiyo minus the Time Walk, cast Time Walk. So I have 2 turns lined up, and then I guess at that point I might as well play a Snapcaster. And Snapcaster, Ponder, but it doesn't matter because I'm not casting it. Attack with these. Yep, block the wall. Next turn, draw. Frantic Search. I have Spell Pierce. I guess if they had Endurance, they would have clearly used it. So I guess I can just end the game here, right? Okay, let's cast this. I have 2 cards left. Discard 2 lands. Untap these 3. Or I guess I'll cast Breach. And then I'll cast Brain Freeze on you. And start to get a look at their deck here. Oh, they have a Ulamog, but that's not the Ulamog that reshuffles. Brain Freeze. It feels like they have an Eldrazi here, and they're just going to let me see their whole deck before... maybe not. Finale, Oath of Druids, Crater Hoof. Oh, they just... That's it? All right. I guess I have another Time Walk here, so... I guess I have to Time Twister. All right, so let's just get back Time Walk. Cast Time Walk. And then cast Time Twister. You know what I'm going to do first? I'm going to play Mox, exile 3 lands. I'm just going to make it so I can't really miss on the Time Twister. Lion's Eye Diamond, exile 3 lands. And then Time Twister. Exile Bloodstained Mire, Daze, and Consider. And then now I have a bunch of Time Walks floating. I have a Breach going still. I guess... Wait, I haven't even played an island. I guess I'll play a land and cast Frantic Search. I'm kind of playing with my food a little bit more than I need to here. It wasn't like intentional, but it's just kind of the way it turned out. Okay. And then Brain Freeze. Mostly that I frantic searched down to 0 cards in deck, and then had a time walk floating. So I didn't want to like randomly deck myself that way. Okay, well, we've seen their whole deck. They have Soul Ring. They have Natural Order for Crater Hoof, Green Suns, Ulamog, and... Alright, they've had enough. They've had enough. Playing against a deck where Arc Trail's probably solid. Don't Spell Pierce. They have Natural Order, Green Sun's Zenith, Oko. Doesn't work super well, and they have Nissa, but it doesn't work very well against Soul Ring. Even I guess technically it could counter it. I think I could probably afford to do that. I don't think I need Seal of Removal. Alright, well, I guess I have to mulligan this. It's close, but because it has a lot of very strong cards, but not good enough. Oh, okay. I'm going to put back Arc Trail here, which obviously, you know, it would be nice to have Arc Trail to kill these birds or whatever. Oh, well, that's not great news. Okay. Soul Ring's like the opposite of what I want to see, because my plan to recover from mulliganing was like Brawl into Time Twister, Time Walk, but I guess even if they play a bunch of stuff, I don't care that much. Oath of the Druids in your Noble Hierarch Wall of Roots deck is a little ambitious, I will say that. Land, Brawl, and then look at this. Next turn, I can Time Walk plus Time Twister. That's got to be a win a large percentage of the time. No, I don't know, a large percentage. A reasonable percentage of the time. Untapping with 7 new cards, plus the 8th for your draw step, plus a Brawl in play is a lot. Julie, come here. Okay. The dog, once again, getting up to shenanigans, as she does. Okay, what's their most threatening play here? Because I just don't care if they put a Hornet Queen into play. They can't kill me with a Crater Hoof. A Nissa doesn't do anything. Julie. Come here, girl. There we go. Okay, what do they got? I guess like a Woodfall Primus on my land would be annoying. This looks like a Nissa to me. No, Green Suns for 5. Elder Gargaroth? Sure. This is a good start. There's a lot of decks that would be good against. Let's play the Mountain. Time Walk. Time Twister. No attacks. Draw. Take another Time Walk. 2, 3, Frantic Search. Discard Ragavan Arc Trail, probably. Yeah. Untap, onto T's 3. Time Walk. Play a land, and discard Magma Opus to make a treasure. Then on my next turn, I can Opus the Gear Hulk. If I don't draw anything, which... Or Gear Hulk the Opus, I suppose, is actually... So, I think on upkeep, I'm going to do that. Upkeep. Gear Hulk. What I'm going to do, because I want to tap down the Gargaroth and the Soul Ring, and I want a Magma Opus killing the Noble. So 4 damage, 1 and 3 to you. And then tap Gargaroth, tap Soul Ring. Okay, then I draw 2. Oh no. Oh no. They accidentally F6'd and now they have to discard instead of getting to play any card. That's awkward. Alright, let's see if I can hit some action. If I hit the Wheel of Fortune here, that's it? You don't want to play anymore? I don't even know if that game was over. They had 7 cards in their hand, but they were just too demoralized. And we're going to go for the little speed run. We're at 45 minutes right now, start of the video. It's pretty good for start to finish draft plus the rounds. Let's see if we can get in under an hour. That's doesn't usually happen, but we'll see. We'll see. 2040 and feeling pretty good about it. Our opponent led with turn 1 Soul Ring, and the game was not close. Turn 1 Soul Ring, turn 2 Mana Dorks, I guess, and then turn 3 Elder Gargaroth, and they never did anything else. They could have had a good turn 4. I don't know what happened if they hadn't F6'd or whatever, they passed through their turn, because I still had days, but who knows. All right, well, great hand. Counter your play into Time Twister is pretty nice. I could also, depending on what I draw, go counter your play or remand your play into counter your play into Snapcaster, remand your play into Time Twister. Like if I feel like the way things are going, I don't need to fire off the Time Twister, I will take that. Okay. Turn 1, tapped Steam Vents. I don't really want to draw lands in this situation all that much, so I guess I'll probably crack Mire on turn 2. Oh, wow. Lion's Eye is also a nice little draw there. Let's see what they've got here. Do they have a play? Oh, they don't even have a play on turn 2, huh? All right. Maybe with Ponder in deck, I did want to wait on cracking the fetch. I don't know. I could Time Twister here, but like, why? I'm making land drops every turn, and the main reason to Time Twister is to cast it while you have used up more cards than your opponent. Neither of us have done anything, and I have 2 counters, plus one of the counters returns it to their hand, which is like ideal, and draws me a card. I could find Mana Crypt or anything like that. Yeah, we're remanding that. Yeah, into Cryptic. Yeah, this is just the straight up blue control sort of deal. Oh, I have a new goal. My new plan is to get to 6 mana and go Narset into Time Twister in the same turn. Easy peasy. And then they're going to play Courser of Krufix before playing a land? No, they're playing a land first. That's pretty wild. I'm going to counter draw. The reason I'm going to counter draw is that I want to actually hit land drops up to 6, so it seems kind of nice to draw a card, make it extra likely, though a little wild. I guess they're really worried about days, was why they played their land first. Well, I guess I don't even need to wait to 6, though. I can just go Narset. I'm not even going to minus it. I have Mana Leak up here. And then next turn I can Lion's Eye, Time Twister with a bunch of mana floating. And if they have a play this turn, well, it can't cost very much mana, or Mana Leak's going to get it. Yeah. Workshop War Chief. Well, I don't even really care about that card, but obviously there's just no reason to let it resolve. This deck that I'm playing is an extremely annoying one. I could even like Snapcaster Cryptic, but let's just go for the dubs here. Do I want to sack LED? Yeah, sure. I kind of feel like it's worth sacking because if I draw expensive cards, then I'll be glad I sacked it. If I don't, then it's not a big deal. But the main reason not to sack it is I wouldn't have access to it with Breach, but I don't think that's a huge issue. And yeah, let's Narset. If we find Brain Freeze, obviously it's over. The Time Walk also does the trick. So let's go Time Walk. LED. We're just going to go for the gusto here. Breach. Sack this for blue. They have 1 card in hand, of course, since of the Narsetting. This is just disgusting. And let's exile Snapcaster, I guess. Time Walk. And then we're going to Time Twister. Are we having fun yet? I do have to exile some good cards. I guess I'll exile. Do I want to keep Lion's Eye? Yeah, I guess I'll keep Lion's Eye. And then Time Twister again. They're down to no cards now because they have already drawn their allotted card off Narset. All right, now let's go minus Narset again. I'm taking my Time Walk turn here. Frantic Search. I've already used the Time Twister and the Breach. So I guess put Frantic Search into my hand. Dash Ragavan. And hit. I guess I did kind of break. Oh, Lotus Petal, nice. We take those as a little bonus, as a little treat. I'll pass. I did break Recursion here by doing that, but I have an extra Time Walk turn, so now land. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune too. All right, let's go. Hold on. I think we can do a bunch of stuff here. Let's go Frantic Search. Discarding these two. Untap 3 lands. Torrential Gear Hulk on Frantic Search. Cast Frantic Search. Discard Counterspell and Daze. Because I'm not using those this turn. Untap 3 lands. Cast Ragavan. And I think I'm gonna ponder, shuffle, consider. Do I want a wheel here? All right, I'm actually gonna put this on top and draw it, and then. So if I wheel, I go to 2 cards left, and that's still enough. I guess my Fiery Confluence is gone, and my Magma Opus. Yeah, maybe just to be safe, I don't wheel. Well, actually, I have exactly lethal actually over 2 turns if I do wheel. I don't know. It seems safer not to do that. Oh, well. No, let's not draw. I guess I kind of have to. I'm just worried that if I brain freeze them and then they have an Eldrazi, it could be bad for me. Do I have Cryptic Command left in my deck still? I do. Well, the problem is, let's see what I hit off Ragavan. Oh, Renin Realmbreaker. Okay. If I wheel, I have to try to use Brain Freeze to kill him. No, let's just +1. Play a land and pass. 7. They go to 6 to play Gargaroth, and then they have to block Gear Hulk, gain 3, and they go to 9, then they go to 3. I did kind of make this a little harder on myself than I needed to by exiling all my win conditions, but we'll see what we'll see how this turns out. And they're playing the Boseiju, sure. LED, because now I can't wheel. Let's do this. And then -7, you get an emblem, and you can play. Oh, so my new plan is to just try to emblem. All right, sure. That's fine. We'll emblem Renin Realmbreaker. That's our win condition, and they can't draw a card off Gargs. They can just attack with it. Tireless Tracker, doesn't matter. In fact, in attacking with Gargs doesn't really accomplish much. They can put a 3/3 into play and trade for a Gear Hulk. So I know I could have Brain Freeze them for their deck. When I had 7 cards left, I could have wheeled and then Brain Freeze them. But the reason I didn't do that was if they had an Eldrazi in their deck, I would lose. I did make this game a little closer than it needed to be because it just happened that I exiled my 2 burn spells in that turn while putting Breach and Time Twister into my graveyard, but it looks like I'm going to be okay. Anyways, I guess I should have cast the Gear Hulk a turn sooner also. That actually would have been better. Mana Leak, Counterspell, Daze, Ponder, Consider, Remand. Oh, okay. Well, you got to make a 3/3. Well, I guess you could gain 3 life. Well, you can't draw a card. That I know. Actually, let's do this. This kills the Gargaroth, and they get to kill Ragavan and Baral. Killing the land doesn't do anything, so... But I think I'd rather have a Gear Hulk. Because I'll have 2 blockers left for their thing. Okay. That dies. And they are done. Draw. +1 on the island. And they're going to draw now because they can't draw later. And play land and pass. Okay, so I guess if they draw a removal spell, there's not that many removal spells that can kill these things. They could Reclamation Sage would be like the most dangerous one. Land and then making a clue is not going to do it. What is this? Titania. Okay, we win then. All right, well, for doing as much broken stuff as we did, the fact that this was actually kind of close is funny, but that was more on me than my opponent. Putting my 1 hour dreams in shambles, though. This is gonna be easy enough. All right. Emblem. Cast Underworld Breach. Let's go Ponder. Exiling Mountain, Mana Leak, Baral. I have 4 cards left. Yeah. They're at 6. No. And let's go tap all creatures your opponents control. Draw a card. Got 2 cards in hand. And then I can go Ragavan with dash, and I can attack. I don't show them the Brain Freeze, which I think is better. Because even if they don't have an Eldrazi in their deck game 1, if they had it on their sideboard, they would side it in, and that would be pretty problematic. So I'd rather just kill them with damage here. And then game 2, maybe probably kill them with Brain Freeze. Fiery Confluence seems fine. Ragavan, Spell Pierce once again, playing with green decks. Spell Pierce ends up being kind of bad. Arc Trail's probably better. Yeah, seems okay. All right. Ended up being a little bit of a grind, but we also had the out in that last game. There was a few turns where I had just drawn Cryptic Command that also would have just won the game, so not too worried about it. Okay, let's see if we're playing for the perfect 6-0 here with a deck is certainly worthy of it. And I don't know that Arc Trail's that good against them. Honestly, I didn't see much in the way of mana dorks, but I also didn't see that much of their deck because I Narset Time Twistered them, so I didn't really get to see a bunch. Because the other option would be to just put in Ledger Shredder, because I think this is just going to be like a fine creature. Don't want Rampaging Raptor. I don't think Woodfall Primus Breach is what I want. Bitter Reunion. Seal of Removal doesn't seem that good. I guess it's like decent against Gargaroth. It's not that good against Titania, really. I guess it can bounce Titania lands well enough. And if they do have an Eldrazi, I mean, this deck can normally win pretty easily with Fiery Confluence or Magma Opus, but obviously I exiled those. All right, can I get at least 1 turn, 1 kill? No, but this hand's also still quite good. Turn 1, I'm going to go Island, not Spire Bluff, because I want to have Days Up. Hopefully not Fast Bond here. Most one drops, it's not like I want them to have a one drop. Most of them I'm not as worried about. Oh, that one's pretty good. Still play the island. There's just no reason not to have days up here. I can just play Spire Bluff on turn 2. Okay, level up the Tree Speaker, sure. Well, if I draw Arc Trail, I will kill it. Oh, Arc Trail? Any Arc Trails? Okay, I will consider finding one. Torrential Gearhulk. Yeah, I actually think that's worth keeping. It's not Arc Trail. More's the shame, but I think I just do this. I think Gearhulk's worth keeping because with Opus already in hand, that's a turn 5 Gearhulk, which is going to be pretty good. All right. All 5 colors activated here between Noble Hierarch, Swamp, and the red lands. Minsk and Boo, Timeless Heroes. Well, their time is not quite yet. Into Wrenn and 6. I could daze that, but I really don't want to be set back on lands, and they don't have any lands to get back, so I don't care either. Obviously, if they go next turn Strip Mine Minsk and Boo, that will be pretty annoying. Let's just go Island. Brawl. I can't Gearhulk next turn anyway, so I might as well go Brawl. Have days up for whatever that's worth. Oh, they just snap played this instead of cycling it. Not that they would cycle it this turn because they're playing Minsk and Boo this turn, but yeah, you got it. I'm going to need this. Excuse me. A little drink here. I'm going to need this Gearhulk Opus plan to be pretty good because I'm getting hit for a lot of damage. 5 down to 15, and then because of the Exalted, and then next turn maybe 8. Ooh, can I daze this? Can this be a 2-mana play? Firing off a daze would be awesome, especially since if I draw Time Walk next turn, I can go discard Opus, cast Gearhulk. All right, I guess I will attack Minsk and Boo. I just didn't use Wrenn and 6. All right. I take it. Okay, pass the turn. Hope they play a 7-drop I can daze. So next turn, attacking was actually really important because next turn, let's say they put 3 counters on that. Next turn, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Gearhulk, kill Minsk and Boo, tap down Boo with the Magma Opus, and then go from there. I'd have to deal with a 7/7, but I'll have a bunch of power and toughness in play. Roberto. Okay. Yeah, can't do anything about that. I take 9, I guess. Let's hope they don't hit Time Walk. They hit Island. Great. Wow, I was going to draw a lot of land. Okay. If they have a 5-drop at the end of this, that would be pretty ideal. Oh, is this a 5-drop? This looks like a 5-drop. Oh yeah, cast Daze for 1 mana. Countered. And we get to loot with Brawl, huge. This goes a long way towards a dub. All right, discard Bloodstained Mire. I have all the mana. I don't think I can afford anything else. All right, upkeep. I guess I don't even need an upkeep stop because they have that land. And now, actually, I don't even think I attack here. Do I? Oh, I do. Because I can attack. If I attack Minsk and Boo down to 3, then my Magma Opus can kill the Noble Hierarch as well. So that's a pretty nice little bonus. All right, so now I pass. Upkeep in response to this trigger. Let's go Torrential Gearhulk here. And then Opus, kill Minsc Boo, kill Noble Hierarch, tap down Boo. Let's see what I do past that. I guess I tap down Jiraga Tree Speaker is the other card I tap. So 2, 2, 3 and 1. And then 2 target permanents, tap that, tap Tree Speaker. Okay. Pretty good. And then now they're on 4 mana this turn instead of 7. Minsc Boo's gone. Sure, you can put some mana. And they can't attack with Boo this turn, and I have some blockers for it anyway. Oh, and Lion's Eye, because next turn, what I'm probably going to do is Time Twister, crack Lion's Eye. Why do people float mana when you're not going to use it? Like, you know you're not going to use it. You have the information. Okay. I mean, I'm not even losing on board, but I think this deck is likely enough to win with a Time Twister, especially now that I have Lion's Eye and I have a Brawl in play, so everything's cheaper, that I think it's worth Time Twistering. I could see the argument. They only have 1 card in hand of, like, sitting back on counterspell, countering a spell, drawing with Brawl, but I don't really think that that's necessary. And I have a good backup plan. I guess if I Time Twister and don't win, there's a decent chance I lose. But they ping me down to 5 with red and 6. But also a lot of the Time Twister hands where I don't win, I just pass with a counterspell up because I'll have 4 mana left. Not even counting the 3 floating LED mana, which I might use too. And I can Time Twister into Time Walk really easily. Which 1 Time Walk isn't literally enough to win because of the Robber of the Rich as a blocker, but it's pretty close. And Time Walk plus either Magma Opus or whatever is good. The funny thing is they could have gone for it with Robber, but I don't think that would have been smart. All right, let's go land, Lion's Eye, Time Twister, paying 2, sacking for blue. Okay, yeah, there's some cards. Let's go Ponder. Okay. I will not complain about that. All right. Time Walk. Do I want to Frantic Search this turn? I guess it's probably fine to do so. I don't really want to play Mana Crypt, actually, because I don't really have a reason to. I'm not going to discard the Mana Crypt because I don't think I have to do that either, but let's go Time Walk. Consider graveyard. There's Brain Freeze. Narset. Oh, that one doesn't. That one's not cheaper because of Brawl. And Brain Freeze you, which is technically not enough, right? I'm gonna put them to 1 card in deck, but I think that'll be okay. Ooh, they have Leovold in their deck. Scavenging Ooze, Noble Harris, Char, Elspeth. Oh, wild. Omnath, sure. Questing BZ, Leyline. They had some instants they could play. Okay, and then take my turn and... Oh, I guess I didn't minus Narset. Because if I'd found a Mox or something or a Cantrip, I could have played it. Not even blocking Brawl, huh? All right. It's minus Narset. Oh. Let's take Underworld Breach, and then now we win. There's even the LED, but even Time Walk. Time Walk's enough to win, but I also could have Brain Freeze for the win if I needed to. Time Walk. And Time Walk again. Consider Days, Frantic Search. Play it land. Attack you, and you have 7 cards in hand, but only 1 card in deck, and also it doesn't matter. I only wish I could play a few more games with this deck. And I'm just going to pass the turn here. Breach goes down. I have Counterspell up. And attack my opponent. Well, I didn't really think attacking was how I was going to finish this game, but or this draft. But you know what? Doesn't really surprise me. Time Walk Breach means I could win in a lot of different ways, and that was just one of them. Well, that deck was perfection. We're not going to see many better than that, but it was a pleasure to see it play out. I appreciate you hanging out as I time walked my opponents into oblivion, and we wheeled the breach. One for the record books. Alrighty, welcome to another 8-player draft here on Magic Online. We're drafting some Vintage Cube, as always. And, we got a Mox Pearl. Alright, we're slamming this. This is Alpha Frog's Cube. It's officially on Magic Online, so I've really been enjoying getting to draft it in the queues. And we're taking a Mox Pearl over Birds, Memory Lapse, Vendilion Click. Yeah, this is obviously more than fine. And ooh, was that a Time Twister I see? That it is. It's funny, for a long time, Time Twister was like, kind of the fake piece of the Power 9. Of course, it's the Lotus and the Ancestral and the Time Walk and the 5 Moxes, but maybe we should have Time Vault or Library of Alexandria as the 9th one. I actually think in Cube, Time Twister has gotten much, much better. There's a couple reasons for that. One is that I think combo is a little bit better supported with like Lion's Eye Diamond, Underworld Breach, these cards getting better. And then cards like Exploration being added, Fastbond, of course, was been before, but still, that kind of thing. And then the other is this new angle, and this is a really big one, of Orcish Bowmasters, Hull Breacher, and then Leovold and Narset, all that punish your opponent for drawing extra cards. So I think, especially given that I started with a Mox Pearl, I'm happy to take Time Twister over Jace and Skullclamp, and then maybe Chromatic Star will wheel, you never know. Okay, so this pack has some pretty good stuff. It's got Miscalculation and it's got Flooded Strand. These are the two cards I'm looking at. Oh, one more reason I think Time Twister's gotten better. Tolarian Academy has gotten better. There's a lot more cheap artifacts in the cube now, and Academy Time Twister is a very strong combo. So, back to the question at hand. Flooded Strand versus Miscalculation. I think Miscalc's better than Fire Ice, especially early. And because I don't know that I'm playing red yet. I do have a Mox Pearl, which makes Flooded Strand even a little more appealing. I think I'm going to take the Strand. I like Miscalculation a lot, but I like on-color fetches a lot too. Oh man, Atraxa and Coveted Jewel. Also like Talisman, I guess, or him and Thraben Inspector. So this is a tough one because I love Atraxa. I tend to not pass Atraxa much, but I think Coveted Jewel is also really good. I think Atraxa is enough better. There's a lot of cards that work with Atraxa. We'll have to find Oath of Druids or Reanimate stuff. Flash would be ideal as well. So there's a lot of options to make this Atraxa work. Also, it's not impossible to just cast Atraxa. That is one of the things I like about Atraxa's 7 mana is, it's not nothing, but like Gristlebrand's barely castable. Like maybe if you're mono black or close to it and have like a Dark Ritual, you can like every now and then cast a Gristlebrand. Atraxa you can actually just cast because adding 4 different colors of mana is just not that hard once you're at 7 mana. This pack, I think I'm just going to take Memory Jar here. Sylvan Library is okay. Thirst is just okay. And don't really want any of these fair cards. Memory Jar goes nicely with Time Twister, as in if I pick up a Hull Breacher or a any of the like Orcish Bowmasters type stuff. Jar doesn't actually work that well with Narset or Leovold because they don't really get cards from the jar that much anyway. But I'd be really happy if I picked up any of the draw 7 Punishers, so having 2 draw 7s already is nice. And just in like generally combo decks, Jar is great. Wow, that's a late Remand. I'm going to take it over From the Catacombs and Duress. 2 pretty good black cards in the pack, but Remand is awesome, so we'll be taking that one. Remand is exactly what I'm looking for in basically any deck. Like, it's 2 mana, it replaces itself, and while it does it, it delays whatever spell they were trying to play. This pack's got an Indotha Triome, which would help with casting Atraxa for sure. Talisman of Unity also actually would help with casting Atraxa. Godless Shrine, the same. I think I'm going to take Talisman here. I like Talismans. I did just pass Crucible, but I'm not going to take a Zern Orb here. And I think Just taking the talisman to go with the general ramp strategy is good. Oh, wow. That's a late Emrakul. There's also Titania, Monster Manual. Oracle of Moldiah is kind of nice with the draw 7s, and I picked up a green-white talisman. I am tempted just to take Emrakul and figure out something to do with Emrakul, because I've got a lot of draw stuff. Let's just take the Emrakul here. I feel like there's a lot that you can end up doing. Oh, wow. Birds of Paradise Wield. I'm probably going to take the birds. I think birds is enough better than the rest of these cards that I'm fine taking birds and maybe drafting like blue-green or something along those lines. Birds also somewhat opens the door for natural order. Not quite there yet. I knew Chromatic Star was going to wheel. I just think people weren't going to realize how good that card was. I'm going to take that over Asika's Chariot, though. I like Asika's Chariot well enough, but Chromatic Star is nice. It's awesome with Academy. It's awesome with Tinker or Urza, any of the artifact payoffs. Also, it's another way I could be casting Atraxa, and it's kind of funny. It's a way to store a card before casting a draw 7. Imagine turn 1 land Chromatic Star, turn 2 land Mox Time Twister. It's like you just get a free card later. So that's kind of nice. We've got this Emrakul here, which I don't know that I'm going to do something with it, but as much as I love Oracle of Moldiah, and I have been a huge fan of that card in the past, I think it's a lot worse now. Oh, there's a natural order. Okay. That's actually totally fine. I think natural order over like Battle Ball and some other stuff like that, like Nurturing Peatland, whatever. Okay, I don't actually know if I want Crater Hoof. I think just green-white land would be better. I don't think I want Thraben Inspector either. I do know I have Natural Order, though. No, I should take the Crater Hoof. If I've got Natural Order, and now I take Voice of Resurgence as a card I can sacrifice to Natural Order, I think having Crater Hoof and Atraxa as the 2 targets kind of covers all your bases. Sure, I'll take Fauna Shaman now. Look, I don't normally go into green when I have a bunch of Time Twister type stuff, like green with elves, but Natural Order Atraxa is really nice. So I think Natural Order is enough of a temptation that I don't mind. Oh, another Mox. Lucky me. All right, well, slam the Mox and probably have the choice of like Questing Beast or Questing Druid. They're questing for each other. I think like Teferi's going to get taken, Spell Seeker's going to get taken, like Bitter Triumph. I don't know, Zealous Conscripts, Palantir. But I'm, of course, thrilled to get a Mox, and I would still go for Tolarian Academy. Tolarian Academy Natural Order don't often fight side by side, but they could here. This pack is a big step down. There's a Dak Fade-In, but I don't have any red yet, and I don't really have a strong reason to want to add red. There's a Gitaxian Probe is always fine. Generous Ent could be good here. I might just take Dismember, though. This color combination tends to not have a ton of removal, so getting a 1-mana removal spell, a colorless removal spell, is pretty nice. So I'll take Dismember here. I like Talisman of Unity here, though. Indotha Triumph still would have been kind of nice given where we ended up. And still could go, obviously, for like a Hull Breacher or a Bowmasters. More green creatures like Sylvan Caryatid would be perfect for this kind of deck. Flash would be definitely something I'm interested in. Same with Fastbond or Exploration. So we've got a lot of ways we can go here. Oh, there's an Urza? Yeah, we'll take Urza. This is looking like an excellent Urza deck. Candelabra almost always has the possibility of wheeling. There's also Reckoner Bankbuster. Maybe Green Suns. Maybe Shallowgrave. I don't know. We'll have to see what comes back. But I'm happy with Urza. With Double Mox, Chromatic Star, Talisman, this looks like a solid Urza deck. Urza Time Twister is also great. Just Time Twister basically gives you somewhat of a win condition for any deck that can generate a lot of mana. And what I like about it is it's great when you can make 10 mana, but it's also great when you like mold a 5 and just keep a hand of like, 2 land Mox Time Twister and just all of a sudden you've unmulliganed yourself. So it's great on a lot of mana or when you're low on resources, which I like that combo. Oh, wow. There's a Mana Drain and a Wheel of Fortune. Well, as much as I like Wheel, going into another color when there's an excellent blue card here does not make much sense. So slam Mana Drain, and if we're really lucky, Sensei's Top might find its way back to us. So now we've got Remand and Mana Drain. We're also not a lock to play Natural Order here, of course, though I think having Birds of Paradise and Natural Order and Atraxa is already making me pretty tempted to do so. A blue-green land would be pretty nice too. I wouldn't mind that. We've got a Flooded Strand here, and that would be nice if that could tap for those. What else we got here? Well, So on the one hand, there's Worldspine Worm, which I don't really want a natural order for. I don't think I would play it for that purpose, but taking it would make Flash busted in our deck. Though Flash is already pretty good with Atraxa and can be good with Crater Hoof. The Hoof doesn't stick around, but you get the trigger. So if you have 4 creatures in play, you Flash and Hoof. It's 2 mana. I'll give all your creatures +4/+4 and trample. I think I got to take Pentad Prism, though. It's fantastic with Urza. This deck's playing at least 2.5 colors. You know, I guess Voice is the only white card, but it also could definitely help cast an early Atraxa. It's possible Worldspine wheels, though not particularly likely. I just think Pentad Prism is generally pretty good, and once you add in like Urza or playing lots of colors or draw 7s, then it becomes very, very good. Oh, there's the Flash. Well, I'm still going to take Flash. Now I really hope Worldspine Worm wheels. Taking Flash over Bloodstained Mire. Flash Atraxa is fantastic, so I'll take this over Sail into the West, Bloodstained Mire, Jite. Not even that good for me. Haven't gotten past any other mana dorks. Haven't even really seen them. Like Noble Hierarch would be the highest on my list, but Ignoble Hierarch would also still be fine, and wouldn't be the most excited about the mono green dorks, but I would still potentially want to play them. Okay, so here we've got Portal to Phyrexia, which we don't currently have combos with, but is the best Tinker target. We have Dryad of the Elysian Grove, which is kind of nice with the draw 7s. We have Rafine's Tower, which makes Flooded Strand into black mana. That doesn't actually look that interesting. I don't think I want Dark Confidant in this deck either. I've played Bob Emrakul before. It worked about how you'd expect. I could take Kinnan and spec on Basalt Monolith. It also works with birds and the Moxes. Talisman actually adds extra mana with Chromatic Star too. Yeah, I'll take Kinnan as like a high upside pick. The Dryad of the Elysian Grove is just not that good, I don't think, so missing out on that isn't that big of a deal. I don't really want to play this Fauna Shaman either, to be honest. Though I guess Flash makes Fauna Shaman a little better. Okay, maybe you get rescued. All right, what else do we got here? Mana Confluence is fine, but I might just take Night of Autumn. Night of Autumn is a card I can sack to Natural Order, which this deck's a little short on. And I feel like my mana is not going to be so bad that I need Mana Confluence. I like Samwise too, but this isn't really a Samwise deck. Still not sure about the Crater Hoof, but I think it's probably worth playing. The Emrakul right now is not doing anything for us. Emrakul could be good if I get Basalt Monolith. It's a good way to win with Kinnan Basalt Monolith. You just make, infinite mana, cast Emrakul, and you win the game. Really would like that Worldspine Worm to wheel. I'm the only person with Flash, so unless we've got haters and doubters, I think I should probably wheel it. I suppose someone could take it for sneak attack purposes. Okay, so the Questing Beast didn't come back. The Questing Druid did. I think I'm just going to take Razorverge Thicket. A green-white land is pretty good for me. I don't really want to play red cards in my deck if I can avoid it. Like, I think my mana is probably fine, even as is, as long as I don't add more colors to the mix. Because I don't really have black. I've got an Atraxa and a Dismember, both of which don't really even require black sources to be in my deck to be good. And I have Moxjet and Pentad Prism and Birds. So every now and then I'll get a free black source off that. And then otherwise I'm basically green-blue, maybe splashing Night of Autumn and Voice of Resurgence to power up Natural Order. With Flooded Strand and Razorverge Thicket making it, and Mox Pearl making it pretty cheap to do so. So Sacred Foundry and Waterlogged Grove came back. I don't really want Staff of the Storyteller. I don't have enough tokens to make that. I could take Sacred Foundry in case I do splash the red. I don't really like Waterlogged Grove that much. On the other hand, it is a blue-green land, so I guess I should probably just take the blue-green land. Bankbuster came back. I will take that. Was this the Worldspine Worm pack? It might have been. Yeah, I think Worldspine is not coming back to me today. That's okay. I'll take Fiery Islet as well. Oh wait, this was the Worldspine Worm pack and Fire Covenant didn't get taken? I could also take Zerda in case I hit Grim Monolith. I don't think I even want Hangerback in this deck, so let's just take Zerda just in case. I don't really want Fiery Islet in my deck that much either. Now if we get Grim Monolith or Basalt Monolith. Zerda goes infinite with both. Kinnan with Basalt, and that would be a reason to potentially play Emrakul in the deck. All right. Well, I like how this is going. We've opened 2 Moxes. We have Flash with Atroxa. No Worldspine, sadly. We have an Urza, and we have a bunch of good early plays. We also have Mana Drain and Remand, so really no complaints here. We have a couple different things that, could work out. So we've got like the Zerda, Kinnan, and in Hope for Monolith of various types plan. We've got Black Lotus again, and there's a Tolarian Academy. How brutal. I guess I'm going to take Lotus and not wheel Academy, but I will wheel Auriok Salvagers. Almost assuredly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'd be shocked if Salvagers didn't wheel. Well, there's only so much I can say when I open Black Lotus. So yeah, all right. We've got some plans here. So no Academy, but Lotus is fine recompense. And maybe I run the Zerda, Emrakul, Kinnan thing. Maybe I don't. Maybe I do have the Knight of Autumn and Voice of Resurgence and Fauna Shaman with the Natural Order. Honestly, there's a lot of different ways this could go now. Here we have Mind Twist, Library of Alexandria, Show and Tell to Fairy. This isn't the worst Show and Tell deck, but honestly, Show and Tell Emrakul just doesn't win that often. I think I'm just going to take Library of Alexandria. This is a sick Library of Alexandria deck. Having all these zeros means you can just library and draw a bunch of cards and still not even really be behind, because you can just play a Mox and all of a sudden it's like you're back on curve. So I'm happy enough just taking that. Let's see, if the Natural Order stuff doesn't work out, I guess we're pretty short on cards then. If we're not playing Natural Order or Kinnan or Zerda, I don't think it will be difficult to find ways to win here. I could use one more kind of meaty card to flash in, like an Atali or Archon of Cruelty, though. Archon of Cruelty is not that good if you can't follow it up by reanimating it. Yeah, that Worldspine would have been nice. I guess, knowing I was going to get past Flash, I would have taken Pentad Prism or Worldspine over Pentad Prism, but draft is easier if you know what's coming. Okay, there's Basalt Monolith. I think I just have to take it now. Adding Basalt Monolith adds basically a couple different combos. So it makes both Kinnan and Zerda go infinite in terms of mana, which means I can just cast Emrakul and win, or I can use Urza and spin infinite times, or I can crack Jar and hope to get there. But I'm going to take Basalt Monolith. I just can't risk someone else taking it, even if I'm giving up like a Time Warp or whatever. But easy Basalt Monolith. Oh, and I could have followed up with Through the Breach. Now I kind of wish I had taken that Sacred Foundry, but we'll make it work. So Through the Breach means Emrakul's all of a sudden a win. Through the Breach Atroxa is also great. And Through the Breach Craterhoof is not that bad either. Passing up another Talisman. I guess I would play Delighted Halfling in this deck, and it would be good in this deck. Delighted Halfling. I've got all these Moxes and stuff. Let's just take the Through the Breach. Just having more cards that win the game is pretty nice. Because this deck, I think... it's going to have tons of mana. It's got double Mox Lotus. I kind of wonder, how good is this Natural Order? Because right now we're at 30 cards, so we had 10 lands. We'll end up on 14, basically 16 land plus Lotus and all these other things. So we're fine now. But let's say I get a couple more cards that support the Breach Flash Urza plan. Then I'm going to have to cut cards, and at that point, maybe I cut the Natural Order stuff. All right, so there's Exploration, which has gotten worse because I picked up an expensive card like Breach, but I think Exploration gets worse once you have the more Lotuses and Moxes you have. How does Displacer Kitten work here? So with the Basalt Monolith out, it's 3 mana every time you play a spell. Blinking Urza is pretty good, but that's about it. I guess Blinking Knight of Autumn is kind of something. I'm just tempted to take Taiga because it casts Zerda and Through the Breach, and I'm already looking at cutting cards. Let's just take a land, make the deck more consistent. Oh, Lorien Revealed is perfect. I mean, it only gets blue, but that card is just a busted card. It's just an island that's a split card draw 3 is really, really strong. And when you can go fetch a dual land, it's even better. Even if I can't do that, I'm still pretty happy taking it. Note, we haven't passed up any small green creatures. It's looking less and less likely that I want this Natural Order in my deck. Now that I have Breach and Flash, I'm not that worried about having a way to use Atroxa. So let's let's take these out for the time being. So now this is 18, 19, 20, 21 land. So yeah, now we've got some extra space. Oh, there's a Lion's Eye Diamond too. Yeah, if I slam Lion's Eye Diamond and the Salvagers comes back, which at this point it really should, I'm the only person with both, then I'll have multiple ways to win off that. Because also Salvagers is infinite mana. Chromatic Star, you draw infinite cards. Salvager's Lion's Eye isn't infinite mana, but if you have a Chromatic Star, you could then get to draw your deck, or again, an Urza in play lets you win, and Salvager's Lotus lets you win a million different ways. Okay, so here I'll just take a blue-green land. I don't really think I want Metamorph or into the rest of these cards. All right, Salvagers. Unfortunately, this is blue-green land is not Lorien revealable, but that's okay. Yeah, this is looking great. I don't need that natural order stuff, I don't think, at all. And if we wheel Salvagers, I'll feel very good about this. Even if we don't, I think that this deck looks quite strong to me, but wheeling Salvagers would certainly kick it up a notch. And I'd be a little surprised if it didn't. Maybe we'll wheel Tolarian Academy. I don't think so. I don't even want to get my hopes up for that because I don't think that's happening. All right, but let's see if this Salvagers can come back. I would say it could salvage our draft, but no, the draft is actually just going great. I mean, even without it, we've got a couple infinites. There's the Salvagers, of course, no Academy, but I didn't think that was coming back. And honestly, I don't even know. I think Salvagers might even be better for this deck than Academy, which is the crazy part. Now we're basically set. Okay, so here, Trinket Mage looks pretty strong in this deck. Tamiyo's also good. If I get Displacer Kitten back, Tamiyo will have been good. I actually don't even really want Show and Tell. I'm just going to take Trinket Mage. I think Trinket Mage is awesome here. Don't think I want Bolus's Citadel. I guess I could take Touch the Spirit Realm. I'm not playing Restless Cottage. Sure. Triskelion doesn't do much for me. Neither does Life from the Loam, I don't think. Yeah, sure. I'll take a Trike. I don't know. All right, so this is... I can't play Zerta as a companion because of Emrakul and Trinket Mage and Atraxa. So, not even close. But this is now 15 land plus Lorien Revealed and 2 Moxes is really like 18 lands plus Lotus, whatever you count that as. Lotus is kind of weird because, yes, of course it adds mana, but it also goes away. Oh, Scrubland is decent. This is Hardcast Atraxa plan here. My mana should be pretty good. My deck is basically all blue cards. Oh, I could probably cut this Birds too. Let's take a look at what the mana looks like, but I'm actually not going to want early green mana for Birds. And I just picked up a Regrowth as an additional card to play, so I kind of like that instead. Oh, Fiery Islet and Sunbaked Canyon are probably getting into. Let's take a look in deck building here, but pretty good chance that I'm going to want to play all of those lands because I'm playing 4 colors. I mean, if you look at piles by color, I'm playing all blue cards. I have basically 1 white card, one red card, 1 red-white card, and then 2 green cards. And then Atraxa and Dismember don't really count. And then in terms of fixing, I have basically a white-blue land. The scrub land doesn't really fix me for too much. And then a bunch of duels. All right, here, let's go back to piles, my mana value. All right, so if I add 6 lands, yeah, I'll have 15 land plus 2 Moxes, a Lorien Reveal. That all sounds fine to me. There's no cards I really want to play in the sideboard. Okay, so looking at mana, right now, if I add, even if I don't add a Plains, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 white sources, plus a Talisman, a Pentad Prism, a Chromatic Star, and of course the Lotus and Lion's Eye. And then, so I don't really even need a Plains here because I only have the Salvagers and Zerta. For red, I have Taiga, Sunbaked Canyon, Fiery Islet. So I have 3 red sources, plus the additional, I'm not going to count LED, but plus Lotus, Chromatic Star, Pentad Prism. So that's like 6 red sources. And remember, Trinket Mage can get any of them, which is kind of nice. For blue, I have Lorien Revealed, Fiery Islet, these 2 blue-green lands. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then I'm probably going to want like 3 islands or something like that. Don't need black. And then for green right now, even before adding a forest, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the artifacts. All right, so what if I go like 3, 1, 1, 1? Like, I feel like this is enough blue, right? I mean, this is 1, 2, 3 islands is 5 more, or 5 total. Vinestock is 6. Waterlog Grove is 7. 7 blue sources, plus Pentad Prism, Chromatic Star, Lotus, and Lorien Revealed. So really 8 blue sources off lands, plus a couple more. I probably have too much green right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 green sources plus the 3 or 4 artifacts. Yeah, I can probably cut a forest for another island. I mean, I guess what I could also do is play the Birds of Paradise, but I think I'd rather not do that. And a Mountain in a Plain seems reasonable to make it a little more likely that I can play Zerda or play and activate Auriok Salvagers in the same turn. Well, this deck's a banger, but I would hope so. When you open Mox Lotus, I hope you end up with something good. I actually think this deck is very good. It is leveraging the fast mana very nicely. This deck is capable of a turn 1 kill. Wouldn't be easy, but land Lotus Salvagers, play Lion's Eye, Chromatic Star. That's it. That is enough. Or Lotus. Let's see, how am I casting Kinnan or Basalt Monolith? I guess I'd have a Lotus and a Mox and play Kinnan or Zerda and Basalt Monolith would do it. All right, this hand looks great. I'm going to lead on Library of Alexandria Go. Hope my opponent doesn't do anything to turn 1 that I have to deal with or it takes a card out of my hand. So I don't want to see Swamp, Duress You, or Inquisition You. Okay, Ketria Triumph is great. And then turn 2, I drop to 7. Library up to 8. Play Razorverge Thicket, pass. I haven't drawn a land yet, which is a little unfortunate. But now I actually think, well, we'll see what they do. But there's a chance if they don't play a creature that I want to stop on my upkeep. Oh, Lotus. A Lotus Mirror, because this is league drafting, remember. Hopefully this is something I can dismember. Oh, it's a Goldspan Dragon. All right, well, they get a treasure out of the deal, but I spent 1 mana to kill their Lotus tout play, so that was pretty nice. And then I draw off Library and play Island, and I just pass the turn because I have Remand up now. I mean, this is just now going perfectly. I get to Remand them, and then hopefully I end up drawing something to flash in. Fable of the Mirror Breaker, yeah, we'll Remand that. Remand when you've got Library going is pretty nice. And now because I've drawn Lion's Eye, I don't need a Library on upkeep or anything. So I have 8 cards. Let's go to Mountain. Let's draw. What do I want to do here? I've got a lot of options. I have 8. I'll cast Talisman for sure. Do I want to cast Kinnan? I guess I could. Give them something to kill. And then if they don't deal with Kinnan, because I still have 6 cards in hand, so I'll be able to Library on my next turn. And if they don't deal with Kinnan, I can draw a Basalt Monolith. Not that actually does anything yet, because I don't have a mana sink for infinite mana. But it does make my Talisman tap for 2 mana, which is nice. So they're going to lead with Chart a Course, discard an island, and play a Fable. Yeah. All right. Fabled it up. And I just need to find an Emrakul, and I would win, I think, pretty easily. Draw. Zerda. Not ideal. I think I'm going to regrowth the Remand. Oh, wait, hold on. I can just tap the Talisman. And play a Flooded Strand. Play a Pentad Prism for 2 here. And then I'm just going to block the Goblin with Kinnan, because I don't think Kinnan does much for me. I have Zerda, which replaces it. I guess Kinnan lets me pay 7 to activate it. Maybe that's better. Huh. Yeah, that gives me a lot of looks for Emrakul or Atraxa. Yeah, sure. They have a lot of mana. I'll take some more damage. Trinket Mage. Yeah, I'll remand that. I just want to draw cards. I have so many cards that win me the game from this spot that I think remanding here sounds pretty good. If they're going to recast it, then that's fine too. Okay. Trinket Mage. So we're just in the Emrakul or Atraxa waiting room at this point. Salvagers would not actually do too much. Infinite mana doesn't actually do much for me. All right, let's draw a card. Oh, and there's Atraxa. Okay. So now I'm at 11. I think I just flash in the Atraxa. Because then if I find Emrakul, then I can breach Emrakul. So let's go flash. Atraxa. I'm not going to pay the mana. And, oh, I found Emrakul and Mana Drain. I found it all. All right, so let's get Basalt Monolith, Emrakul, Mana Drain, Scrubland. Sure. And done. Play Mox. I mean, this is easy now. Go Monolith, tap, untap, Emrakul. Yeah, they get the idea. Nice. All right, it took a second to find something, but once we did, it was pretty easy. Do I want Knight of Autumn in my deck against Fable, Lotus, Trinket Mage, Mox Opal? Kind of feels like once they have Mox Opal in their deck, Knight of Autumn is probably decent. And I can probably afford to cut a land on the draw here. Budek's probably a little bit mana hungry. Or heavy. I've got currently 14 lands plus 2 Moxes and Lorien revealed, but then also Lotus, Lion's Eye, Chromatic Star, Prism, Talisman, that sort of thing. So we'll try this and see where it goes. Dismember came in clutch there, and that was a pretty good Library of Alexandria game. I killed them on turn 6, and I used Library on turns 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 5 extra cards off my land. Library of Alexandria is a hell of a card. What do I got here? Oh, well, this hand is a lot of mana very quickly here. Let's go Taiga Go, I guess. So this hand's kind of interesting. I can get infinite mana pretty soon. Oh, wow, they have Mox and Lotus. How lucky are they? I guess I go Island, Pearl, Basalt Monolith next turn. All right, Trinket Mage for Lotus here. Yeah. Oh, and they're sacking the Lotus. I don't think that's a very good play. So what they did there is they could have just cast Fable, but instead they Trinket Mage for Lotus. They just made Trinket Mage a 0 mana 2/2. I think you can do better with that usually. So I have infinite mana in multiple ways here. So I'm going to cast the Basalt Monolith and then pass. And next turn, if they don't kill the Basalt Monolith, I'm probably just going to go land Zerda, because I don't have double blue for Kinnan and Time Twister in the same turn. And I'll cast Zerda with an island up, get infinite mana, and then cast Time Twister and hope to draw Emrakul or Lotus into a play. So I kind of want them to tap out for something that doesn't kill my Basalt Monolith. Bribery my Emrakul, huh? It's going to make it a little harder. Turn 3 Bribery is pretty good. So what is my win condition? Oh, they got Atraxa? Okay, sure. Don't hit Forcible, please. They didn't. Black Lotus was revealed from an earlier thing. Okay, they hit Mox Opal, but it doesn't provide mana right now. True Name, Mana Leak, Mana Vault. Wow, their deck is good. I'm going to get infinite mana with Zerda, and now there's a Emrakul in my deck that if I draw it, then that is just game. All right, they didn't play anything. I can go look at what they have later, but it doesn't really matter because I'm about to Time Twister here. So let's go Zerta. I'm going to play Sunbaked Canyon, actually, because that's an extra draw towards something. I think that's better than having any other mana up. I think the extra draw is good. All right, I'm going to make a little bit more mana. I mean, the only reason that I need to make a bunch of mana now is because if they drew... I guess there's no instant... They can't cast Snuff out, right? All right, so that's probably enough mana then. Time Twister. And we didn't hit Emrakul, but we hit Memory Jar and a bunch of mana sources. All right, so let's go Mox. Oh, and a Regrowth. Oh, this is going to be so cool. Talisman. Memory Jar. And we drew a green Talisman. Oh, I can't... Oh, yeah. Here's what I can do. All right, let's make some more mana here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast Regrowth on Time Twister, and on the stack, I'm going to sack Lion's Eye, and I could also sack Memory Jar. Is that good to do? So what are my two options here? This is weird. I can either cast Time Twister with Memory Jar and play, or my hand isn't anything I care about, so I think it's actually better to Regrowth the Time Twister, in response, crack the Jar, because then when I Time Twister, Jar can go back. So it's response, oh wait, hold on. Response, crack the Lion's Eye for blue, and then crack the Jar. Okay. Oh, and I drew the Emrakul, and now the Time Twister comes back to my hand, but it doesn't matter, because now I cast Emrakul. And this is pretty Emrakul of me. And that'll do it. Wow, that was a sick turn 3 play against someone else who had a pretty awesome deck. So that is the Cube experience sometimes, and this was a pretty fun one. All right, let's get to our next match. That was sick. Also, I couldn't decide on sick or sweet, so I said sweet. Yeah. What do we got here? Okay, this hand is very close to winning. If I draw Black Lotus, I win. I mean, that's kind of a dumb thing to say sometimes, but it's true. Atraxa lets me cast Flash, and if I get Kinnan or Zerta, then I have the Basalt Monolith Emrakul combo. So basically, I have cards from 4 different combos, and, well, depending on how you count Emrakul, I guess. And then I have a Remand that'll help get me there, hopefully. Any Black Lotuses. So the question is, if I draw a Mox this turn, do I try to play a Basalt Monolith on turn 2? I guess it doesn't come up. Pass the turn here. Presumably they're not cracking Petal end of turn. Wow. I guess I'll Remand that, because I don't really want to Remand with it in play. That's not even a very good play, honestly. Like, putting a Fairy Mastermind into play at the cost of a Lotus, but I'll just wait a turn. It's not like Fairy Mastermind does that much for you. But I certainly don't want to cast Remand when Fairy Mastermind's already in play, so I guess I would rather counter it there. Remand with the sick 2-for-1 there. Kills a Lotus Petal. Now they play a Wall of Omens. Sure. Okay. Lotus for the instant win. Oh, Atraxa. I'm going to play Basalt Monolith first. I feel like if I wait 1 turn, I can Flash Atraxa and win. Part of the problem with casting Flash Atraxa now is I think I run the risk of just discarding a bunch. I don't really want to do that. Yes, they have mana up now, but I don't think they have anything like too awesome to play, or they wouldn't have played Wall of Omens instead. The other thing is, when they have blue plus white up, not double blue in Cube, if I cast Flash with a Basalt Monolith untapped, they can't counter it. They can Remand it, they can Mana Leak it, they can miscalculate it. They can't counter it. I mean, they have Force of Will as a potential, but I'm not really worried about that. I'm going to tap the Monolith here to cast Flash. See what they think. All right, I'm going to put an Atraxa into play. And what do we got? So no Black Lotus, but I got artifact, instant, land, sorcery. So let's take instant and sorcery. Artifact, I guess Pearl and land. I think against them I'd actually rather have Fiery Islet over Mountain. And then I'm going to play the Fiery Islet, play the Pearl, and I'm just going to cast Through the Breach. And we'll see if this works out. Because if it does, I get to Emrakul them down to just a Fairy Mastermind, because what they should do is float the mana and then Fairy Mastermind after the Annihilator trigger resolves. But I'm fine. I think I can beat a Fairy Mastermind. Nah, looks like I can. All right, well, that was game one. That was pretty good. This deck does some cool stuff. Do I want Voice of Resurgence? Like, in general, that's a card I would want to side in against control decks, but I don't know how many counters they have yet. I could see taking out a land on the draw. I think this deck, I'm fine with the amount of lands it's playing in the main deck. I don't actually want to change that, but when I know I'm on the draw, I think I can go down one. Ooh, baby. This is a fast kill. I mean, it's not a guaranteed kill getting infinite mana and casting Time Twister, but it's pretty close. It's hard to miss on that. So here's the question. What do I do on turn one? I guess I don't have white on turn two if I crack the Lotus. So I think I'm going to do is go Island Go. Turn two, I'm going to play Fiery Islet and Pentad Prism. And then turn three, I'm going to try to go for Salvagers, mana, and all that. We'll see. We'll see what they do. Okay, Pentad Prism off blue-red. And if you counter it, you counter it. Sacking. My opponent really loves sacking Lotus Petal to make plays that really aren't worth sacking Lotus Petal for. I guess if they're stuck on lands here, they really want to draw. Well, they found an Ancestral. That's pretty good. But sacking Lotus Petal to Reprieve is kind of the reverse of what happened game one, and still, like, not a play I'd be happy to make, I'll say. So now, the Ancestral and didn't draw a land. I guess I'm going to go for it here. Let's see. I cast Auriok Salvagers. And if this gets countered, I can play a Pentad Prism and kind of go from there. If it doesn't, then we've got infinity mana. Okay. Get back Lotus. Play Lotus. Okay, add white. Get back Lotus. So the question is, what do I play first? I think what I do is I cast an Urza pretty soon, because that's just showing them a win condition, because Urza Salvagers Lotus is infinite Urza spin, so at some point I'll spin and hit Emrakul. Okay, sack this for blue, cast Urza. Okay, Salvagers Lotus. Lotus. And then I think once I spin Urza once, because I unfortunately don't have to Time Twister here. Once I spin Urza once, I think that'll probably do the trick. It's funny, the loop with Lion's Eye is actually a little faster when you have Urza in play, because you can tap the Lion's Eye for mana. Lion's Eye doesn't tap to sack, which is kind of funny, which means you can tap it to Urza and do that instead. All right, let's get back Lotus. Lotus. Tap this for blue. Urza. Hit Talisman. Lotus. I mean, I'm just gonna keep doing this, so I'll let my opponent decide how many loops they wanna see. I don't mind. I get to spin Urza a bunch. That's pretty fun. Oh, they figured it out. All right. Well, that's a quick 2-0. Let's see if we can speed run our way to a 3-0. Alrighty, time for game three, or round three. I am on the draw here, and excited to see my opening hand. You know, when you get to open well and your deck comes together nicely and you get sweet draws, like, it can be pretty fun to just like roll people in Magic. I will say that. What do we got here? Oh, this is a totally fine hand. we have turn 2 mana drain on the draw, which might not be good enough. If they go Mountain Swift Spear or something, then I'm not going to feel great about my chances. But then I get to cast Trinket Mage for Lotus, and I might be able to do something like Lotus, sack it for green, regrowth it, leaving a green floating, sack it for black, and then I have blue and white mana from my lands. Boom, Atraxa. That could be good. Ooh, tapped Overgrown Tomb. Is this the least scary turn 1 play in all of Cube? It's pretty close, right? Like, turn 1 tapped Overgrown Tomb. It's like, I don't have Duress, I don't have Thoughtseize, I don't have Birds of Paradise, and I'm playing 2 colors which are just not that interactive or fast. All right, well, now things are looking a little better for my opponent. Now they have a bunch of mana, they have a Mox. They're going to probably play something pretty decent here. All right, so it's funny. Normally I would be like, oh no, turn 2 Grist, but I don't think this deck cares that much about it. Oh, they milled a Thespian Stage. Nice. Their deck looks sweet. Oh, I drew Flash. Now we're really talking. Okay, so there's a pretty good chance I can win on my next turn. I mean, maybe that's overstating it, but if I mana drain something here and then untap, tap 1 island plus use a mana floating to cast Flash, and then flash in Atraxa with Trinket Mage for Lotus, it feels like there's a pretty decent chance. Oh, wow. Dark Depths, huh? Okay, I'll take 1. So the question now is, if they don't do anything, do I end of turn flash? I guess I probably do. The problem is, I have 5 cards in hand after that, and I would, let's say, draw 5, go to 10 cards, 11 cards. I might have to discard, but I'm not... The Thespian Stage getting milled means I'm not even scared of, like, a crop rotation win. I'm not scared. I think I'll just wait another turn. And then now I can still mana drain into Flash. And I think that they're not doing anything. And I don't really care that their Planeswalker's ticking up. So, Wasteland. You're really going to Wasteland my Sackland? I don't think so. I mean, maybe you are. If I tap out, almost assuredly they're going to. Like if I cast Flash end of turn. I don't mind that too much, especially since now I have to cast Flash because I don't have a land to play next turn. I mean, unless they cast something here, of course. Okay, I'll cast Flash then. Put Atraxa into play. And Atraxa, I didn't hit Black Lotus, but I hit Creature, Land, Instant, Artifact. So land, I think I take Flooded Strand. I could take Kinnan, Basalt Monolith. The awkward part is I don't have green yet, but I guess I can Trinket Mage for Lotus. An instant, do I want Remand or Through the Breach? I guess I want Remand here. So if I don't take Kinnan, you know what? Actually, the Salvager's plan is better. Why don't I just take Salvagers and Mox Jet? Yeah, that's got to be way better. Because then I can take Mox Jet instead of taking the Basalt Monolith. Okay, so now they didn't Wasteland my Fiery Islet. I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest. Flooded Strand. Crack this. I guess I'll get Plains. I don't actually want to get Scrubland here. And I'll cast Trinket Mage, targeting or tapping those, so now they can't Wasteland me. I mean, they can, but I don't care if they do. I still think they should have Wastelanded me after Flash resolved, but I'm going to get Black Lotus here. And I think I do play the Lotus. I have Regrowth if I really need to. And I have Mana Drain and Remand to help protect it. I just think having double counter up is probably better than not. All right, I will pass. Are they going to crack their Silent Clearing? No, they're going to Wasteland me. See, look, if they were going to Wasteland me, they really should have done it when I was tapped out. They just let me tap it for mana. Timing is everything. And, Magic's tricky. I have them pretty much locked out here because next turn I'm going to get infinite mana with Mana Drain backup and then cast... I don't even need to cast Time Twister. Actually, I'll regrowth Atraxa, cast Atraxa, and that'll probably find me a dub. Their deck looks sweet. From everything they've played, their deck actually looks pretty sweet. I draft decks like that a lot. maybe a little outmatched against the Lotus triple power deck with a bunch of infinite combos. All right, they mill a Terra Sunder. Ooh, that would have been a good one. And now, what are they going to cast here? Regrowth on Thespian Stage. Let's mana drain the Regrowth. I don't care if they know I have mana drain. I assume they're not going to attack here. Doesn't seem like it really accomplishes too much. All right, I drew the Basalt Monolith anyway. I get 2 mana off of that, and I can even remand a Swords to Plowshares here. I guess I can't remand Snuff Out. At least it doesn't really do much to remand Snuff Out, but I think that's okay. So I would like my 2 mana here. I think countering the Regrowth was fine. Maybe I didn't need to do it, but felt like having 2 mana up. I mean, I guess I don't even need the mana either. I don't know, whatever. I mean, maybe it was... Well, actually, no, it was good to mana drain it, because right now I don't have enough mana to cast and activate Salvagers with having a counterspell up, except that I got the 2 mana from mana drain, because the Razorverge Thicket is a tap land right now, which is definitely something to keep in mind. Okay, sack this for white. Cast Salvagers. Okay. Salvagers Lotus. Lotus, sack it for white. So now I get to Salvagers. Have to Salvagers a little bit here. Just keep the graveyard from moving around here. And then I'm going to Regrowth. Now I have enough mana that I can Regrowth Atroxa. And yeah, maybe that'll prompt a concession. Maybe not. I don't know. Regrowth Atroxa. Salvagers Lotus. All right, and a couple loops here, and then I'm going to cast Atroxa, and they get to go. It's reasonable of them to also wait to see what's in my deck before conceding here, but let's just Lotus a few times, and then I have to get black and blue mana because I have blue already for my islands. Sack for black. Get back Lotus again. Lotus and cast Atroxa. Atroxa, boom. Hit Urza and Bankbuster and land and breach. Sure, why not? Sack for white. Salvagers. Lotus, Salvagers, and I think my next play is probably Urza. Would be my guess. And then once I get Urza down, I can start spinning with Urza, and once I do that, maybe I'll hit an Emrakul. I was hoping to hit Emrakul off Atroxa, because that would have just made things a little bit easier, but this is okay. I can't cast Urza quite yet. Let's get to Lotus, sack for blue. Urza, Lord High Artificer. Get back Lotus. And we're about to start spinning with Urza here. I guess I haven't even played a land yet. Not that I need a land for any particular reason. I was just remarking. I guess this is turn 5. Okay. Okay, let's spin Urza. Dismember, sure, we'll dismember an insect, why not? Salvagers Lotus. Okay, they had enough. Good. All right, so playing against green-black. I think I'll just not even side out the land for anything. It doesn't feel like I saw anything that would warrant it. I think we are good to go. They can side in their cards that are good against my good cards, but there's just not that much you can do. Like, what card could they have in their sideboard that they would want? Oh, this is close to a turn 1 kill. Well, even with Salvagers, it's not a turn 1 kill, because if you use Lion's Eye, you discard your hand. But obviously, I'm not going to mulligan this hand, and I have Library, so this hand is just great. Hand's great, deck's great. So Opponent rolled a 6. And they played a Shell Dock. So what is... Not that I need anything, because this hand is obviously just like, I'm not asking for more. I'm just curious, what would be the best draw? I guess if I drew... hold on, let me think. So they're playing black. So that makes me want to play the Lotus. But they're also playing green, which makes me want to hold the Lotus. They have like Terra Sunder. Let's just pass. It's always a debate. If they're blue-black, play your Lotuses when they're, as fast as possible. If they're green-white, keep them in hand. But they don't have green mana here. I thought this would be a Thalia. That would have been a 6 sideboard card. Oh, there's the Salvagers. So I can't actually win this turn. Because I can play Salvagers, I can get infinite mana, but I have to discard my hand to do it. So I think what I'm going to do is play Lion's Eye and then pass. And then next turn, I should have a turn 3 kill if I find a land. I could have played Lotus to have Remand up, but I think I would rather not expose the Lotus and just go for the turn 3 here. It's not like I need to do it any other particular way. And then I have the Urza, so it's just obviously an instant win once the Salvagers get going. If I drew Chromatic Star this turn, I would have gone for it, because then I'd just win with Salvagers Chromatic Star. But this works. Oh man, are they going to Prismatic Ending my Lion's Eye? That would be so sick, because I can't sack it. Or are they just going to kill it like the old-fashioned way? We'll see. They have green and black mana now, but I suspect it's going to be pretty difficult for them to win this game. Okay, another Talisman. And pass. Let's draw. Okay, I drew the land. Lotus. Yeah, I'm going to cast Salvagers here. I'm going to go for it. And they're done. And they are done. That was the fastest concede I've seen. I got to take a look at that deck, though. That deck was just absurd. So this deck, I mean, besides the fact that it had Black Lotus, Mox Jet, Mox Pearl, and Lion's Eye. Lion's Eye is a powerful card in its own right. It had so many combos. I haven't actually drafted a deck quite like this before. So let's just count the combos, because I can't move cards around at this point. That's fine. We have Zerda and Kinnan plus Basalt Monolith. Infinite mana combo, kind of number 1 and 2, because it always takes Basalt, but I have 2 pieces that can join with it. Then we have Auriok Salvagers plus Black Lotus for infinite mana and cast whatever you want and win. Did that. Or Lion's Eye for infinite mana, but you have to discard your hand, which still wins off Chromatic Star or Urza in play, or if you have like a Jar in play or something, right? Or if you get infinite mana and you can activate Kinnan a bunch of times. That also that does the trick, because if you have a Kinnan in play, Lion's Eye still gets mana infinite of any color, and then, you can't get Urza, but you can activate it until you hit a Troxa. At that point, you should probably win. It also has Flash Atroxa, just the one thing to flash in, but that's fine. Or Through the Breach plus Atroxa or Emrakul. Emrakul is also the cleanest win condition with infinite mana. Urza just generally provides mana and is an infinite mana sink. And then it has Time Twister and Memory Jar as ways to, once you're doing all this stuff, just draw a ton of cards. Oh, what a beautiful deck. Obviously, had to open really well to have it happen, but also drafted a pretty sweet deck. It came together really nicely. This deck was really fun to play, as you no doubt saw. Well, I can't top that, so that'll do it for today. We don't need any more action. But good news. Tomorrow, there will be more action. Got a new draft coming up tomorrow. So, as always, I appreciate you watching as I try to assemble infinite mana one way or the other. Alrighty, we've got a 3-on-3 challenge here. It's myself, Max Smith, and Tom Martell battling against Jesse Slacks. We got Nate the Max Slayer here, and Luis Salvado, and I've opened a Soul Ring. This is really interesting. Let's see how this pack's going to play out. I'm going to take Soul Ring. Slacks is going to take Ragavan, and Mac is going to take Solitude, and then Nate takes Fiery Confluence, and then Martell takes like Life Death or something. And then Salvado probably takes Currency Converter, and I get back maybe a Cryptic Coat. Alternately, Slacks could take Solitude and then pass the 2 red cards, but that's pretty good for my team. So I'm going to put Slacks on being red here and Mac on playing white, but we'll see. This is a much weaker pack. I was going to try to cut a red card, but there aren't any here. There's like a Stomping Ground. Best cards in the pack are like Spellseeker if you get something good to get with it. An Elspeth, but I'm not taking that. Nissa, Krasis. Pretty. This is definitely not what I wanted to take after first picking Sol Ring, but let's see. As long as I pass Elspeth and touch the Spirit Realm, I don't mind. I guess I could take Nissa. Nissa's pretty good with Sol Ring. I don't mind drafting green, though drafting green behind Salvato is like a little bit less enticing. I don't think taking Spellseeker here really is great, but you know what? I'll try taking Spellseeker. It's got decent outs. Then there's a Mox. So Tom must have passed a double Mox pack. And I'm passing a Parallax Wave, which I guess I don't mind. Okay. Well, now I'm definitely onto a pretty good ramp start. Passing Reprieve, Mother Runes, Parallax Wave, Ketria, Triumph, Breeding Pool. All right. And I mean, the Nissa would have been good, but I actually don't mind Spellseeker here either. And probably just take Bloodstained Mire. Like, I could easily be Artifacts deck. I could just be a green ramp deck. I'm just going to take the red fetch, pass Jesse's choice of Steam Vents or Badlands. People get a bunch of lands here. And then there's Sylvan Caryatid and Bitter Triumph. And I also could have just taken Thassa's Oracle out of that other pack, but that didn't seem great either. Oh, Chain Lightning. I like that with Spellseeker, and it's the best card, and I get to cut a red card from Jesse, who could still take like a Stormseeker or Robber of the Rich, but they're so much worse. Don't mind passing Imperial Seal. There is a world where Slacks takes Life Death second, but it's not very likely. Ragavan is just so good. There's Revoker, so Imperial Seal is probably going to be gone. Probably Stormseeker. Probably Soul Guide Lantern. I'll get some artifact back there if I really want it. I mean, I could also just be red-green beats or something here. I don't even know. I've got quite the start here. Now there's a Mishra's Research Desk, a K command. Raugrin Triome is kind of nice with Bloodstained Mire and Spellseeker. Maybe I'll just do that. I'll let Jesse have a K command, and then I'll wheel maybe an Infiltrator or Research Desk. I don't mind Arc. I don't think I need Arc Trail here. Yeah, I actually like Raugrin Triome in this spot. And then pass 1, 2, 3. So there's Arc Trail, Infiltrator, Desk, Queller, Dress Down, K Command, plus Mana Confluence. I'm clearly going to get something back out of this pack. And this sets me up to take Spell Queller or Dress Down if it comes back, or Research Desk. K Command's probably not coming back, so I don't really care about that. Or Infiltrator. Like, all those cards seem like they could be good. I also have a good setup for Domain here. All right, so Cryptic Code and Life Death came back. I do like the Cryptic Code still. It's good with all this acceleration, too. Don't mind passing the Life Death. There's also a Malevolent Hermit, a Hedge Maze, a Bonehorde Dracosaur, but I'm a pretty big Cryptic Coat fan. And we'll see what's next. Cast Into the Fire versus Generosent. There's also a Krasis and a Briarbridge Tracker. I could just hate Cast Into the Fire. Well, I'd say hate, but also I would put the card in my deck. And one of these green 3-drops might come back, and I don't care about passing a Touch the Spirit Realm or these other green cards. All right, that actually seems pretty reasonable to me. And then next, I mean, it's another card for Spellseeker to get too, which is not crazy. And what are we looking for out of the next couple packs? I guess we'll see. Salvato's about to pass us one. These have been some juiced packs. I mean, opening on Sol Ring Mox is pretty nice. Oh, Sensei's Top is awesome with all this start. There's also Leovold, but I don't really want to take that. There's also Ketria Triome or Breeding Pool. I think Fetchland plus Spellseeker as shuffles makes me really want top. It's also good with Sol Ring and Mox. And it's actually kind of good with Cryptic Coat. You get to decide what to exile. Passing, so the 2 good lands, Leovold, Unmarked Grave. Okay, now there's a Badlands. I guess I'll just take the Badlands here. I think that's better than Proving Ground, because I already have 1 tap land. You don't want that many tap lands. And, oh, Soul Guide came back? Yeah, I'll take a Soul Guide. I think I'll take that over Revoker. I just really like having access to against Reanimator. And then this looks like a nice Mishra's Research Desk deck. Just, it's another card that's good if you draw any of your accelerants. And then I don't care about Crucible, but I would definitely play Malevolent Hermit. And Cursed Scroll versus Unruly Krasis. Let's just take the Krasis. I think Cursed Scroll, I'm probably going to cut it from the cube soon. Krasis is kind of a beating, and this deck could morph into something that could utilize that. Well, a pretty open pack one. I have a bunch of artifacts. I have 3 red lands, and I've got like 3 blue cards. So I'm like blue-red, but I've also got a Badlands for black, plus that Mire. Last pick, Misty. All right. Can I open just a little power? Ooh, the One Ring. That's nice. Yeah, One Ring's great with Soul Ring. All right. Take the One Ring, pass Salvato a Time Spiral. He's always into that sort of thing. And a Saheeli. So Itali, Time Spiral, Saheeli, Sentinel probably go. And then maybe Embereth Shieldbreaker, Sunfall, or one of the white-green cards. All right, well, I mean, it's a pretty easy ring for me. Oh, Persist. Persist probably goes. So, I mean, it's possible Saheeli comes back, though I don't think that's, like, super likely. And I feel pretty good about this start. I mean, kind of hard not to, right? Let's see. A bunch of 1s, 2s, and 4. All right, Lutri versus Mana Leak. I mean, this is a kind of nice Lutri deck, but I think I'd still take Mana Leak. Mana Leak is so good. Just having a way to just unconditionally stop their spell, and this deck's got a lot of gas in it. All right, I'll pass a Lutri to Salvato and a Snuff Out. And Lutri, Snuff Out, Zagoth, Triumph, Blood Crypt, all probably go. And then maybe one of the lands or a Sail into the West, or maybe a Battle Wall, I don't know. But I'll just take the Mana Leak. This pack has a Retrofitter, which looks really nice in this deck. Also, it means if I ever see an Academy, I just get to win the game. You know, not that I'm going to get past Academy. I 9-0'd yesterday with Academy in my deck. And, well, 2 of the 3 decks. So I don't think I'm going to get past one of those very often. But I will take Retrofitter here over Shelldock. Pass like a Deluge, Goryo's Vengeance, Portal, Tidebinder is a relevant one. All right. And followed up with this pack doesn't have anything I really want. I could take Ignoble because it's the best card. I don't think I want to take Dreadhorde. I just have a Chain Lightning. I mean, I could definitely play Ignoble in this deck. And I don't mind passing an Ignoble. Not seeing a lot of white, which I don't think Slacks went into white. Maybe he did. Maybe he tried to cut Mac. But passing a bunch of mediocre green cards. There's also a Name Sticker Goblin, but I don't think I want to take that. I think I'll just take the Ignoble. Maybe we'll end up there. Okay, that's a late Battle Rager. I could take Teferi. I have a Raugrin Triumph. I could take Displacer Kitten. It's pretty good with Cryptic Coat. It's pretty good with Spellseeker. It's okay with One Ring. You don't get protection again, but it does let you reset it. And I just have a lot of the cheap cards that are good with it. Alternatively, I don't think I want to take Witness. I could take a Sword of the Meek for spec purposes. I don't think I want to take Battle Rager or Dark Confidant or Sculler. I'll just let those pass by. I don't know about Teferi. Teferi is good, but I have a lot of stuff to spend mana on. I actually think I'm just going to take Sword. No, I'll take the Kitten. I don't know. That's close. Kitten versus Teferi. This just does seem like a pretty good Kitten deck. I still have the Badlands. I guess I could have taken Vicious Battle Rager maybe. Maybe I should have just done that. I don't know. And this pack has Gaia's Cradle and Fire Covenant. Is Salvato playing Black-Red? I kind of don't think so. I think I'm going to take Cradle to go with Retrofitter or like just my small green things. I don't mind passing a Stern Scolding. My mana seems pretty good. Oh, then there's Saheeli. This looks like a great Saheeli deck. Wow, I'm really glad I took the Cradle. Okay, and the Kitten's actually feeling pretty good here too. Take Saheeli, pass a bunch of nonsense. This pack has Zagoth Triumph, which I can fetch with Mire. I could take Blood Crypt, but that doesn't do much for me. Bayou, I think does... Oh, Bayou makes Mire get untapped green. That actually I think is more important with Ignoble in deck. So I think I take the Bayou here. And then there's a Botanical Sanctum as well. But this is kind of like taking... green. It's kind of like taking an extra green source out of this. I don't know. Botanical Sanctum versus Bayou there is pretty close. I don't even know which one's more likely to wheel. This pack's all solid cards, too. All right, so this Bloodstained Mire, here, I'm going to move these things over a little. I don't think I want Cast into the Fire in the main deck, but I'm glad I took it. Bloodstained Mire can get all the black-green lands, but it can also get blue. I also now have a bunch of sources of black for free if that comes up. Oh, this actually looks like a tough cookie deck, especially with Cradle and everything. I'll pass a Deluge, I'll pass a Portal, I'll pass a Bazaar. That's all fine. Titania versus Uro. Oh, this could be a Tireless Tracker deck. Yeah, make a bunch of clues. All right, let's get an Urza Academy. This would be such a sick Academy deck. Bob and Scholar and Elish Norn and Smashing. I guess I'll just take Sword because we haven't seen Thopter Foundry yet. And then here I'll take Rex Sage and sideboard it maybe. Okay, so looking for Academy more than I think any other card that isn't like literal power. The Spellseeker hasn't really worked out. I was just trying to manifest a Time Walk in pack 3. And I think the Kitten looks pretty good. I guess I'll take Firestorm over the 2 black cards here. I don't know. Maybe there's matchups I want it. I don't really care about either of those things. I guess Urborg makes Gaia's Cradle less of a gamble, but I still am not really that excited about it. And then we get one more pack here. Oh, Botanical Sanctum came back. Excellent. I will take that over Mere Battlesphere. I think that's pretty easy. And then Oath of Druids that no one appears to want. Okay. Pack 3 time. Oh, there's Urza. Okay. It's no Academy, but it's actually not much worse, if even really. I mean, I'm not complaining about an Urza because now my Saheeli and my Tough Cookie and my Cradle and my Kitten all get to go off. Passing Tameo, True Name, Subtlety, Flooded Strand, Grist, Underground Sea. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. I'll get something back here. Slamming an Urza. And the one time Salvado just decides, you know what? I could pass him a Tolarian Academy. I don't need to hate this Tolarian Academy. Let's see. All right, the Spellseeker is currently not in. And I think I will be happy to play this Chain Lightning on the splash. All right. Oh man, there's Grief, Exhume, and Archon here. I don't like passing the Archon, but there's 3 different Reanimator cards here. I think I'm just going to take the Preordain. Kind of a bad pack for us, I will say. It's Ruby. What is going on? All right, it looks like Martel also opened a double power pack and just passed both or something. I'll take Mox Ruby then. Pest Infestation I don't like passing, but passing Teferi, Pest Infestation, Lelia, Spell Pierce. Also, I'll get a blue-green land back or Mishra's Bauble or something. All right, I guess I'll take the Mox. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting past Academy. There's no universe where that happens. Not that I really need it. This deck is just... This is a 3-on-3, and I have 3 pieces of power. I mean, I opened one of them, but... Still, all right. Well, I got to take Thieving Skydiver. It's the nuts against me. And Trop would be nice, but if it doesn't come back, it doesn't come back. That's fine. Also, everyone else apparently has Moxes, so easy Skydiver here. And, oh, I could just Bolt here. Bolt's an awesome card. I don't really want to pass it. I don't need a Lotus Petal here. I think I will just Bolt. And, yeah, I've got some acceleration. I got a bunch of bolts. I've got a Soul Guide Lantern that's going to be good. I mean, I still get to play a few more cards here. I might play Rex Sage or Cast into the Fire. I don't know. One more pick for Thopter Foundry. That would be a kind of sick and late gift to use this black mana for. Ooh, let's go Thopter Foundry. I could get that 6th pick. It's pretty hard because someone at the table is going to want to hate it because they don't know where the Sword of the Meek went. But you never know. You know? Like, Salvado might see this Thopter and be like, you know, I passed the sword the other direction, so what are the odds? Let's see. Though I guess you can then do the math and realize, oh, I'm the only one who hasn't seen this pack yet, and no one else took the Thopter, but... So, yeah, let's just say it's unlikely, even if it were to be in that pack. I don't think I'll get Spire Bluff back out of this pack, or Lotus Petal. But maybe I'd get... No, Ren and 6 isn't even good. Whatever. Okay, here... Nah, not an exciting pack. I don't really even need the Seed of the Synod for any particular reason. Like, it's okay with Urza because it makes the Golem one bigger, or the construct. And I guess it makes my Tough Cookie get a target, but I think I'd rather just take a Bone Crusher here. This Badlands and this Bayou do, or the Bayou does something for me. The Badlands really doesn't. Okay. See, I'm going to wait on some wheels now, but we've got a deck. I mean, this is 17 lands plus the 3 artifacts, so I need a couple more spells. But first of all, I could play Spellseeker as a way to get bolts. Okay, Tamiyo came back, so did True Name, so did Subtlety. There's also Grist. Oh, you know what? This deck could actually play Grist, and I think Grist is really good. I think it's better than Subtlety because this deck's really fast and has some good answers to creatures. So I think I'd rather just play Grist and just try to land one of those. Grist is especially good with Gaia's Cradle too. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm going to get 3 of these cards back. Like I'll probably get something back I can use. Bone Shards, Exhume, and Grief all tabled. Don't like that. Ugh, okay. I mean, I guess I take the Grief is probably the best card. I don't really want to play any of these cards. I could also just take Gilded Goose. Gilded Goose would be good in this deck. Let's just do that. I don't really know which one of those I want to hate. Oh, I definitely want Spell Pierce here. I like the land and all that, but I want to be able to beat combo decks to some degree. Okay. Now we're at 14 land plus the 3 artifacts, but I'll probably want to play like one more land. So I probably want to cut like a card here. Don't care much about Pyrokinesis. I mean, I could take it. I could also take this Outland Liberator, though I'll just take the Pyrokinesis. I have a bunch of anti-artifact cards. Oh, Spire Bluff came back. Sure, I'll pass Vendilion Click for that. And then Brawler came back. You know, Brawler could just be a 5/3 in this deck. I have Bayou, Raugrin Triumph, that's the combo, and I have a fetch. And I could play this Badlands. Or I could just play a Seat of the Synod. I'd probably rather just play Seat of the Synod, I think. Okay, Tamiyo, Exploration, and True Name came back. I mean, this looks like an actual good True Name deck. Do I have Tamiyo, Displacer Kitten? Let's just take Tamiyo. I feel like... All right, I'll hit the Bone Shards, I guess. Oh, yeah, Mindstone last? What a wild draft. All right, let's go to deck building and try to figure out what happened here. All right, what a deck. Ended up playing 15 land plus the 3 artifacts. I feel like I've got so many mana sinks with like Tamiyo, One Ring, Urza, Kitten can be a lot of action, Tireless Tracker, Cryptic Code, all that. Bone Crusher was my last cut, and definitely maining the Soul Guide. So Slacks is like mono white. He apparently took Solitude into Parallax Wave, so I don't mind passing the Reanimator stuff through him, but then it got through Mac also. But this was a wild draft. So Martel opened 2 power twice, shipped them both, but also Salvato passing the other direction opened 2 power. So Tom has Mana Crypt Ancestral, and Salvato has 3 pieces of power, and I have 3 pieces of power. So it's going to be a wild one. And this is what I've got. Let's take a look at Tom and Mac's decks. Mac is on a pretty fair, like, red-green splash deck with Minsc & Boo, Caves of Chaos Adventure, an Elvish Spirit Guide that's pulling a lot of weight, Exploration, Territorial, Kavu, and Brawler. I'm glad I floated those. Got the Ragavan, Firebolt, Arc Trail, Tribal Flames, Namesticker Goblin's nice here, Bonehorde Dracosaur, and got the Pest Infestation, which is very nice for me. Tom is Mana Crypt Ancestral as promised, a bunch of Elves, Skull Clamp, and a bunch of big drops. This is a really good Mana Crypt deck with like Undermount Adventure, Ulvenwald Oddity, Feywild Caretaker, all this stuff. So this is going to be a nice battle. We got a lot of power floating around. Let's see how that goes. All right, time for round 1. Let's go power. Yeah, that's some power. All right. What do we do in turn 1 here? I guess I can't play turn 1 Krasis. So let's just go turn 1 Preordain. See what we hit. And we'll kind of go from there. Let's rack up some spells, shall we? Salvato has Mox Sapphire, Mox Jet, and another piece of power. We don't know what it is. It has to be either Time Walk or Lotus because he passed Ancestral for it. But we'll see. All right, Bolt and Ignoble. I'm going to put Bolt on the bottom. I'll put Ignoble on the bottom. I can do better, I think. Well, maybe not. Mox and Soul Ring. past the turn. I'm just trying to look for something like Urza, Retrofitter, anything like that. All right, hope it's Duress, not Thoughtseize. Oh, Embereth Shieldbreaker on my Soul Ring. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I prefer that wasn't the case, but I still get to play my Krasis on 2 here. I guess I'll play the island here. All right, let's draw. I preordained 2 to the bottom and then drew land. So I did preordain 2 spells to the bottom, but they weren't particularly good spells. Killing the Soul Ring does stop me from leveling up the Krasis here, which I don't like, but I'm just going to draw Urza. Oh, Flame Slash? No. Big of Destiny? Okay. Unexpected, but all right. And another land. Cool. Let's go cycle. If I draw 1 drop, I'll play it, you know. Okay, not land. That is basically all I ask. I could have cycled and left red up in case I drew the Chain Lightning, but this way I could also play a Gilded Goose. So, okay, Tough Cookie is not terrible. Would have been really good if I had just drawn that for my turn, but also Unruly Krasis is pretty good. If he doesn't have an answer for it, it's going to be a pretty fast clock. Next turn I can go Tough Cookie, Cradle, attack with Emerald plus Krasis here. So he's ascending with the figure or not. Thing is, if he leaves, he can't make the figure large. I don't think it really matters. Like, he's not going to chump here. So I guess the reason not to attack would be that you could play Embereth Shieldbreaker and threaten a double block plus pump the figure. Yeah, that doesn't sound too legit, but we'll see. Okay, I guess I'll take 1 here, maybe 2. Yeah, just 1. And I still got plenty of cards. Gemstone Mine, Lotus Petal, okay. Guess we could have made figure a 4/4. Into, what is this? I don't like this. Whatever this is, I'm not going to like it. Fractured Identity on the Krasis. Ugh, okay. Draw. Cryptic Code is at least good. I guess I'll just keep the Cradle as my top card here. Cryptic Coat. Oh, Displacer Kitten's kind of interesting. There's definitely... needed that not to be Fractured Identity. That was such a big swing. There's definitely times when I could use Displacer Kitten here, flip it and use it. I don't know what I have to draw exactly. Why is Figure of Destiny in this deck? That's what I want to know. I mean, drawing Chain Lightning would be fine. The Krasis is pretty annoying. If I draw a cheap spell, I can like flip the Displacer Kitten and then Displacer the Cryptic Coat, which is kind of nice. If Nathan has a land, which he could have played any land last turn because the Petal provides white for identity, so Gemstone Mine was clearly his only untapped land. If he has a land, levels up Krasis, he could attack for 14. I go to 5, and then on my turn, I would kill him, actually. I would go Cradle and be able to turn both of my my food and my mocks into things. So I really hope he goes for it, because right now it looks like I can deal 9. But he doesn't know about the Cradle, and 1 land was not enough to flip it. So actually it wouldn't be bad it'd be really nice if he went for it here. Alternatively, he could attack me for 8 down to 11 and then play something. And that could be a little tougher for me. All right, I guess he's going to attack for 8 here. I could double block the Krasis and take 4. I don't think that's the play I want to make, because this doesn't give trample. So if I leave back 1 blocker for whatever he pumps, then that could still be fine for me. Okay. Nada. Let's see. I could make the mocks into something large. I could power up the mocks, attack for 7. He goes to 6. Then if he powers up the Crisis and attacks back. I can block and sack the food, so that actually seems fine. So let's go Tough Cookie on the Mox. If he has anything, I'm basically dead, but... And then attack with these two. Okay, he chumps, goes to 10. And then Cradle, go. Oh, he had a play, a Samwise end of turn. Oh no. I don't really know what this deck is that I'm playing against, but he's getting me here. It's not going great. I am gonna be forced to block the figure. He's gonna blow up my Tough Cookie. I guess I just have to make the food token into a creature. This is going to be really hard to win this game. I could also gain 3, go to 14, and if he has a land, I just die. So no, let's make the food token into a creature. If there's anything involving Displacer Kitten, that would be kind of neat, but I don't think there is, given the cost it takes to flip it up. Yeah, it turns out not having the Soul Ring did add up, though mostly it was the Fractured Identity. So we're flipping or pumping Crisis here. Attacking, and if I find an answer for Crisis, I guess I could potentially live. I'll go to 2. Yeah, I can't really even though. Okay, Grist. That was an answer for Crisis. Let's see, if I flip Cradle... Wow, we're actually like really close. Flip Cat, Blink, the Cryptic Coat, Grist -2, sack the cat, I'll have a blocker, no. All right, down a game here, unfortunate. All right, so sideboarding, I'm probably not going to put too much in. Oh, except I will put in Misdirection against Fracture Identity. It also could move the Embereth Shieldbreaker, and I guess I'll take out Soul Guide for now. And then maybe I want Malevolent Hermit against that as well. I'll keep in the Thieving Skydiver. I just kind of want blue cards for Misty as well. Spell Pierce seems fine. Do I want Tameo? Tameo seems okay still. I mean, Fracture Identity is just going to be good against me regardless. Don't think I want Rex Sage. Don't think I want Cast into the Fire. The Bone Crusher, he's got a bunch of weird... I don't really know what his deck's doing. He's got a bunch of weird little creatures. He's got Fiery Confluence in his deck too, something to keep in mind. Another reason that Malevolent Hermit I think is kind of nice. This makes me want to take out... Do I want to take out Chain Lightning? I mean, it kills Figure of Destiny. Don't even know how good that is. I could take out Tameo or Kitten. I could take out the Skydiver. I mean, he has a Talisman. All right, let's try taking out Skydiver. I think that's actually fine. Go to game 2 here. All right, I'm on the play, and all right, I'll keep this hand. This is a turn 2 Crisis, turn 1 top, and have Spell Pierce up. So I like that. And into turn 2 Crisis, maybe turn 3 Tameo. I don't even know if I'd be playing that or not. Let's see how this goes. All right, you mold the 6, land, Mox, top, go, spin top end of turn, assuming I don't have to cast Spell Pierce. If he plays Embereth Shieldbreaker, which does not look like he's going to, I guess I will get to spin the top, and that's fine. I'll save the Spell Pierce for like a Fracture Identity or something a little bit juicier. Oh, top Tameo. That's a nice combination. I haven't really processed that till just now, but it means that, first of all, I could just flip the top and name top, but also I can just, Vicious Bauble, sure, I'm not Spell Piercing that. I could also just use the top to know my top 3 and just name a card that's in the top 3. Urza? I like Urza. Which one is he gonna flip, or when's he gonna bobble? I think he's gonna bobble now. So I think I'll do it like this. Nope, he didn't bobble now. Well, he's gonna get to know that I have Urza. Oh, he is bobbling, so he sees an island. Okay, good. Forest. Play a Krasis. Oh, Krasis plus Construct? If you Krasis a Construct, it just becomes 4/4 plus 1 for each artifact you control. Be like a 7/7 on this board. Be pretty nice. Okay, does he have like a mana drain or something? I guess I'll attack first and see. I mean, I think I'm just going to play the Urza here. It just lets me keep up Spell Pierce if it resolves. No, okay. I don't even get to Tameo it back. Top card's Bayou. Okay, no plays there either. Land. Definitely not pumping the Krasis. I'm just going to attack for 4. I'm going to play Tameo. And I think I'm just going to plus Tameo and name something. Because I don't really want to spin the top here. Okay. +1. What do I want to name? Chill. I want to name probably the One Ring. Displacer Kitten? I mean, Displacer Kitten seems like a pretty decent name. No, I'll name the One Ring. And I milled a bunch of stuff that I wasn't going to name. All right. So I did cost myself pretty big there by not tapping out, but there's nothing I can do about that. Okay, I have to leave up Spell Pierce. And hope he doesn't have Daze. Okay, he did not. So now I think upkeep I'm going to Tameo. I could also, or upkeep I'm going to top. I could also Tameo back Tough Cookie, but it kind of feels like just going upkeep top. Basically get 2 draws here. Oh, and there's Displacer Kitten. Okay, I don't have the mana for that, but that sounds pretty excellent still. Draw Displacer Kitten. There's a Mishra's Research Desk there as well. I do have to worry about Fiery Confluence, but I don't have to worry that much because I've got this Krasis here. So let's see. Let's go +1. I'm just going to name Grist because I know it's there. Grist, the Hunger Tide, milling, a bunch of nonsense, and then I'm going to play Displacer Kitten. Pass the turn here. And not really sure what he's doing. Nope. All right, got game 2. Okay, going to game 3. Yeah, I don't think it just didn't make me want Thieving Skydiver or Cast into the Fire or anything like that. I guess I could put in like Bone Crusher. He's got some small creatures. Definitely like the Malevolent Hermit. I mean, it feels like if I just draw a Retrofitter, I'm going to be in pretty good shape. All right, let's go. I've got to Mox my opening hand each time. Let's see if we can continue that trend. No Mox, but this hand is very good, so I will keep. And if I draw Soul Ring, all bets are off. Okay. Turn 1, Gilded Goose. Your turn. Oh, you even get to make food with Tough Cookie. Oh, Swords the Gilded Goose. Jeez, that's aggressive. Okay. Mox, 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 Mox. Oh, there's the Soul Ring. All right. Soul Ring. Tough Cookie. Retrofitter. Your turn. Tough Cookie looking great here. Gaia's Cradle would be great. Honestly, a land is just fine. Like, I probably win if I draw a land. I just need to keep up Spell Pierce, because if I draw a land, I can play the One Ring and keep up Spell Pierce for Fracture Identity, which is like the main thing I'm concerned about. If I don't draw a land, I kind of feel like I just Retrofitter, but it will depend on what spell I draw. If I draw like an Ignoble, I'll just go Ignoble, attack for 3, use Retrofitter, that sort of thing. It also depends. If he doesn't play a land here, which he led on Vantage Plains, so he might not have more lands. And let's see. Nathan's tanking here. I mean, he might not have just played his land. He just is deciding which land to play. But we'll see. He might have a way to kill something. And I mean, if you could kill something, you'd kill Sol Ring. So I guess if he has Embereth Shieldbreaker this turn, that would be pretty annoying. But if he does, he does. And I'll regroup from there. We'll see. Land. Oh no, does he have Fiery Confluence? Oh, he has Dak. Steal the Tough Cookie. Okay, didn't steal the Sol Ring. Okay, I guess I like that. Now I think I am just going to One Ring and then hope to draw an island here. Let's go island. No, that wasn't a land. If he has Fracture Identity here, things get rough. But if he doesn't, I'm in great shape. Dak is really good against me, I will say that. He has Dak and Embereth Shieldbreaker. Dak is a lot scarier. Not drawing a land there was a beating, because when I have One Ring, if the One Ring lives, I'm going to draw a land. I'm going to never miss another land drop. Also, just like, if the One Ring doesn't live, drawing a land would have been nice too. So let's see what Dak finds here. All right, discarding Rodda's Firebrand and Shatterskull Smashing. I mean, those aren't like that good, so I guess my Sol Ring's going to get blown up here. Oh, we're cycling Oliphant? Maybe not. If Sol Ring lives through this turn, I feel pretty good about things, but I don't know how likely that is. In fact, I would imagine it's not that likely. Oh, Flicker Wisp. Flicker the Plains to keep up No More Lies? Okay, we got a game here. I mean, there's a Dak. The Dak in play is not ideal. Okay, let's draw. Okay, Bolt. Oh, and Spire Bluff for untapped land. Ruby. And I don't want to play Saheeli here because I want to play Malevolent Hermit first to protect myself against things. If he's going to No More Lies it, then I guess I'll allow that. And I guess, yeah, I can't, yeah, I have to do this now. Bolt the deck now. So he could use No More Lies. So here's the question. Does he use No More Lies in order to make me burn Hermit activation? Or actually, I would just pay. If he does, then he might have Fractured. But if he doesn't do that, then I know he's got No More Lies in hand, which isn't a big concern for me. And I get to just make a Retrofitter token, I think is what I'll do. All right, I actually feel pretty good about this now. The Flicker Wisp was not the end of the world, and drawing Lightning Bolt was massive. Okay, well, in that case, I'll pay. All right, well, looks like he's going to get to land Fractured if he's got it. And then, let's see. If he doesn't have Fracture, though, I really like my spot. Teferi Time Raveler? Sure. Bounce my Hermit. Attack me down to 14. Then I go to 12 off the ring. I have a bunch of food tokens in play, though. All right. Now I feel like we're doing fine. Mother of Runes. I don't really care too much about that either. Okay. We should be pretty much smooth sailing from here, is my guess. It's his last card. Oh, we got to make sure he can make Tough Cookie do some things there. All right, let's just draw. If I find Urza, well, I would have rather found Urza, but Cradle's also pretty good. Saheeli, Research Desk, make a token. I might not play Cradle this turn, though. I'm at 12. I kind of want to get a Hermit in play. Makes a servo. So I can make a flyer off of that servo, which is pretty nice. So I want to leave the mana up for that. So the question now is, do I play Hermit or not? I think I don't. I think I want to leave up Spell Pierce. So I think I just play Island. And then pass, and then I can make a flyer to block the Flicker Wisp. I threaten to make 2 things. And crack a food. Oh, I can't leave up Spell Pierce because of Teferi. Do I just play the Hermit then? I think so. And do I leave up blue mana or not? I think I do. I think I'm just going to play Hermit because I could have played Cradle, but I don't think the extra mana matters that much for me. So I think I'd rather just give myself the most odds here. I could also -2 Saheeli to kill Teferi, but I don't have very much that Teferi stops, just the Spell Pierce. So I'd rather do this. I think I'm just going to give him one more turn to play Fractured, I guess. Okay, he's playing something pre-combat. Oh, is he going to Lotus Petal? Oh, this is fine. Yep, make that a 4. You can give it Pro Blue if he wants. Okay, sack a servo. Make a 1/1 flyer. So if he wants to Pro Blue, he could. Both attacking me. I think I just block. Oh no, I guess he's just going to use Mother of Runes, so I'll just chump. You can't use Mother of Runes to save the Thopter. I take 2 down to 10. Teferi gets to tick up. I take 3 down to 7. He played a Meticulous Archive and milled a card. Great. Okay, now I think we're good. All right, let's draw with the One Ring here. Tameo and Mana Leak. Kind of missed here, but I still think I have some decent outs. I'm at 7. I don't really want the One Ring anymore. What I could do is I turn a food into the One Ring, keep the food, and then I have so much gas going on here, so I'm going to turn food into the One Ring. Choose this One Ring to keep. Draw a card off this One Ring as well. Urza kind of ends the game. Still nothing, huh? Sack the Research Desk. Ignoble Hierarch, Tireless Tracker. I guess I'd rather Tracker. I was hoping for something to trigger Saheeli. Wow, this is kind of wild. Okay, yeah, no, I gotta take the Tracker here. And then I haven't played a land yet, so let's go Tireless Tracker. I could flashback Malevolent Hermit. I guess I do that. And then play Cradle. And get a clue and then pass the turn. All right, I drew really badly off that turn, but I feel like I'm in pretty good shape. Also, one thing that's nice is I don't have a One Ring in play, so Fracture Identity is not as bad as it would have been in prior turns. He can Fractured Retrofitter, and that is annoying, but it would definitely not be the end of the world. You draw a good one. I'm at 7. I think I just go to 5 if the Tough Cookie attacks me. I don't really need to. Oh no, I can block with the Tireless Tracker and crack the clue. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Could give the Tough Cookie Pro Green an attack main, in which case I'd probably take it, though. Because, yeah, even if he has Fiery Confluence, No, I would just block. If he gives it programmed attack, I'd block with Benevolent Geist. All right. I don't want to... He has instant speed Fiery Confluence up. I got to respect that. Okay, block. I mean, I guess I just cracked the clue to draw a card, I think. Because I'm about to lose a creature here, so... I don't want my Cradle turning off. Plus Teferi. Oh, no, I'm going to get to attack the Teferi. Oh, and I drew Kitten. Okay. Let's attack Teferi first. And see what's up there. Okay, if Teferi's gone, then I have all my counters up. All right, so let's go Displacer Kitten. Land. Make a clue. Cameo. Displacer Kitten, Blink Soul Ring. And now I get to play a bunch of cards out of my graveyard. Because I can go Tameo minus, I have 12 cards in deck, -3, get back Research Desk, Blink Kitten. Okay, whew. We got it. All right, this is going to be a big match for the outcome of this draft because Salvato's their Lotus Mox Bowmasters player, and I'm their and I'm our Mox Soul Ring, Urza player. I'm on the play. That's the start. He's also got Lucci Companion, but all right, let's go. Let's go Soul Ring. No, but I don't really think I can mulligan this hand. We're not to the point where like mulling into a Mox is so busted that I've got to mull a very serviceable hand here. Let's just top and pass. Okay. Tap land, no Bowmasters. Or no Moxes, rather. It's also got Lotus. Don't love that my opening 7 has no power, because I know that he's got pretty likely to have one in his opening hand. Is he just going to discard turn 1? Against my Mana Leak? Okay. I guess we'll see how this goes. He probably has a Mox then. He's going to go like land, Mox, reanimate. I mean, if he doesn't play it, I'll just spin top end of turn. That's fine with me. All right, now Shelldock Isle. Sure. Shelldock's good. I don't have a way to remove it, and he's got some powerful stuff in his deck. No play. All right. Spin top. Let's get some action here. Forest, Grist, Tameo. All right, well, at least I found the Forest. The Forest is like the big one. Play Noble, pass. I mean, he's going to play around Mana Leak now, but he discarded on turn 1, or like he just didn't play a land on turn 1. The discard's not actually a downside because he wants the card in the graveyard. What I'm worried about is he goes Lotus and then plays a reanimation spell through Mana Leak. But if he has it, he has it. I can't do anything about it. So Grist, Tameo are my top 2 cards. Yeah, you got Lotus. What am I going to do? No plays. Okay. Okay. I guess I'll play Gilded Goose. Is he going to like necromancy it on upkeep? Yeah, he's drawn a bunch of things. This is a weird draft, that's for sure. Come on, Salvato. What's going on? All right. Draw Gilded Goose. Play it. I think I'm going to play Retrofitter also. I don't get to spin the top, but that's not worth tons to me. I could also play Mishra's Research Desk. Oh, that's actually probably better. The only reason I'm hesitant is if he reanimates the Archon, I would like to discard Mishra's Research Desk rather than discard Retrofitter. Yeah, so I kind of want to just play the Retrofitter here. There's so many cards he could have that really, really get me, but that's fine. If he has Bowmasters, I mean, if he has Reanimates, like, he could have just cast Archon in a few turns here, especially if he didn't not play a land on turn 1. Presumably he's going to do something here, right? He didn't even put Lutri into hand. Corpse Dance. Yeah. Not beating that. All right. Well, Soul Guide's good. I don't think Misdirection is really what I want. Bone Crusher can stop Bowmasters. I think having another answer to Bowmasters is nice. Definitely want Thieving Skydiver. Tamiyo is kind of nice. It stops the Archon from making you sacrifice or discard. Displacer Kitten's a little tough. Spell Pierce, I think, is still good. Grist, Saheeli, maybe Tireless Tracker goes out. I can see doing that. I mean, it's a good Tireless Tracker deck, but I just have to take something, I think, on the expensive side out. So, or actually, I'm going to take Ignoble out. See if that makes that in. Okay, good. He's got Orcish Bowmasters, and that's the only card that it just owns. Like, killing the Skydivers, whatever, but killing Ignoble is just such a beating. There's no reason to let myself do that. Though I also don't think he can actually punish Siege of the Synod, so I think I'm going to put that in my deck too. All right. I guess I like where we're at here, but it's going to be a tough one. All right. Game 2. Let's see if I can draw some power this time. Look, in the Battle of Power versus Power, you drew a Mox and a Lotus. I didn't draw any of it, and that is going to make things a little harder. I could have mulliganed that hand, but I mean, honestly, that hand with Mana Leak was still a higher chance to win than most. All right, I will keep this. I don't have any blue mana. Don't love that. But turn 2 Grist is pretty nice. And a single blue gets me to Mana Leak, and then the second blue gets me to Urza, which is one of the better cards in my deck. Though obviously, we're not too close to casting it here. So hope we can draw something that'll turn the tide there. I guess just drawing islands is good. I wouldn't mind if my top 2 cards were both just island, but, well, my top card's island, and then something bad that I want to mill, like a forest, and then another island. That would be good. All right, let's go Bayou and Mox. He mulled to 6 here. Against black, you got to play your Moxes out so you don't get discard Renoed. Okay, Thundering Falls. Don't surveil Archon. Oh, he surveilled a Grave Titan. How lucky. All right, let's go. Island? Oh, even better. All right, Botanical Sanctum. I'm going to play Grist. I can't leave mana up here, but now I've got a nice solution to the first creature. Oh, I milled the One Ring? I wanted to draw the One Ring. That would have been the best draw I could imagine. Brutal. Fatal Push my token. Oh, is he going to Corpse Dance the Grave Titan? All right. Oh, Thief of Sanity. No, that's... Oh, he wants to save the Thief. Oh, this works out nicely. Because now I get to go... I still get to Grist. And then I'm going to go land... Chain Lightning the Thief. I could have played Urza and sacked the Construct to Grist, but I think this is better because I also have Mana Leak up for his next play. And then next turn I can play Urza and I'll have Mana Leak up even after the Urza. That's my plan, at least. Is he going to upkeep, kill the Grist? If he does, I'll just allow it. Urza's enough to win me the game, and then I can just play land and have Urza up. Oh, Soul Guide Lantern. Let's go ahead and attack with the insect token first. First things first. Send for one. All right, got in for 1. +1 Grist. Keep milling good cards. Soul Guide Lantern. See if this resolves. If it does, I'm eating that Grave Titan. Get out of here, Grave Titan. And then Urza. Okay. Now he's going to kill the Urza. All right, well, I can't do anything about that because I don't have the mana to Mana Leak, but this is fine. I still have a 3/3 and 2 1/1s and a Grist. He doesn't have anything in the graveyard to reanimate. And then if I untap, I'll get to have Leak up. That'll work pretty nicely. Lotus Archon. Okay, put Lutri in hand and then plays a Mox. So now he has Lutri up. Sure. Let's just draw a little bit of action here. Yeah. Not quite. +1. Okay, at least I didn't mill any action. Soul Ring is good, though, because it makes my construct into a 4/4, which means I can attack past the Lutri. And I'm not going to attack with the tokens because of the Lutri. He's probably not going to play the Lutri end of turn unless he has like a particular reason to do so. The good thing is the Mana Leak might be able to snipe his Lutri setup if he does do some sort of Lutriing. Lazav, I'll just kill that with Grist. There's no issue. And I'm going to leave the Soul Guide here. I don't really need it, and I want I don't need to use it, and I would like to keep my construct a 4/4. Okay, kill your Lazav. Attack with my construct. If he wants to play Lutri, I can double block Lutri with the insects. And that works out fine for me too. And I also have Spell Pierce up now, though the Spell Pierce is a lot less enticing, but you know what? It's not that bad. Also, it's possible that Mana Leak plus Spell Pierce combine to counter something. Yeah, if he just runs out Lutri, I'm not responding. That is fine. Bowmasters would still be kind of annoying because that card's always good. I kind of want to save Mana Leak for a hardcast Archon now. I wouldn't call that action. Let's attack with the construct. I have one creature in my graveyard, so Grist's +1 is not looking, or -5 rather, is not looking too relevant. Okay. Mill. Sensei's top. I need to stop milling. I milled Sensei's. I milled a land, but I also milled One Ring Sahelian Sensei's top. So not an ideal setup. Okay, he has 8 mana and is not playing Archon, so that's a pretty big game. Unruly Krasis is nice, and I think I'm just going to attack with everything. Because if he goes Lutri and block one of the insects, he takes 6 going down to 1, and then I can just -5 Grist to deal 1 to him. And I think that's fine. Yeah, you got your Lutri. He's actually got to chump the construct here. Yep, he does. Goes to 4. Just going to +1 Grist again. And I don't even think I play the Krasis because I want to have Leak plus Pierce up. And I have lethal creatures in play, so it really doesn't seem like it gets me anything. He also might play a Reanimate this turn to try to get me to crack Soul Guide and lose my Construct token. Nope, he did not. Alright, if he plays Lotus, I'm Spell Piercing it for sure. Because then I could still Mana Leak the Archon. Mere Battle Ball. Nope. Mana Leak you. And we are going to game 3 here in, I would assume, moments. I will attack you with everything. That would be enough. And that would be enough. All right, so going to game 3. Nah, I don't think Misdirection's good enough. I don't think Malevolent Hermit is either. Rexage doesn't stop a lot of the stuff he's doing, though. I guess he's got 2 Moxes. It's always going to be fine there. Maybe I don't want Bone. No, he has Thief and Bowmasters. Yeah, all right. I like what I got here. All right, game 3. Oh, big match here. Let's go double Mox Soul Ring. I'm just going to ask for it all. I'm playing against someone who's got 3 pieces of power. How lucky. I should just ask for all my power. All right, let's go, Salvato. Select your Lutri. Well, here we go. Obviously, I'm going to keep this one and lead on Spire Bluff Soul Ring. See if Salvado's mulling. Also, if I draw a Mox here and have turn 1 Cryptic Coat, turn 2 Unruly Crisis. All right, I'll keep. Salvado mulled. Okay. Mac is 0-2 right now, so me and Tom's 0-1. So we don't have a lot of losses to give, but I think Tom's going to win round 2, and I'm going to win this game. So I'm going to draw Mox Emerald. That's my top card. I'm manifesting it. Or he's going to, oh no, he can't discard turn 1. He's on the play. I was going to say, and he's mulliganing. So there's a lot of reasons he can't. But had he gone turn 1, discard Archon, and I had drawn Soul Guide, that would have been so funny. Land Soul Guide, pop your Archon. All right, let's go. All right. Salvado mulliganed once and presumably has something good to play. They spent a bit tanking on it. All right, that's not a Mox or a Lotus, but obviously you could still have both of those things in hand. I'm over here just hoping for a Mox Emerald, you know. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, let's go Mox Emerald. Well, Tamio's not great, but get a Soul Ring into play. Turn 2, I could Crisis, I could Cloak. I could Cryptic Coat plus cast Preordain, but that doesn't sound as good as just getting an Unruly Crisis into play, I feel like. Crisis is pretty good. Oh. There's the One Ring, but you know what? I think I still just want to get something good into play here. He doesn't have that many ways to kill the Crisis as far as I can tell. Just play this. Plus, if he has Bowmasters, I really don't want to like play Crisis into Bowmasters. Or One Ring into Bowmasters, that is. Malcolm, okay. Malcolm's pretty good. Is he going to just slam an Archon here? Well, if he does, I get to play the One Ring. That's something. Let's see. Not Archon, please. Or Grave Titan, any of those big scary monsters. That would be ideal. All right. Undercity Sewers. There's the Lotus. What you got? White mana? Oh, into Vicious Battle Rager. Okay. We've got the initiative. Okay, interesting. So I can take it back with Crisis if I want to pump the Crisis. That doesn't seem super exciting. I wish I'd played Cryptic Coat, but let's see. If I make it a 7/7 and attack, he chumps with the Battle Rager or gives me the initiative. Let's see what I draw here. What do we got? What would I draw that would be super relevant? Lightning Bolt would be really nice. Does he have another play too? Because I guess if he has another play, that definitely makes me not want to attack. Oh, he has Dismember too. Okay. Well, Lightning Bolt would be awesome. No, Forest is not very good. Let's go. I kind of want to get a Cryptic Coat into play and then steal initiative and play the One Ring. That actually sounds pretty good. Let's cast Preordain here. Thieving Skydiver and Mox Emerald. There's my Mox. I mean, the Mox actually still seems fine. It's my guess. Do I want Skydiver for anything? I mean, it blocks the Malcolm. I could also just... Actually, maybe I don't take the Mox. Let's see. I have 5 mana. Next turn I'll have 6 mana. Yeah, I can play the Skydiver, so I'm going to put Mox on the bottom, Skydiver on top, and then Cryptic Coat here. And then pass. Yeah, them having Dismember too was kind of a beat. Ship the turn. They get to... So Salvado's going to get to go put Forge counters it's pretty nice to put him on the Battle Rager. That's a pretty effective plan. But one thing that's nice about that for me is that that means that Thieving Skydiver can block the Malcolm. So that's not too bad. Okay. But I'm going to go take the initiative. Oh, what did I flip, by the way? Oh, Raugrin Triumph, sure. Well, I guess I'm glad it kind of worked out because I didn't really want to draw Raugrin Triumph. Take 5. I'm at 13. Please no big thing. We're getting pretty close to Shelldock, too. Oh, I mean, I need Salvato not to have another good play. Oh, that's actually not the end of the world either. All right, so let's go send, take the initiative. I think I get a blue here. Yeah, I don't really need another green. I definitely don't need a red. Never have enough blue mana. Okay, and then what? I guess I'll play the blue, play the one ring. Okay, I no longer can lose the initiative. Draw Mox. Oh, top is actually not terrible either. What if I go Retrofitter plus top instead of Skydiver? Because I don't need the Skydiver to block this turn. And if I can find Gaia's Cradle, like we're really cruising here. Okay, no initiative. Hopefully no good plays. Cycle a land or something. Oh, putting Lutri in, sure. Pass the turn. I go to 12. Yeah, I'm definitely going to forge here. Forge on this unblockable Raugrin Triumph. All right, let's get a bolt here. No, I need a bolt. I think I just draw. I don't think I'm gonna. If he's got Bowmaster, he's got Bowmaster. He did not. I didn't draw really much of anything. So I'm like 1 point short here. But if I block Malcolm and Battle Rager, I take 10 going to 2, so that's not too bad. Or sorry, block Thief of Sanity, take Battle Rager and Malcolm. But that leaves me with 5 mana left over, so I could Tamiyo, or I could Retrofitter. Let's see, if I play Skydivers, then I can go Retrofitter, make a token. I can't do anything else with it, though. I kind of think I look with top. Let's just make sure. What is Tamiyo doing here? If I cast Tamiyo, it doesn't really do anything. Next turn, I just win off of hitting for 8, so I just have to survive this turn. I can make with Retro. So I guess I want to leave up Spell Pierce and play Skydiver. So I don't think it hurts to look with the top. Looking for Lightning Bolt. Yeah, Lightning Bolt's pretty good. Thieving Skydiver. Stern Scolding, okay. Nice last card, but I had the Spell Pierce. And then let's just do this now, I think. Bolt the Thief of Sanity. And then play a land and have Retrofitter up. Not that it really does much because I can't block. All right. Salvato has a removal spell, I lose. He doesn't get to Shelldock here. And even if he takes the initiative, I take 8. All right. Block Malcolm. I go to 9. Then I go to 4 off Trap, and then I go to 2 off One Ring. And that's game. Oh, no big deal. 2-0. All right, playing against Jesse round 3 here. He's on white weenie. I'm going to keep this hand. I'm on the draw, which unfortunate, but I have turn 1 Mana Leak, turn 2 Krasis, which is a pretty big game. So let's go Spire Bluff, Mox. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to play Tough Cookie. I wasn't going to play Mishra's Research Desk. I'd rather Mana Leak his 2-drop, but I think given that I drew Tough Cookie and it combines so nicely with Krasis, this seems totally fine. Oh yeah. I'm just going to smack him up a bit here. Land, Krasis, and then next turn, Krasis plus Tough Cookie is a lot of damage. He does have Solitude in his deck. I guess I have to be worried about that. Solitude Ephemerate's a beating. Skyclave on the Krasis. Oh, that's a shame. Draw. All right, well, hoping to hit lands. I kind of want to crack Research Desk here and hope to draw a land, because otherwise it's going to be kind of rough. Oh, Gaia's Cradle. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm going to take the Cradle. I'll play it. And now I'll pass the turn. I'm no longer the beatdown. I'm just keeping, I'm not playing Retrofitter because I want to keep up Mana Leak. If I play something I can Spell Pierce here, it would be kind of annoying. Well, I still will. It's still just too good to use Spell Pierce against White Weenie here. He gets to hit me for 3. Then I get to start Retrofitter Cradling. All right, that's a pretty big game. Let's see. Yeah, why don't I just slam the 1 ring here? Draw, land. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna attack. I don't care. If he wants to trade and give me a 3/3, that works for me. All right, no land, but I actually still think I'm in pretty great shape here. I don't want him to slam Parallax Wave. Adeline? Yeah, Adeline's good, but not the end of the world. Okay. All right. Take 1 down to 13. Oh, Gilded Goose is actually really nice here. Land? Okay, I can't play the Sanctum unless I don't want it untapped. How much do I care about that? I don't know. Let's see, what is my mana? I guess I actually can. No, I'm going to want to play the Forest, because I can. Yeah, I can just leave up Mana Leak here, or I can make a Retrofitter creature. I can also, depending on, is this the Parallax Wave? Yeah, so we're gonna Mana Leak that. And then I can still make a Retrofitter creature. Okay, and then now next turn I'm gonna go pretty nuts here. It's a 5/4 Adeline. Let's see. I just don't want to lose any creatures, so I'm just gonna go block, chump, take 3, and I don't want to take damage because I have the 1 ring. But next turn, I feel like I'm gonna really be able to pop off here. All right, so I go to 8, but now I draw 3. Urza. Oh, kitten. Oh, kitten. So I can play Retrofitter, or I can make a token with Retrofitter, play kitten, play top, flicker 1 ring. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And then preordain. So let's make a 1/1. I think it's worth it. And part of the reason I don't want to play the Botanical Sanctum too is I figured I would be able to find things to play. And then let's go Sensei's top. Do I want to flicker 1 ring or Retrofitter? I guess I'll flicker the 1 ring. And then I have 2 mana left over, 4 blockers. I guess I'll draw with the 1 ring. And then now I can preordain, and I think still flicker the 1 ring here. All right. Oh, Lightning Bolt is perfect. Bottom, top. And now I can bolt the Skyclave now. I really don't want him to ephemerate. So let's go ahead and sack this for red. I'm going to bolt the Skyclave. Am I going to flicker One Ring first? Or I think I might flicker Gilded Goose. And then kitten the Gilded Goose. I don't really need to draw a card off the One Ring that much. Next turn I'm going to win really easily. So let's just make sure I have max blockers here. Pass the turn. Hi, Jewel Dog. Staff of the Storyteller. Yeah, I'm going pretty broken here. If I get another turn here, it's gonna be Jover. Like, he gets to attack with Adeline, but yeah, not close. All right, up a game. All right, game 2. Ooh, I think we're boarding in some red. Yeah, we are. I don't know about Cast into the Fire. I do want Rex Sage against Parallax Wave. I'm going to take out Spell Pierce despite its excellent performance that game. Take out Skydiver. Take out Soul Guide. And probably take out a Forest for a Mountain here. Because I had one more green than blue. I don't think he can punish Seat. So basically anyone who doesn't have a way to punish Seat of the Synod with like Fiery Confluence, it's slightly better because it makes like my Urza construct bigger, or I can see Healy turn it into something. Like, those aren't irrelevant. I don't think I want Firestorm. That one seems like a little bit too much for me. All right. I got a lot of burn in my deck this post board here. I feel like this matchup's pretty good, partially because I have 3 pieces of power and Jesse has none. So, yeah, I'll keep this hand. I don't have a second blue, and I have kind of too many lands, but you know, these are all solvable problems. All right, there's my second blue. And let's find a Mox or a Soul Ring, please. No, but a Grist turn 2 is acceptable. All right. And let's see what he's got. Talisman. All right. That's acceptable. Bayou. Mox. Oh, and then I do a top, too. Top was a nice little draw. Grist the Hunger Tide. And +1. And mill a land. Oh, not quite. Milled a Bone Crusher, but that's okay. And then I get to go Island, Urza. He does have a window to resolve Parallax Wave. Oh, Palace Jailer. All right. I mean, that's pretty good. But I feel like I'm doing okay here. We'll have to see, I guess. Oh, I guess Spire Bluff's the land I want to play here. Urza. I'll play Sensei's top because I'm not going to block with the construct most likely. And +1. Oh, actually, it worked out because I milled an island, but I actually should have spun the top by tapping the top to Urza before doing that. It would just give me a much better, like I would get to mill the card I least wanted of the 3, but because I milled an island, which I know I don't want, this actually worked out a little bit better. All right. I mean, this is going to be a close game. Like, obviously, if I find something good in the top 3, then this hand, like I have an Urza in play, so I'll be able to do much more busted things, but he is drawing 2 cards a turn. If he just goes like Skyclave your Urza, or if he has a Ephemerate or something, like Solitude, Ephemerate, Skyclave, he has a lot of ways to kill Urza. If he Parallax Wave, he's just a really good white deck. If he doesn't have one of those cards, then I feel like I'm in pretty good shape, but that's a lot of cards I just named. All right. Oh no. This looks like an Ephemerate to me. Yeah, I was going to go pretty hard here. I'm drawing the top, or I'm not drawing the top, but I could draw the top. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you got my Urza and my construct, I assume. It's even Ephemerate, not touch the Spirit Realm. Well, it's not going to be easy. I don't lose Grist. And Lingering Souls. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll draw. Saheeli plus Grist, mill that forest. Badlands, Sensei's top, make a 4/4. I guess I'll attack. It's just going to get Ephemerate Solitude anyway, so I'll force a chump. Unless he wants to give me the Monarch for a turn. I would take that. You can't flashback the Lingering Souls. There's that at least. But my top card's a Tough Cookie. Really? All right, I'll just draw the Tough Cookie. That's fine. I don't mind drawing that card. And then now he's going to get to kill all my Planeswalkers and all my creatures. But aside from that, yeah, Palace Jailer. I mean, I'm at 21 still. I guess he doesn't get to kill all my Planeswalkers. Unless he drew a Parallax Wave or something. Adeline? Adeline's pretty good too. Okay, so those are all attacking Saheeli. So what's happening? These two are attacking Grist, and it's going to die. And then this is going to attack Saheeli. Let's look at my top three. The One Ring's kind of nice. Yeah, I mean, sure. I'm definitely going to block something. I think it's got to be double block. He has touched the Spirit Realm in his deck. It's got to be double block this, and then he sacks Benevolent Bodyguard. And then, I mean, I guess that's fine. I don't really have a better... I've got to use the Bodyguard up at some point. All right. And Saheeli takes less damage. Oh, nice. Okay, so we're just trading off. Pass the turn, hopefully. And then next turn, I'm going to draw the One Ring. I don't need to use the top Saheeli thing, because I'm just drawing the One Ring. I'm at 21. I mean, I have a lot of lives, so it's not over yet. It's not looking good. I will say that, but it's not over yet. And then I'm going to play Tough Cookie. Top card's Tireless Tracker here. Do I want to use Saheeli to turn anything into anything? It's at 2. Currently, Saheeli is going to die. I block. Yeah, but it makes it a little easy on him if I do it that way. So let's just not. Let's just pass. Basically, he gets to hit Saheeli for 2 in the air, guaranteed. But in order to get the last 2 in, he's going to have to ascend in some of his other creatures, which could give me an opening here, because then I could maybe attack back. I'm drawing Tireless Tracker with the One Ring here. Sadly, Urza's gone. Urza's like the card that would really bust this game open with just the Saheeli. The Saheeli's probably going to die here. I mean, if he attacks with everything, well, I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. But Gaia's Cradle is maybe another card that could do something pretty big. I don't know. It's going to be a close game either way. He's got to... If he plays another good spell, I'm just dead. Like, I needed him to not play the Adeline already. And if he plays, like, Touch the Spirit Realm or Parallax Wave, like, I am just out of here. This is gone for good off Solitude. No Palace Jailer bringing Urza back. I don't get the get out of jail free card here. And so what is it attacks? 2 spirits at Saheeli. Can't attack me with anything, of course, because of the One Ring. And then Adeline at Saheeli. But then if you want to kill Saheeli, you have to send in Palace Jailer too. And then I can trade Tough Cookie for Palace Jailer. But I guess he just trades for Bodyguard. Though I don't even know which one's better right now. I might just at that point I just let Saheeli die. Tough Cookie eats one of the human tokens. And next turn, Tough Cookie Baby sends my food or something at them. Them being, well, slacks. We'll see. All right, going to combat here. Yep, Adeline, it's the Sahili token. Yeah, this is the attack I expected. And because I can't save Sahili, because this is going at Sahili also, I think I'm just going to eat a token and not bother blocking otherwise. Okay. All right. I mean, I'm doing something. The One Ring has been astounding here. I needed him to not have one thing, and he had one thing. All right. Let's get the One Ring in. Draw. Pretty dead now. Let's just draw and then spin top, I think. I just don't have the mana to spend on a bunch of other stuff. Pyrokinesis. Pretty good, except Benevolent Bodyguard. Well, let's go Tireless Tracker. I mean, I'm still at a lot of lives. $21. And then Tough Cookie, my food token. And I'll send in the food. Something either has to block it or I get the Monarch for a turn here. Top card's Pyrokinesis, and it's like Mana Leak and Ignoble. Block with Benevolent Bodyguard. You don't need it. Or don't block and I draw Pyrokinesis. That's also fine, which at some point I can hardcast to probably pretty good effect. Okay. Sadly, nothing comes back from Palace Jailer because it was all tokens. Okay. I mean, maybe if he's got nothing here. Snapping something off. That doesn't sound like nothing. A Glimmer Lens. Okay. So now he gets to Glimmer Lens and equip onto a flyer, I guess. Onto Adeline. Okay. Probably going to chump Adeline here. And then eat the 1/1 token. Touch the Spirit Realm and Ephemerate are both gone. And I'm not in a universe where I can beat Parallax Wave. So I think I'm not going to block the Palace Jailer. I do have to block the Adeline. It just deals too much damage. Servo on Adeline. Tough Cookie on token. Yeah, I'll take 4. Okay, you become the Monarch again, sure. So I'm drawing Mana Leak. I guess that's fine. Or Ignoble. Oops, I thought it was Mana Leak. This is probably better, to be honest. Mire. Crack it. Get a mountain. Not in the business of non-untapped lands here. Ooh, Rex Sage to get the ring back would be nice at some point. Let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. I kind of just want to pass the turn here. And cast Pyrokinesis plus use a clue. I feel like I don't need to do anything. I mean, obviously, like, there's a lot that he could have here that's pretty annoying, but Mana Leak is actually not even going to be that good when he's got this much mana out. Okay. So he does get to draw another card here. That's not ideal. He's going to draw another card even at the end of his turn as well. Is it Skyclave time? Could be. The Lingering Souls tokens have done a lot of work here. Let's see. March on the Tough Cookie. 2, 3. Man, I don't get to use Pyrokinesis. All right, well. It's okay. I'll cast Pyrokinesis next turn. I need to make a blocker here. And I don't even think I sacked this to gain life. I'm losing the card battle here, not so much anything else, so can't attack with Adeline anymore. Tough Cookie was good this game. It's been good this draft. When you're base green and artifacts, or like heavy green and artifacts, then that is pretty good still. Oh, really? Adeline getting in. No, you can't get in. All right. Spirits, that's fine. I'll get spirited away here. I'm at 14. And then we're gonna do some clue cracking here. Danto Vanguard, sure. All right, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. So I think I crack clue. The question is, do I spin the top after cracking the clue? Tameo is interesting. All right, let's crack another clue, because I actually don't mind drawing a land here. Oh, wait, hold on. Let's wait for the card draw to resolve. And Chain Lightning is not too bad. It's also something I can pitch to Pyrokinesis if need be. Displacer Kitten. What does Displacer Kitten do for me? Doesn't do a lot. Yeah, it doesn't do anything right now. Maybe the Krasis is a little better. What am I doing next turn? I guess I could play Retrofitter. Could play Displacer Kitten. Yeah, actually, I kind of like getting Displacer Kitten into play. So, because I have a instant speed Pyrokinesis as well. Draw. So I can play Displacer Kitten and Tameo. So Displacer Kitten, Tameo, and well, I actually almost don't have enough to play Tameo. Well, I guess that's not true. Then we'll blink the Mox. Draw. And then now, what do I want to get back? I could get back Bone Crusher, but I don't have the mana to play it. Though, actually, that's not entirely true. I could get back Bone Crusher, then Pyrokinesis lets me play it at instant speed. All right, so let's do that. Let's pass the turn. And Bone Crusher also makes Benevolent Bodyguard not work quite as well. All right. This is a sick game. I think I've got a shot of winning this one. He needs to have basically nothing else, but we've got some good stuff going here. Our Miracle Triumph. Okay, that's actually fine. Let's see. So it's kind of on him to see how all this attack happens. But I don't think he's going to be ready for Pyrokinesis Bone Crusher here. And the Bone Crusher also triggers the Kitten, which means I get to either flicker Tameo to keep it safe or flicker the Kitten to keep it safe after blocking. All right. It looks like I'm representing Lightning Bolt, but that is in fact not what's happening. Let's see. Caracas to protect Adeline. Sure. Attacking Tameo, attacking me. Okay. Yeah, that triggers. You can attack whoever. And then draw. Okay, so those two are attacking Tamiyo, then the rest is, oh, then the token's attacking Tamiyo, and these two, okay, 2 tokens are attacking Tamiyo, and then the rest are attacking me. Okay, so I want to keep Tamiyo alive, so I'm going to need to at least use one of the flickers on Tamiyo. So I think I'm going to put Tireless Tracker, or I actually don't need to flicker Tamiyo. I can go, yeah, Pyrokinesis here. So that means I get an extra block even, if I want. Oh, so it's targeting Adeline. Sure. That's fine. Pro green. All right, so let's go Kitten. Tireless Tracker blocks Adonto Vanguard. Pass. I mean, come on. Tap for red. Pyrokinesis. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exile Chain Lightning. Kitten Blink Mox. Bone Crusher. That. The token. Kitten Blink Kitten. All right. Okay. And I eat the Vanguard too. All right. And then now I get to start doing some Displacer Kitten stuff. All right. Staff draws, that's fine. Just don't kill my Displacer Kitten, por favor. No Skyclave here. And top Tamiyo, we get to do some stuff here. We'll see what he does. All right, and unfortunately, I ran into a hard stop, so I got to run in Martellus to take over, but you know what? I think he'll close it out. All right, sorry about missing the last turn there. You know, as compelling as a reason as it is, daycare is not very understanding if you tell them you're late because you're cube drafting. But we all know what's most important. In any case, let me just tell you what happened. After that devastating Pyrokinesis, where I was able to blink and save Displacer Kitten and cast Bone Crusher, Jesse didn't do anything, passed, and the combination of Sensei's Divining Top plus Tamiyo plus Displacer Kitten basically meant that Martell was able to draw, tap top, draw, play top, blink Tamiyo, and just basically blink Tamiyo and just cast Lightning Bolt a bunch of times to win the game. So this deck ended up 3-0ing, and we won the draft by a hair's breadth. Martell 2-1 and I 3-0'd. So, well, I will say that I put these 3 pieces of power to good use. It's very lucky, of course. The high end is 3 pieces of power. And it was such a weird draft where Martell and Salvato just kept opening double power, triple power packs. But you know what? I take it. I was the beneficiary, and I at least didn't let it go to waste. This deck was pretty sweet. Had some pretty cool stuff going on, like Tough Cookie, Unruly Krasis, the whole Kitten combo thing. Obviously, having Urza and the One Ring was pretty nice, and then just good acceleration plus a couple bolts. So the deck played out nicely. We won, and that last game against Jesse was epic. So really sweet draft, and at the end of the day, you know what? You get 3 power. You get to get into a stable pattern here of casting that power early and winning the game. Well, I appreciate you hanging out. Again, sorry that last round got cut off briefly, but really you didn't miss much. Just a bunch of Lightning Bolt Displacer Kitten Tamiyo loot. Alrighty, it's that time again. It's time when me and 9 of my friends sit down for a 5-on-5 cube draft. I love these. These are 5 packs of 10 cards each. Ooh, including a Mox Emerald, thank you very much. No wheeling. You just see every pack exactly one time, and then you battle. Short timers, too, because who needs all that time? Passing a Hull Breacher here to Sandy Dog. He's probably going to take Elite Spellbinder, but I'll take Mox. There's also a wheel, too, so whoever gets the Hull Breacher isn't getting the wheel. And I'm happy enough. First picking a Mox, of course. Second pick, oh, I don't really want to take Necromancy, but it's the best card. Othari's good, too, and I am passing Sandy and Othari, but when I first pick a Mox, I just want to go into Artifacts and Academy. So, I can't really justify Thundering Falls. That's fine. I'll take Necromancy and we'll see what's up. Oh, now there's a Bitter Triumph. It's also an Arid Mesa. It's also a Lotus Petal. I do like Lotus Petal. I really like combo in this. I think Bitter Triumph is pretty replaceable. How bad is it to take Lotus Petal? It's pretty bad. I should just take the Bitter Triumph. It's fine. Now there's a Mystic Forge. It's also a Dark Confidant, so my only hesitance with Dark Confidant is I don't really like taking Dark Confidant if I end up Reanimator, because you can't play it as well, but I could still end up being kind of like mid-rangey. I think it's better to take Dark Confidant than take Raugreen Triome here, or like Talisman. Oh, I guess I thought I cut Smashing. I guess I didn't load it. In any case, it's fine. It's a minor initiative, or a minor part of the cube. Speaking of initiative, we aren't playing with initiative on this one. I think I'm going to take the Jite here. It's not like it's great, but I think it's better than anything else. And then, okay, I'll take Collective Brutality here. That seems fine too, over Wojek, Investigator, and Ulamog. Oh, Badlands? I do like Badlands. That's a nice late Badlands. And here, Legion Extruder is actually pretty sweet in the artifact deck, but honestly, we're looking like low curve black here. Hey, you got to go with the packs that you've opened. And so far, this looks like the place to be for me. All right, here, I'll take a Generous Plunderer. I think Generous Plunderer could be nice here, and I'll take Blooming Marsh for the side. Let's see. Oh, another Mox. Well, look, I was going to have to pass the Academy anyway, and the Anime Dead too. That's fine. I'll take my Mox, and I'll be happy with it. Pretty nice little start here. All right. Taking Mox, passing Academy, Animate Dead, Carnosaur. Well, green and white Moxen, so not the right colors here, but I also don't really have a second color anyway. I've got a Generous Plunderer and a Badlands, and the fact that like black-red is a good combination, but honestly, I could easily go a different direction here. I'm going to take Reanimate here, and the Mox is to go with Dark Confidant. Dark Confidant looks really nice in this deck. All right, easy Reanimate. Still basically just mono black here. I like that. And then here there's Troll of Khazad-dûm versus Currency Converter. I like Currency Converter with discard cards, but I also really like Troll with Reanimate and Necromancy, so I think I should just take the Troll. Makes the Bob a little worse. We'll see. I like the Bob for now, but I'm going to put the Generous Plunderer in the sideboard for the time being. I don't want to feel like I'm black-red, because right now, I guess the Troll also is a second black source. Oh, there's Caustic Bronco. Oh, there's also Vaultborn Tyrant. Vaultborn Tyrant is pretty nice with Necromancy and Reanimate, but especially with Necromancy, you can cast as an instant, so you can get both triggers off this right away, which is awesome. But I think just taking the other Bob, now I have two Bobs with two Moxes, like that seems like a great little place to start. Oh, easy Dothy Voidwalker here. Mono black aggro. Let's do it. Passing up on like a Generous Ent and a Bonehorde Drexor. All right, I'll take Watery Grave here over nothing. I mean, Lingering Souls is nice, and I have a Pearl, but I think Watery Grave when I have a Troll is really good. Oh, this looks like such a good Grief deck. Okay. Oh, and such a good Hymn deck. Sorry, Dark Slick Shores. We're just going to be mono black. No, if I could just open Mox Jet. I'm really glad I took the black cards, because so far it's definitely paying off. Am I passing to Cuneo? If he wants to play Seed of the Synod with his Academy, so be it, I guess. All right, this is only 2 packs in, and we've already got a banger of a deck here. Let's go to pack 3 here. See which Mox we open this time. No Mox. I guess I'll have to settle for a Mana Crypt. It's funny because this deck's actually like kind of bad at using the colorless mana, but you know what? We'll find a way. Over Mana Crypt over nothing. that I even care about. All right, well, let's go. All right, Fable. I gotta take Fable here. As much as I like being mono black, when I have all this acceleration and Badlands plus Troll to go get it, it seems like Fable's a pretty easy justification here. And then here, I don't care for Firestorm really. I could take Triplicate Titan as a thing to reanimate. It's kind of a weak card to reanimate, to be honest. I could also just take Stoneforge Mystic. I have a GT already. Yeah, even if that's just like a kind of a hate draft, that's fine. Oh, Through the Breach. I guess that there's the punishment for not taking Triplicate Titan. But actually, I'm fine just taking Concealing Curtains. This deck could also just not try to cheat things into play and just play all really good cards. That also seems like a pretty good plan. Yeah, and then here I can just take Deathgrader Champion, which hits pretty hard with like a Voidwalker or something. Yeah, that seems fine to me. It's so we've got like Watery Grave and Stoneforge Mystic, and Generous Plunder is probably in here as like potentials. For the Plunder to make it, I would probably want a little bit more in the way of fixing, but as things currently stand, this isn't too bad. Okay, so now there's Bone Shards, which would be my like third discard outlet, fourth. There's also Woodfall Primus, which is okay to reanimate, and there's Chromatic Star. This looks like a really good Chromatic Star deck. I just have all these colorless sources. Like here, I'm just going to take Goldspan. I just have all these colorless sources. I can just get in there with those. Like use that to make it so I can fix my mana. And I guess I'll take Batterskull over Aegis. Maybe I'll splash Stoneforge. I passed a Basalt Monolith, so let's just take the Kinnan. Okay, well, 3 for 3 on pack so far. I don't really expect to open another piece of power here, unless... This is why we 5v5. Oh, this Chromatic Star pick is looking just so good. I just don't need to do anything too fancy. If I just draw Busted Acceleration and cast Fables and Griefs and Goldspans ahead of curve, I'm just going to win. So, yeah, let's slam the Soul Ring here. That's all right. And then followed up, I could take Kaldra to go with Stoneforge, but I'm kind of thinking I don't even splash that, and I just take Ballista. Ballista looks like it's pretty easy for me to cast here. Yeah, also Kaldra, when I have Caustic Bronco and Dark Confidant, another high curve card, really isn't it. This deck is just so absurd. I do kind of like Virtue here, a little bit of life gain, and this deck can hard cast the Virtue pretty easily, so... That seems like a nice little pickup here. Okay, and here, oh, this looks like a Karn deck. Just Karn with any of these, much less multiples of them, is so sick. I don't think I need Shieldred's Edict. I have some removal already. I could take Gristlebrand. I have Reanimate and Necromancy. I'm not going to get Animate Dead or Goryo's Vengeance. I just want to take the more consistent cards. Lava Spur Boots is kind of cute here. I could also take Concealed Courtyard, because then I'd have 3 white sources for this Stoneforge that can get Batterskull and Jite. I don't think I want Bolus's Citadel. I could also just take Shieldbreaker. I'll probably just do that, just partially because I don't want to get shield broken. Oh, now I'll take Scrubland, because this actually helps fix for Stoneforge. I think I like it more than Recruiter, though. Actually, Recruiter's pretty sick, too. No, I got enough playables. Let's take the Scrubland. Oh, I'll take Mox Opal. I know I'm not getting Academy, but this deck could easily be a Mox Opal deck. Oh, Karavak is kind of nice with like Reanimate, Bitter Triumph. Do I have enough ways to cast spells? I should just take K-Command. K-Command's pretty sick. I don't think I'm going to play the Talisman. I'll just hate the Krasis. No, you know what? Yeah, that's fine. And last pick, Wrath. All right, that was pack 4. Can we go 5 for 5? We could do, Draftmancer, you have the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Unbelievable. Oh, this could be an absurd Skull Clamp deck. Yeah. All right, the Stoneforge is probably in now. And the Batterskull. Honestly, I'm moving away from this Dothy Voidwalker stuff, though I might still do it. I don't think I want Breach. Yeah, the Skull Clamp. And I can pick up more cards this pack to clamp. I think it's just going to be so good here. I have so much colorless mana, and it helps this Mox Opal. Yeah, this deck looks incredible. I'm really beyond excited to play it out. All right, and this pack has... Mishra's Research Desk is a pretty solid card. I might just take Caracas because it's busted. I just like having busted cards in my deck, and Crocus is so good. I don't have any combos with it. I don't have a single legend, but there's Ember Shieldbreaker, more likely to get in now with a Skull Clamp. Hostile Investigator is fine, but I don't think that card's nearly the same power level. Let's just take the Crocus. Oh, now this looks like the gut deck to end all gut decks, so I'm going to take that over Copter and Torsten and what have you. Okay, I got to figure out what exactly I'm doing with this deck. I've got a lot of options. Oh, Emberwild Captain. Yeah, any card that has some good colorless, so I think the Goldspan might actually be out, is something I'm really interested in this deck. And now there's Figure, Seething Song, and Spitting Dilophosaurus. The Spitting Dilophosaurus doesn't seem crazy. Figure's kind of nice with Clamp, and it can be cast off red or white mana, which I have a pretty good amount of. I think the Dinosaur actually looks pretty good here. Here, I think a black-white land is probably going to be the best for me. I'm already cutting cards anyway. So how many lands do I need if I have these four artifacts? Oh, Regisaur? No, I'm just looking at this Manifold Key. I don't think I'm going to put Manifold Key in my deck. I guess I'll just take Vindicate. Oh, Jeweled Amulet. Is that better than Sculler? This looks like a deck that I think could use Sculler, and I don't think really wants Jeweled Amulet. Oh, this looks like a pretty good Unearth deck. Though it's also a pretty good Nettlecyst deck. Oh, let's just take Nettlecyst. It's also in Shadow Spear. There's more things to Stoneforge for now. What a wild deck. Let's mono black artifacts, Stoneforge. Who knows? Let's go to deck building. I still can't believe how much power I have here. This is the most I've ever had in the deck. So how do I build this? Let's see. First of all, let's answer the question. How many lands is this deck going to need? Let's say we count these 4 pieces of power as lands and the Troll as land. That's 5. So we need like 11 more lands or something. And Mox, I guess I could count because I have so many cheap artifacts, but let's see. Like as we currently stand, oh, there's 2 Scrublands because I was replacing the art. As it currently stands, this is 40 cards. Obviously I have to cut some cards. And this is 4, 8, 9 lands. So I have to cut maybe like, let's say I play 16 lands plus Mox Opal. I still have to cut like 7 cards. Okay. Let's start by cutting Spitting Dilophosaurus, Batterskull, Embereth Shieldbreaker, I think, even though I do have Skull Clamp. Shadow Spear, I think. Okay, and I don't know about the Sculler yet. Let's see. So that's 4. So I need to cut like 3 more. I think Nettlecyst, especially with Stoneforge, seems pretty good. I like Emberwild Captain. I like Karn. I mean, I like cards that take advantage of all this acceleration. I need to not cut too many of them. In fact, there's a reason that Goldspan is actually a card that I might want to play. I'm going to have a lot of colorless lands. I'm really glad I took that star. The Bobs are really good. The Bronco and the Dark Confidant. Virtue, I guess, could go because I have both Bobs. Generous Plunder probably can just go. And this is 10. So I want 11 lands. So I only need to cut 1 more card. And I still think this gives me probably enough high end. Oh, Collective Brutality can go. And I think this looks pretty good. So for Skull Clamp, I've got Evolved Sleeper, Dark Confidant, Deathgreeter's Champion, Gut, Ballista, Karn Tokens, Nettlecyst. I mean, it's okay. It's not the best Skull Clamp deck I've ever had, for sure. I don't think Watery Grave does anything for me here. I mean, I guess Embereth Shieldbreaker would be the answer, but I have all the power. So, and then the Stoneforge is basically a free splash. Yeah, I don't have to play at Plains. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 white without a Plains. Let's get some lands in here and see what this looks like. Like how many swamps, how many mountains? Because I'm kind of curious in terms of mana. So if I go 4 swamps, 5 swamps, it's 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just going to count Opal and Troll. Well, Troll, obviously. 9, 10, 11 black. But that only leaves room for 2 mountains. And that gives me 3, Oh, I opened the most off-color Mox and complains. For 5 black or 5 red, so I can't do that. So I definitely have to take at least 1 swamp out for another mountain. That's 4 mountains. So this is 5 red sources, 6 red sources, 7 red sources. I really would like 1 more. I have Fable in my deck. I think maybe I just play 1 additional land, because this is 12 land, 16. It's basically 17 land plus Opal. Or I could take out a swamp, and then I'd have, if I did that, I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 black sources. I have him and Voidwalker, which are both really good. I guess that seems okay. And then Watery Grave and Blooming Marsh don't do anything for me, right? Yeah. And this is 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, Fable and Emberwild and Gut are just so strong to cast. Death Gritter's just okay, but I think it'll be fine here. I have a lot of mana. Okay, I kind of like this. A bit high on the colorless sources, but you know, that's just, I have Soul Ring and Mana Crypt, and I have a bunch of colorless cards too. Karn, Ballista, Nettlecyst. I guess GTA does need a colored card at some point. I could put in like a Golos or something. Golos Caracas is kind of nice. Also, Golos just... Maybe I just put in Golos and take out like a cheap card. Like Evolved Sleeper. Oh, Evolved Sleeper's so good at Skull Clamp though. Could be Sculler. I have him already and Evolved Sleeper, and Sculler is not... Just can't be cast off a lot of these things. All right. I think this is what I'm going with. Like, let's do it. All right, so my teammates, Sam Rolfe's got a Demonic Consultation, Jace Wielder of Mysteries, blue-white control deck with balance, counterspell, some removal. Yeah, looks solid, not busted. This is Mac on 5-color with Leyline Binding, Atroxa, Chaos Defiler, Pest Infestation, tons of lands. Wow, look at those lands. Fire Covenant, he loves this kind of deck. I think this is pretty sweet. Ooh, Seraphic Steed getting in there. I'm curious about that one. And then... this is D-Stern. He's got a ruby and a diamond. City of Traders, Cradle, Retrofitter, green-white creatures. Oh, Zerda, Basalt Monolith, Emrakul. Oh yeah, to go with that Zerda. That's nice. Some Swords to Plowshare. Some cool stuff going on there. And then Updraft on Oath, Tinker, Eureka deck. Oh, this is like the starter pack of cards that never win. Look, I love Oath. You think Eureka's fun. Like, these cards just, they struggle. But, I mean, he's got Archon, Portals, Blightsteel, Ashen Rider, Gristlebrand, Vamp, Imperial Seal. Yeah, there's definitely some action here. Exhume, Goryo's Vengeance, Animate Dead, Flash. All right. I'm into it, and we'll see how this goes. All right, time for round 1. Let's do it. I'm on the play. No power, huh? This is a turn 3 Fable hand. You know, I think this hand's keepable, especially since I have Grief pitching Dothy Voidwalker here. It's not like amazing, but I think it's fine. And if I draw any of my zeros, except for Mox Opal, hopefully, on turn 2, I have a turn 2 Fable. The Grief pitching Voidwalker line is what kind of sells me on this. It's pretty close. When you've got a bunch of Moxes in your deck, yeah, you should mulligan kind of aggressively. But I also think, like, at the end of it, they're just lands. So mulling too low, it's still there. It's not like I'm mulling to Ancestral Recall. You know, that card can get you out of that. Okay, let's exile Voidwalker. In the future, I can also see myself K-commanding back this Grief. I think that would be decent too. Well, BK has the Force of Will. Can't force negation that. I guess if you've got Subtlety? No. All right. One ring, Once Upon a Time, Beseiju. Yeah, I mean, I'll take the one ring here. Land. Say go. Oh, I guess it was, do I cast Once Upon a Time in response? Billy rightfully decided no. Okay. Let's go Mox time. Sylvan Caryatid was the find. Oh, Strip Mine? Yeah. That doesn't bother me too much. Mana Crypt would be insane here. Oh, Mox is good. Let's play Caracas. Oh, that was actually just wrong. I was going to play it in case they had another land destruction spell, but that doesn't really make sense because that'd be Wasteland. I just opened myself up to that for no reason. Okay, Fable. All working like a plan here. And, you know, Billy could Beseiju the Fable, but I doubt they're going to do that instead of just play Caryatid. All right. Let's go ahead. Oh, Necromancy is great. I'm just going to discard Mountain, I think. But the other cards in my hand are pretty good. Send. Get my token, land. Necromancy. Get this Grief back in. Grief, Goldvein Hydra. Could be a 3/3. Yeah, I guess that's going to be more annoying than Sanguine Evangelist. Pass the turn. And that can trade off Grief and get a... Oh, Flooded Strand was not... Oh, it was there. So you're just going to get a blue-white land or whatever. White X land. Cast Sanguine Evangelist, have Beseiju in hand. Plus 1 unknown, and then I attack and probably get to trade off Grief. We'll see. I mean, I guess the Goblin Shaman might be better here. I don't know. Oh, duh, I can't reanimate the any of those things. All right, let's just send with these. I really would like the Grief to die, but I don't really think it makes sense. Oh, yeah, this also sounds pretty good because they have incentive to trade off Grief because of this, the Reflection, but Beseiju is going to kill the Reflection, so that's not too spicy. I really hope it's the Grief that gets killed here. But I think it might be more likely to be the Goblin Shaman. Yeah. Oh, so good. Okay. Let's kill a Sylvan Caryatid for sure. Right? She's got a lot of land. No, killing Sylvan Caryatid sounds great. All right, so Grief dies. Oh. Our last card is Path to Exile that. All right, it's basically like Besejuing it. Use the ability, yes. Do I want Swamp? Yeah, I do want Swamp over Mountain here. Okay, and then target player discards a card, return target creature from your graveyard to your hand. So Grief comes back and they discard Beseiju. And I pass the turn. We've gotten a pretty good amount of resource denial here. I was hoping Billy would draw a spell so I could play Grief and take it. Unfortunately, that is not the case. All right, a little action here. Oh, that counts as action, all right. Yeah, let's send in the Goblin Shaman because I think I'm going to reanimate the Sanguine Evangelist here. Okay, reanimate on Sanguine Evangelist and play Evolved Sleeper and pass the turn. And then if Billy ever doesn't play something, I can try to Grief them. This Grief has done a lot of work. It's kind of done the rounds. Fable, of course, was the star of the show here. Scavenging Ooze, that was the draw, huh? Okay, that's a pretty good draw. Though I guess I've already used all my reanimates. Let's wait on the sleeper here. Oh, Nettle Cyst, that's a nice one. Let's see, Nettle Cyst. It's a 5/5. I can equip it. Let's see, the Sanguine Evangelist if I want. And then, yeah, that seems pretty good. Send with Sanguine Evangelist and Bat token. The Bat gets Battle Cried. It's going to trade for their Bat, which with Skull Clamp in my deck, I know is not like the ideal scenario, but I think just starting to hit with this big Nettle Cyst is great, and I'm glad I didn't sack tokens to the sleeper. Okay, so now it's like Scavenging Ooze versus all this, and the Ooze is not growing that fast. There's actually only 2 creatures in graveyards anyway, so it's not even that impressive. Okay, Caryatid out. And I can take some damage. I could also trade this for the ooze by sacking all my treasures, but I will not be doing that now with the Nettle Cyst in play. Go to 13 here. Oh, and drew a play. Natural Hoarder? Okay. Oh, what's this? Vaultborn Tyrant, maybe? Gruff Triplets. Yeah, I can maybe beat that, but Billy really drew 4th land into creature into natural order is pretty amazing. All right, Karn looks great here. Karn, make a token, pass the turn. Okay. If Billy can like pump the brakes for 1 second. All right, Ignoble Hierarch. The funny thing is that's actually kind of good because it makes Gruff Triplets even bigger. Let's attack Karn. Yeah, I'll block with the Construct. All right, the 2 Gruff Triplets become big. I need to draw 1 removal spell and I win this pretty easily. But, oh, Death Greeter's Champion. That's interesting. So, I can make Sanguine Evangelist gigantic, and then that becomes a 14/14. But then I have 2 constructs in play. And I can Death Touch this. I'm at 13. I'm just trying to think how I want to do this. I think dashing. Now I wish I had a flyer. I guess it actually doesn't matter to. I should keep Caracas around. And I guess I'd rather the construct die. It'd be a 7/7. Here, let's make another construct. Be an 8/8. Attack with this. I mean, you can chump with Gruff Triplets. Okay, just chumping with Ignoble's fine with me too. This Karn, this Karn is pretty good. I will admit. So I have also drawn well, for sure. Okay. I lose my construct here. So maybe it was better to send the Evangelist. I get to kill the actual one instead of the token, I think. All right. So this is going to be a 14/14. And then I pass the turn. And it still can't really attack. And then next turn, I can kind of do the same thing. Can attack as a 15/15. And I probably block with Sanguine Evangelist plus Evolved Sleeper and give this Death Touch. Okay. What would we draw here? A 5-mana play? All right. Nissa. I mean, that was good. I'm encouraged by the fact that my opponent has drawn like the perfect card every turn, and I still think I'm winning because I've also drawn well and I was really far ahead. Though every draw step makes me less far ahead, I suppose. I mean, Nissa can't really attack, and Gruff Triplets doesn't get a whole lot of mileage out of attacking. They've also ordered it in such a way that they draw the land to play the spell first, so Grief could never get in the way of any of it, but that's how it is. What am I looking for here, though? What is my... Oh, Bitter Triumph or Ballista, both pretty good. Jite is also pretty good. I mean, I don't think attacking with Gruff Triplets is that great. I guess it kills Karn. Oh, but then I just block with just Evolved Sleeper, I think. Attacking me. Do I want to lose Karn? Or sorry, do I want to lose Evolved Sleeper or a Construct token? It's kind of the question. It's a little tricky. Because basically I can put Evolved Sleeper on it and give it Death Touch. I guess I could go to just lose Evolved Sleeper, but at that point putting Sanguine Evangelist on it to save a bunch of life has to be better. So I'm losing Sanguine Evangelist, but I don't care because that's just Nettle Cyst. Nettle Cyst can just move somewhere else. And then I throw in the Evolved Sleeper to make it Death Touch, but is there a chance I'd rather have the Construct die? I think Evolved Sleeper dying is still probably fine. Especially since the Construct's going to be a 5/5 because I'm going to have to sack a token. Though I guess I could double block with Construct plus Sanguine Evangelist. Oh, it's going to be a 15/15, so I guess I can't even do that. So in that case, yeah. Let's block with Sanguine Evangelist plus Evolved Sleeper. Doesn't matter how you order it. I'm going to take 5 here down to 8. Okay, and then I get a 1/1 flying, which means I can kill the Nissa. I'm actually pretty close to killing. Yeah, I'm actually winning by a ton here. I feel like, oh, I took an extra 1 from something. I don't remember. I didn't realize what it was. I mean, Skull Clamp is also pretty nice. Let's start by plussing Karn. Revealing, no, not those. Revealing 2 cards here. Not that I'm necessarily going to get anything great, but what did I reveal? Jita and a Soul Ring. I'd actually rather have the Soul Ring here, despite having kind of a lot of mana. But, well, I mean, they're both kind of unbeatable. Soul Ring. Let's see. So I have 6/6. So if I play Skull Clamp, it'll be a 7/7. So I can't quite win this. Well, hold on. If I place, wait, if I play Nettle Cyst, if I play Skull Clamp, this would be a 7/7. So this would be an 8/8. No, oh, this is just lethal. Yeah. Skull Clamp. Equip Nettle Cyst. I think that's lethal. 8/8. Yeah, that's 18. And then cast Death Greeter's Champion. Put the counter on the bat. Attack. And attack Nissa. Why not? All right. Whew, we got game 1. That was a grind. That was a grind. And let's go to game 2. All right. Playing against green-white. I mean, the Spitting Dilophosaurus looked pretty great there. It kills an Ignoble, kills Sanguine Evangelist tokens and whatnot. I don't know about Virtue. What do I not want? I mean, I kind of liked everything I had because my deck's fantastic. So, like, GTA is still pretty good too. I guess I could side out a land on the draw. No, I shouldn't do that. I could side out Golos. It's kind of expensive. Yeah, that seems fine. It's probably my weakest card. All right. Game 2. I mean, this is kind of like the last game where I'm keeping a hand without black because of grief. But I've got so many cards that if I draw any of the like good 3 and 4 mana plays that aren't black, I just get to go completely nuts here. Karn or something. Swamp also pretty good. Oh, that could have been Golos. All right, a grief pitching him. Let's see. Strip Mine, Natural Order. Oh, I see. Ignoble. So this is tough. I don't think I can take the Ignoble Hierarch. I really want to be able to Spitting Dilophosaurus it. Makes me think I should just take Natural Order here. Grief goes away. I play Caracas. I pass the turn. And I really hope I get Strip Mined. I just have such a clean answer to Noble that it's not like my hand's super gassy. So if I take the Noble there, we could just end up in a longer game where I just lose badly to Natural Order. Okay, what is my best draw? Black Source. Maybe not. Maybe Karn is better, especially if this Caracas gets Strip Mined, which has a decent chance of getting Strip Mined. No, I guess not. All right. Black Source, Black Source. There we go. Swamp. Mox. Strip Mine the Swamp in response. Spitting Dilophosaurus. And eat your Ignoble. Okay, well, that was pretty good. Might have been better than Golos, to be honest. See if Billy Drew lands. Delighted Halfling. Okay, plus probably Strip Mine Swamp, unfortunately. Or maybe not. No, it looks like we're doing it. All right, 3 cards in hand. I know all 3. Swamp is great. Evolved Sleeper. Oh, this Dilophosaurus is actually really clapping here. Like, this is pretty good. The Delighted Halfling's now an 0-1 is just going to die next turn to it. I'm keeping Soul Ring in hand because I don't need the mana, and I think Terra Sunder might hit Pearl. If Billy's got nothing better to do, you might as well cast it. And honestly, Parallax Wave and Craterhoof are not close to being castable. This Dilophosaurus is really running the tables here. And there we go. That'll do it. Mana screwed. We mana screwed each other, and I am 1-0. All right. Welcome to round 2, playing against Mandroman. If you've watched these videos for a while, he comes in and out of the server depending on what's going on, and he's always a good time. Mandroman the Monkey, and he's playing blue-red tempo. Sam looks great. Turn 1 Caustic Bronco. Can't quite, saddle it on turn 2, but still pretty good. And let's just fire that off, I suppose. Swamp's even better to play than Scrubland, and play the Bronco. Hopefully this doesn't get countered or killed, but if it does, turn 2, I go Evolve Sleeper plus Reanimate the Bronco. So we're back. We are back. Let's see if Mandroman no plays. All right, let's attack with Caustic Bronco. Yeehaw. What did I get? Bitter Triumph? Sure. Let's play Scrubland and play Evolved Sleeper. No reason to get miscalculated here. Not that I think it's that likely Mandroman has it and didn't cast it on the Bronco, but I think there's no reason to sequence otherwise. Okay, no plays. Into, what do we got here on 4? A Flame Tongue Kavu. Killing my Caustic Bronco, I'm sure. And let's see. I think I'm going to Bitter Triumph that, and I think I'm just going to pay 3 life. I could discard a Mountain instead, but I don't think I want to do that. Mox Opal actually not great here. Let's make this a 2-2. I'm actually going to wait on, maybe not. Do I want to wait on reanimating the Bronco? Because I could wait and reanimate the Flame Tongue. Reanimating Bronco here seems kind of nice, though. Let's get Caustic Bronco out there. Silent Clearing, and then pay another life. Smash for 3. I can also saddle the Bronco now if I want to. It feels like not reanimating there puts me in a position where if Mandroman killed the Evolved Sleeper, I'd be really unhappy that I didn't saddle up the Bronco or reanimate up the Bronco. Okay. Would I rather hit for more damage? I think I can take a hit here. I think I'm just going to attack with both. And then also that'll let me know if I want to level up the Sleeper, which I may want to do. Oh, well, dress down. Let's put a counter on it then. All right, another Bob. No, let's just hit for 6 then, and then play Soul Ring. Opal, Dark Confidant. All right, let's do it. This is a funny way to go about things. I guess I could have sacked the Silent Clearing there, but I don't feel like I need to. And pretty good chance I'm going to want to saddle the Bronco next turn, given that I'm going to flip off Bob here. I guess if I don't flip anything off Bob, then I'll be pretty happy just attacking with the Bronco, so we'll see. Let's let Bob reveal first. Reveal Badlands. All right. Let's play the Badlands. That's fine. I'm worried about Smirking Spelljacker is a card in his deck. I'm trying to think what I want to do here. Do I want to crack Silent Clearing? Do I want to attack with Evolved Sleeper? If I play Skull Clamp and he's Smirking Spelljacks, that's pretty bad. I think I'm going to start by putting a counter on this and seeing what I draw. Because I also can try to bait something here, or if he's got a removal spell for the Sleeper there, that's fine too. Now there's a Karn. Is it 9? So if I play Clamp, he Spelljacks it. Yeah, that actually seems fine. Oh, it doesn't have the Spelljacker. Okay. Karn. And then Remand. and the Karn. All right, let's just attack then, I guess. I don't really think I need to do anything else. Ice on the Evolved Sleeper. Now I can't saddle because it's tapped, and yeah, I'm gonna send. I'm not scared. All right, Swamp. I also could have killed the Bob if I needed to, but I don't actually need to here, and I think I'm gonna put this on the Caustic Bronco. Pass the turn. And all right, we got game one. Okay, playing against blue-red tempo. Didn't see a lot of creatures, so I don't know about this Virtue. The Dilophosaurus. Collective Brutality. Batterskull's kind of expensive. I kind of like where we're at right now. Maybe Virtue's good because it kills Flame Tongue, it kills Smirking Spelljacker. I don't really want to cut like Death Greeter Champion though. Let's just play this as is for now and see. Maybe the Golos wants to come out. Let's see. Haven't drawn Mana Crypt yet, funnily enough. This hand looks like a mulligan. I think I can... My deck has just too many busted starts for me to do that. I think I'm putting my Mountain back. Yeah, because like I can go Mana Crypt, Mox Opal, cast Chromatic Star, cast Caustic Bronco, and then turn to maybe Grief. We'll see. All right, scry away, I guess, or surveil rather. And let's see. What if I draw a Soul Ring or something? Mountain? It's not the land I wanted to draw, but I guess I'll play Mountain first so I don't get dazed. No reason to. Mox. So I'm not gonna want to crack the star here, but I think I play Caustic Bronco over Nettlecyst. Nettlecyst is a little bit bigger. Yeah, this isn't very close, honestly. Nettlecyst's a little bigger, but Caustic Bronco draws me a card. So that's a huge game. Okay, draw. I could also see what I draw. Oh, dear Lord. Okay. Let's just do that then. Good. Yeah, it just is too much damage not to do it this way. I am going to lose my Mox Opal, but I'm going to sack Chromatic Star here. So the Mox Opal is going to be turned off for the moment. But I guess I'll see what I draw off Bronco before deciding what I want to do here. I mean, turn 1 Bronco, turn 2 Gut. Like, okay, Concealing Curtains, a little awkward. It's okay, I'll sack the star. I'll just draw a black source off that. No. Oh, that was drawing a black source. Because now I could play Curtains. I could also I should just Grief, though. I'm not going to cast this Grief or need to, and I'm just going to win the game in a turn. Next turn, I'm literally attacking for 12. Actually, more if I end up equipping Nettlecyst. So, Grief you. What you got? Fiery Confluence. Oh, does have the days. Time Spiral. All right, well, I'm just going to take Fiery Confluence. Play a land. Pass. And good luck. I mean, technically Mandroman could daze the Nettlecyst to prevent me from equipping it, but I guess not. And that would be a turn 3 win. All right, this is a bonus match. It doesn't even count for anything. I'm battling BK. We're both in the draft. I just wanted a chance to play this deck more. We were not so in a 5v5. You only play 3 of the opposing team. I'm not playing BK, but we're just battling for the love of the game because that's why we're Cuban. Oh, and here, easy mulligan. Let's put back Mountain. Yeah, I think that's okay. And then I'll play a turn 1 Bob plus Skull Clamp or Bronco plus Skull Clamp. I guess Bronco's probably better. Okay, didn't get Force of Will. That's nice. All right, let's play the Bronco. Because if I draw a land, I could Karn minus and then Crew. But I think it's okay. I think putting back a land is good. Because if he kills the Bronco, I'll be pretty happy to just play Bob here, especially with Skull Clamp. So let's just attack with the Bronco first. See what we flip. All right, land, Karn, and minus the Karn. And then pass the turn. Cycling Lorien revealed. He's got it. And just fair warning, if our opponents are ready, we might have to cut this match short. But I thought it'd be fun to battle BK, especially since he's beaten me the last 2 times we've played. So I want a chance to get a little like pseudo revenge, even though it doesn't actually even count. Ooh, Namesticker Goblin into 6 mana. So you got the Glorybringer. Glorybringer kill the Caustic Bronco, kill the Karn is pretty good. Okay, he's got a solid turn 2. Yeah, he's got it. The Mad Lad, he's done it. And yeah, there's no way he's not killing Karn, and I assume he's killing the Bronco. PK loves his value. All right, well, that I'm gonna have to kill at some point here. Turn 2 Glorybringer. What is it like? All right, I won the flip. That's nice. Let's equip the Skull Clamp. Attack. Cast Bitter Triumph, pay 3 life, and then cast a Bob here. Pass the turn. I have Bob and Mana Crypt. No fear over here. He's got Ancient Tomb. We're just rushing to pay life and get rid of all our cards here. Okay, Island. What you got here? Thieving Skydiver. Oh. What do you steal? All right, he gets to kill the Clamp and draw 2. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I need him to not have another good play here. I guess he gets to Clamp the Namesticker. Wow, we are really throwing haymakers here. All right, any Death Greeter champions? Anything? Let's see. I'm glad I kept the Bob over the land, though. He's done a really good job of battling me. All right, won the flip. I took him to Turok and evolved Sleeper. All right. I guess those are the cards I'll play. You getting 2 mountains, evolve Sleeper, and I'm just not going to attack into that. Okay, cycle Oliphant is step 1, so maybe I hit his only lands. He got a mountain. Interesting. Well, I know he can't have Fiery Confluence. Ancient Tomb is just getting in there. Oh man, Chandra. Kill the Bob, probably? Yeah. Okay. Death Greeter champion would be a nice one. Won the flip. Necromancy. Oh, Necromancy on Glorybringer? That's so sick. What a miser. All right. And that's game 1 there. Oh, looks like we're ready to play. All right, we got our bonus game. I top deck to beat BK. I'm satisfied. Alrighty, time for actual round 3. Though we're 2-0 plus we've defeated BK in a game. We're battling against Cuneo, Gainsay, and he's got a Tolarian Academy deck. I have to mulligan this hand. It is sad, but you know, so you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll keep this. I think I'll put Nettle Cyst back. Feel like if I draw a Soul Ring or Mana Crypt, I'd much rather just have Golos. And play turn 1 Sleeper and pass. Into turn 2 Bronco. And K-Command's also very good against his Academy deck. So hopefully that gets me some action. All right. Ember Wild Captain, not what I'm looking for. Looking for Mana Crypt or Soul Ring. That's what I'm looking for. Yeehaw. Okay. Academy decks aren't known for their interaction, so maybe he doesn't have a way to kill this Caustic Bronco. If that's the case, I'll be pretty happy. Ooh, a Mox. That could be really big. No, am I not going to get attacked with the horse? Oh, I am. Good. Land? Oh, reanimate. I'm just going to play a Mox and pass. It's kind of a shame because I drew the Mox, so if I'd drawn a land, I'd be able to play the Emberwild. But I'm losing all my Mox value because I'm missing a land drop here. Each opponent sacks a non-token creature. Okay, Evolved Sleeper is out. Kind of hope he plays an artifact that I can just blow up here. That would be exceedingly good. I hope it's not Dak Faden. Oh, Saheeli. Okay, and no plays. I kind of have to use this K command, I feel like. But getting back Evolved Sleeper is kind of weak, yeah. Alright. I get the Evolved Sleeper back and deal 2 damage to Saheeli. Not the best play in the world, but it's what I got. Oh, land is nice because now I can go Emberwild Captain, become the Monarch, saddle the Bronco here with the Capitan, and then I'm going to attack Saheeli here and flip Troll. Oh, I did! Oh, that was so good. And then I have the Monarchs, and now I've drawn a bunch of cards. And Saheeli's down to 1. Oh, he's got Snuff out. Oh, Andrew, I think, messed up a little. Oh, no, he didn't. Because if he had killed the Emberwild in response to the trigger, so I couldn't saddle, then I wouldn't have attacked with the Bronco. Though as it worked out, he took a lot of damage, so that part's nice. And I get to reanimate the Emberwild in a second here. Okay, we'll see what he's got, but I feel pretty good about this game. I was going to reanimate the Troll, but I think new plans here. And he doesn't have any zeros, like he would have played them last turn, so he could have drawn one, but I'm thinking he's not going to play a ton of stuff this turn, but we'll see. I also have just crewing the Bronco, or saddling the Bronco as a real threat here. Let's see. Next turn, Mana Crypt would still be pretty good to cast this Golos. Talisman of Dominance. All right, you have one more spell? Wouldn't be surprised if you had like one more, I suppose. Demonic Tutor. Okay. And draw off Monarch. All right. Oh, Walking Ballista is a pretty nice one. I'm going to cycle the Troll. Let's get, I guess it's going to be Scrubland here. Oh man, I'm 1 mana short here of going Ballista for 2, kill both servos, attack. But I think what I'm going to do is reanimate the Emberwild, become the Monarch. Okay, and I think I'm going to saddle this and attack. I don't need to play the Walking Ballista. I'm probably going to use that to kill Saheeli. But this could just give me a dub right away here. Let's see. Any Goloses? No. Just a swamp. Nothing too exciting. I guess I could have done that first and then played Ballista for 2, but I don't mind losing the Bronco here. And then go Ballista for 1. I'm going to kill Saheeli because I think letting him get a bunch of action off Saheeli doesn't sound very good. Oh, Stern Scolding. Interesting. All right, well, I'll cast the Sleeper then. I am the Monarch still. And, oh, Necromancy. That looks pretty nice too. For him to take the Monarch, he'd have to attack, and he's got a bunch of cards in hand. So that's not going to work great, though. It would have worked out better to play Sleeper first, as it turns out. Oh, why was I calling for Golos? I had Golos in my hand. Losing it. Attacks with both. Probably has to play some cards first. Take the Monarch. Probe going down to 4. Wow. That's intense. Okay. Might have tutored for the Stern Scolding. I'm not sure, though. That's obviously like not the strongest. Probably more likely to have tutored for Mana Vault here. Can make a really big construct token. Whoa, Dark Ritual. What is going on here? Yeah, I didn't think about Stern Scolding, and it definitely cost me there. Bolus's Citadel? Yeah, I guess that would be bad for me. We'll see what it is. Tendrils would also be pretty bad if that's what he's got. I don't know. Oh, he's got tendrils. Okay. Wow. This is actually going to go kind of poorly for me. Tendrils ritual. All right. And then he attacks and takes the monarchy. He knows I have necromancy in hand. Oh, and Yogwill? Oh, never mind. I was dead no matter what. That's sick. All right. Getting a Yogwill tendrils off is pretty cool. Definitely want... This makes me want Collective Brutality. I definitely want Shield Breaker. Bitter Triumph looks a little bit medium. Deathgreeter's Champion and Golo seem a little slow. Let's put in Shield Breaker and Collective Brutality. If he's trying to set up Yogwill, I want Brutality in my deck. And Generous Plunder also seems like it could probably be pretty sick here. Maybe I take Evolved Sleeper out. It's just kind of slow. Concealing Curtain's still fine. All right. Let's do it. I'm on the play here. See if I can get a nice little double power hand. How about a no power hand? This looks like a mulligan. The hand's just way too slow. I guess I'm going to go to 5 here. Damn. Well, so be it. It's okay. I have some good 5s. Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Land, Karn. I even have a card to spare. But this hand's not going to do it. I can play turn 1 Pearl, Chromatic Star, and then do nothing. So unlikely to work. Let's see if I can get a better 5. Looks like he might be mulliganing too. That would help a little. Okay, I will mulligan. I mean, I guess I put back Nettle Cyst. I kind of think I just put back Grief. And he didn't mulligan, so I think that Grief is just a luxury here. I can't afford to pitch Grief, and I'm not near casting it. What I need to draw is Mana Crypt. If I draw Mana Crypt and play a turn 2 Emberwild Captain, then we're doing it. If I draw Reanimate and play a turn 2 Troll, also solid. Whoa, we put Mana Vault in the graveyard. That's wild. Okay. I think I get Scrubland, because if I draw Stoneforge, I'll be pretty happy I did. All right, Necromancy is a turn 3 Troll. Let's just go land go. I don't think I want to cast an Impress Shieldbreaker as a 2-1 against the all-artifact deck. That seems like it would be a mistake. Okay, well, a lot worse than Reanimate, but Necromancy is still a play here. All right, can't snuff that out. Can Shieldred's Edict me? That would be not ideal. Yeah, that's what's happening. All right, it's going. Now I can K-Command to get back the Troll if I really need my 4th land, but that doesn't sound very appealing. I mean, if I can land an Emberless Shieldbreaker, or sorry, a Emberwild Captain, like that's a pretty big game. Saheeli's pretty good, but all right. Land? All right, I'll take it. You know, Force of Negation that? Emberwild Captain. Okay, pass the turn. Oh, snuff out end of turn would be so gross there. Kill the Emberwild Captain and then attack, make a token off Saheeli, attack me, take the Monarch. But, you know, what am I going to do? All right, Grief is a pretty nice one. Feels like Grief could do some work here. And I have this Embereth Shieldbreaker too. Okay, tap out for... that's not good. What I wanted was Cuny to tap out for like an expensive artifact, so I might destroy artifact cards. Could be good, but his artifact stuff's all stuff that works with artifacts, not actually... It doesn't actually do that. All right, well, I guess I'm just going to cast Grief. Yeah. And leave up Mountain, because I'm probably shield breaking the Talisman here. Let's see what he's got. Tendrils, Burst Lightning, Trinket Mage, Urza's Bauble. He must have gotten Bauble off the Call trigger. Oh, I don't care about Tendrils. I guess don't care about Burst Lightning. Yeah, I'll take Trinket Mage. I'll Battle Display the Talisman. And then I will pass the turn here. I do get to draw an extra card. Generous Plunder is kind of interesting. I don't really want to give him treasures. Baleful Strix was your draw? That's pretty good. Wow. I guess you were triggering Kenny was triggering a call either way, and into Mountain. Okay. I mean, that's just like, now he has Burst Lightning on. Yeah, I'm super dead here. You know, 4 power doesn't mean you automatically win all your matches, as I have unfortunately learned. But I'm happy enough to get my 2-1 here and lose to a mold of 5, so it goes. I mean, my hand was good still. Like, it's not like I did nothing. Turn 3 Troll, turn 4 Emberwild. Fine. Not exciting. Okay, no longer the Monarch. K command doesn't do anything. Draws. I mean, I'm super dead here. Let's see. Whoop. Even draws off the bauble. A little late. I can kill Saheeli. I guess what I can do here, I mean, it's not going to work, but destroy an artifact, deal 2 damage. And then I can attack with Grief. And I can become the Monarch again. And then Bitter Triumph the Saheeli. All right. Pay some life, kill Saheeli. Pass the turn, draw a card off Monarch. I mean, I'm still facing down his 5 cards in hand, and he's going to get to steal the Monarch back. Third Path Iconoclast. Okay, he's got Tendrils in hand. The rest I don't know. Probe. All right. I've had enough. This deck was ridiculous, but for opening 4 power, like, it's not like my deck did anything particularly busted. I just played a lot of powerful 3 and 4 mana cards that were really good with all this acceleration, and it worked out pretty well. Went 2-1, did have some color issues. I mean, I had basically 4 colorless pieces of power, so that did cut into my black count. But, you know, the Troll, the Badlands, the Scrubland, the Clearing, Chromatic Star, Mox Opal, they did help. And overall, this deck was great. This is the most power I've ever had, and it was a pretty fun deck to play it in. So that'll do it for today. I appreciate you watching when I have lots of power or when I have very little, which is the normal case. Alrighty, welcome to another 4-on-4 draft. We've got myself, Charles Wong, Strider, and J-Bro. J-Bro on the go-go, battling against D-Stern, Tom Martell, Fiorbina, and Luis Salvato. I'm passing to Salvato. Fiorbina, 4 legs, is passing to me. Anton, he's quite good. This pack, however, is not. There's a Mox Diamond and a Pest Infestation. I'll probably just take the Mox Diamond. They're both pretty close, but this is colorless. It works in a lot of different decks. Pest Infestation is one, I mean, I think green's a fine color, but I'd rather just start with a Mox Diamond. I assume that Salvato's taking Pest Infestation because he likes green a fair amount to begin with, and Pest Infestation is the best card there. Here we've got Vamp, which I'm not the most in love with. It's fine. There's Wasteland, which is always a solid pickup. I'm not big into just slamming Goryo's Vengeance out of nowhere. Guy's Cradle and Titania are kind of interesting. If I'd taken Pest Infestation, I guess I would lean towards Guy's Cradle, but honestly, I think I'll just take Wasteland in either case. Let's just see where this goes. Neither of these cards is very committal. Haven't seen anything super powerful, so no real reason to jump the gun here. Well, getting a 3rd pick Undermount Adventure, that gives us a kind of direction. And it's not too bad because Salvato probably took Pest Infestation, and then I get to cut green. So I'm fine with that. Plus, Mox Diamond works really well with Undermount Adventure, so happy to take that. Passing a Duress, a Bankbuster, and a Jace as kind of like the relevant cards. So yeah, this looks solid to me. Also, Undermount Adventure is quite splashable, and Mox Diamond helps splash it, so I could easily be blue-black splashing Undermountain or something along those lines. Obviously, I am going to look for things like Birds and Noble Herrick to try to accelerate this out, because you win the game pretty easily if you do that. But we'll see what the packs bring us. And the next one brings us, well, it brings us an Asika's Chariot. There is also From the Catacombs, which is quite strong with Undermounted Adventure, but I think I'd rather just take Chariot. Chariot's a really good aggressive card. Accelerating it out can be very strong, and I think it's one of the best cards in this pack, though From the Catacombs also very strong, but I think this is a Chariot pick. Oh, and here there is a Breeding Pool. I don't for sure know I'm going to be blue-green. I don't even have any blue cards, but Breeding Pool is one of the better lands because blue-green needs the lands pretty badly. I'd rather take Breeding Pool as a blue card than take Thieving Skydiver or Subtlety. Boseju's good, but I don't think I want to take it quite this early. Oliphant's also decent, but in terms of fixing, I think I'd rather just take the Breeding Pool and kind of see what's up. Anton could easily be playing blue, in which case that'll be tougher, but... Oh, and here's Renin 6 and Ramanop in the same pack, but Renin 6, when I have Wasteland and Mox Diamond already, Renin 6 is a very strong card. The fact that it can ping 1/1s is pretty big, so I think I'm going to take Renin 6 over Nissa. I already have 2 expensive-ish cards. I'd rather not take a third, and I like Renin 6 a lot more than Ramanop, so... Pretty easy Renin 6 here over Adeline and Noise Marine, Firebolt. There's some good cards in the pack for sure. Oh, and then here I think I'll just take Commercial District. It's a land to help for Renin 6 that you can fetch. It's also good with Renin 6 surveil cards into your graveyard, or pick this up if you manage to mill it somehow or discard it, like to Mox Diamond, say. And I think Commercial District, is just a good card. The on-color surveil lands are pretty strong. Next up would probably be Fairy Mastermind, maybe Terra Sunder, but I'm a lot happier just taking Commercial District here. Well, I don't really want Lush Portico, but Once Upon a Time is looking pretty nice. When you have good lands to find and good creatures to find, Once Upon a Time becomes pretty valuable. I really like it in like the Strip Mine type decks. I don't have the Strip Mine yet, but I have the Wasteland and a Renin 6, so perfectly poised for Strip Mine. I don't mind passing an Imperial Seal, and I think both green cards there are not that exciting. Oh, Utopia Sprawl with these 4s is pretty good. I have 2 actual forests. I think I like it more than Generous Ent. The Generous Ent gets all these colors. I guess the acceleration is pretty good. Passing up a Nissa. Green is definitely the place to be. Yeah, I'm going to take the Sprawl here. I think that's what I want. And then Farseek or Shatterskull Smashing. Interesting. So Farseek is nice because I can, again, ramp to those 4s. Shatterskull Smashing is nice because it's like an extra spell land. Not really a Dragon's Rage Channeler deck, though. I guess it's good with Renin 6. You surveil lands into your graveyard. I think I'd rather Farseek here. It is close, but I could also be splashing red, so I think this is reasonable. Oh, and then here, there's Elvish Spirit Guide, Scrapwork Mutt, Regrowth, Mind Collapse. These are all plausible. I kind of think this is an Elvish Spirit Guide deck. Turn 3 Undermountain, turn 3 Chariot are both just really good, or turn 2 with the right acceleration. And I don't really care about Mutt or Regrowth. And Mind Collapse also would be solid, but I like these. Oh, and then I would take Rabble. All right, yeah. Rabble Master is looking really good with Utopia Sprawl, Spirit Guide, Mox Diamond. Look, I like Uro and all that, but oh, and then here's a Copperline Gorge. I got to take it over Badlands, sadly. Oh, and then Nissa. Nissa's good with all those cards. Passing a last pick Adeline to Salvato. He doesn't draft white that often. Maybe that'll prompt him to, but we're like red-green beats now. I actually don't mind that archetype at all. Hoping to open like a Mana Crypt or something. That would be sick. Okay. This looks pretty good, though. I do now wish I took Shatterskull Smashing over Farseek, given that I just took the Rabble Master, Copperline Gorge, and kind of went a little deeper into red-green. All right, well, look, the simulation is getting lazy. That's all I'm going to say. Well, we're slamming Mana Crypt for our turn 1 Rabble Masters and turn 2 Chariots. You know, I could turn 1 Undermountain with Mana Crypt or Mox Diamond, Mana Crypt plus Mox Diamond or Elvish Spirit Guide. Best card for passing is a Snuff Out or a Troll, maybe a Palantir. Wow, this looks just fine and dandy to me. All right, so this is another tough pick because there's Oko and there's Noble Hierarch, and they're both very good. I think with Breeding Pool, Mox Diamond, and Utopia Sprawl, I think I could swing Oko, and Oko's so good in this kind of deck. Also, I have 2 zeros plus a Utopia Sprawl plus a Spirit Guide. I feel like I would love Noble. Obviously, I would take it very highly if I got another shot at that kind of thing. But I think it's Oko. And then I'm hoping one of Flame Slash, Chandra, or Ulvenwald Oddity comes back. But I think this is an Oko pickup. And then follow it up with... Oh, I could just take Volcanic. Volcanic can help cast Oko in my red-green deck. Not quite there for Scion. Elves of Deep Shadow is a little sketch because I'm not likely to play black. And I'm passing Brain Freeze and Life and Death, but I don't care about those. Othari is good too, but I think I have my colors set. And then here, oh, Time Twister is actually kind of nice in this sort of deck. But I'm not sure. It's so good with all this acceleration, but I kind of want beatdown cards. Do I want Seasoned Pyromancer? Do I want Unholy Heat? I actually would play Standstill in this kind of deck too. And then Elvish Mystic and Simian Spirit Guide are good. I mean, maybe I'd just take Elvish Mystic. That could be more of what this deck's looking to do. But, oh man, when I have Mox Diamond, Mana Crypt, Utopia Sprawl, Elvish Spirit Guide, those are pretty good at Time Twistering. Yeah, let's go with the Time Twister. I feel like I can pick up comparable things. And look, now I can take Delighted Halfling. Delighted Halfling works really well with Oko, Chariot, Nissa, and Renin 6. Plus, it's just like a acceleration spell even for the non-legends. Sentinel and Stomping Ground are both cards I'd be interested in wheeling. Also, Land Grant would be great. Land Grant can get blue with Breeding Pool or a tapped red with Commercial District, which is all pretty reasonable too. And then here, this pack is pretty bad for me. I mean, there's Baleful Strix is good. Concealing Curtains is good. I could take Dryad Arbor in case I pick up Green Sun Zenith, though I'm not really that stoked about Dryad Arbor. Immodane's Recruiter is interesting as a 3-mana 3/2 haste that gives your other creatures haste, and then, but if you really have to have white to play it, maybe I just take Otawara because it's just randomly a good card. And I don't really feel confident hating anything here. All right, I'll take an Otawara. I might play that. Huh. And here's Ketria Triumph. Yeah, I'll take a Ketria Triumph. This deck can afford one more tap land. This would be the last one probably. I like it a little more than Raging Ravine because I am playing all these blue cards and I'm not to the point where I'm going to play a Tali. And then here, okay, Pick Your Poison is a really good sideboard card. Make someone sack an enchantment, artifact, or creature with flying. That's a new addition. There's also just Rampaging Raptor. I don't really think Sail into the West. Time Twister is a lot better than Sail. Namesticker Goblin doesn't actually cast most of my things. I think I might just take the Rampaging Raptor. Arc Trail is also decent, but I have Renin 6 as a ping effect. Let's just go with the Rampaging Raptor here. Oh, Paradise Druid is perfect. A 2-drop that accelerates into these 4s, taps for 3 colors. Over Leovold, Leyline Binding, and Snuff Out are still there, and Tribal Flames. All right, I don't know what's going on, but, well, I guess the domain stuff makes sense, but the Snuff Out being there doesn't really make sense to me. And Samwise is really good, so I kind of feel like Salvato's drafting blue here. Hopefully not drafting white. The late Samwise makes it a little less likely he's drafting white and almost impossible to be drafting black with Snuff Out. Okay, Overlord Oddity came back. Very happy about that. Passing Temple Garden. GTA is fine, but I'd rather just cast one of these 4-mana spells and just kill them. I'm not too worried about trying to get value with GTA. So I have all Teamer lands. Actually, my mana base is really tight. It's just straight up Teamer, nothing splashing, so I don't think Scion works. I'll take Elves of Deep Shadow. I could also spec on Crucible in case I get Strip Mine. Do I want Elves of Deep Shadow? Yeah, no, Elves still seems fine here. Oh, I will take Standstill. This actually looks like a Standstill deck, and I'll pass 3 white cards, whatever. Stomping Ground came back? That's such a gift. Look, Land Grant's fine and all, and so is Bone Horde, but Stomping Ground in this deck, like, we're set up to be like kind of a perfect Teamer beatdown deck. I'm loving it. I don't think I'm going to play Dryad Arbor, so I'm just going to hate the Concealing Curtains and I guess hate the Bazaar. All right, pack 3. The one time I didn't call for Time Walk, I open it. All right, well, I'll take it. Did we open well this draft? Hard to say. Well, how does this change? Well, on the one hand, I don't have any of the regrowth effects. On the other, this is a busted Time Walk deck because I have all cards that just attack every turn. So slamming Time Walk here, passing a Lutri. Not much else, really. Okay, Fire Covenant, I guess. So what did I take? Oh, it's Shatter Skull Smashing over Farseek. This actually ended up being fine. I mean, this deck is just gross. I really am missing nothing. Obviously, if I get like a Strip Mine to go with my Renin 6, I'll be happy. The one thing this deck actually is missing, no jokes, is I could use a couple removal spells. So like Lightning Bolt, Dismember, those would be really high picks right now. I kind of wish I ended up taking the Mind Collapse. That would have worked out nicely too, but I'm loving this. Atraxa, but we got past the late Reanimate stuff, so I don't think Salvato can necessarily use it in that direction. There's other directions too. There's Skull Clamp here, and I have, I guess, Elves, Paradise Druid, Rabble Master can be good with it. But honestly, I'd rather just attack them. I think I'm just going to take Smuggler's Copter. There's also Hedge Maze and Taiga, and if we're really lucky, Taiga Wheel. I don't think I want Walking Ballista. Yeah, I'll just take Copter. I mean, that's what this deck's trying to do. Still could use a removal spell. I would be really nice if I picked one of those up. But I mean, we're basically set here. That's the only thing we're really missing. So if I can get a little bit of interaction, I'll be happy. Also, my mana base is going to be great. So if I see like Memory Lapse or Daze or Mana Leak, those would be awesome pickups as well. What a beat. This pack is all garbage. I guess I could just take Vendilion Click. Like, I don't think Salvato's playing black. I think he probably will use this Teferi, but I can't really play it, and there's other good white cards. Misdirection's a new addition. We'll see if that one sticks. There's also Raugrin Triumph as like a red-green or red-blue land, but I just feel like my mana base is really good. My mana base. And I have 2 tap lands. I don't really want another one. I think my mana base can support Vendilion. There's also Satyr Wayfinder for red and 6, but I think that's excessive. And also this red and 6 is not looking good. I didn't pick any fetch lands. So let's just take Vendilion Click and be kind of unhappy about it. Oh, there's Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, I mean, this is a good wheel deck also. Had I taken Dryad Arbor, the Green Suns would be a little more interesting, but I'm happy enough with that pick. All right, I'll take that. Passing all these white cards back, but I think that's okay. Oh, I love Hex Drinker. I'll just take that. Hex Drinker is awesome. I am passing a Territorial Kavu that I don't think we ever quite got to work. It didn't even take the Raugrin Triumph. And I'm passing a Chaos Defiler, which is an amazing card, but Hex Drinker is just great. So right now we're at 16 land plus Mana Crypt. So we're doing pretty good, but I guess this red and 6 doesn't look fantastic. Farseek is still probably fine. My mana base still looks pretty good, I think. And pick 5. All I really want is like a Chain Lightning. The Flame Slash and Chandra didn't wheel, sadly. There's not much else. There's like Chain Lightning, Dismember, Lightning Bolt, like any of the red burn spells or Braid, something like that, just so that if my opponent puts a card into play, I can deal with it. Oh man, this is tough because there's Spell Seeker, which can go get Time Walk, but that's all it can get. There's also Daze. This is looking like a really good Daze deck, but there's also Ignoble Hierarch and Carnosaur and Spiral Bluff. I mean, there's just a lot of cards. I still might just take Ignoble Hierarch. That card is just so good. Let's just take that. Take a Birds now. I'm not going to pass that up. Pick 7 over Inferno Titan Braze Apprentice, sure. And pick 8. Well, we didn't get a removal spell. I mean, I guess I could try to splash Bitter Triumph, but I'll take Tameo because now I could just be a great Time Walk deck too. Cut Elves of Deep Shadow. It's a lot worse than these other ones, like a lot worse. And right now, this is still 16 lands plus Mana Crypt and all my Mana Dorks and Utopia Sprawl. Yeah, I think Farseek actually is probably not good enough. I think basically what I'm going to try to do is instead of interact, I'm just going to try to, I could take Invasion of Tarkir. One sec though. I'll just play out my stuff and cast a bunch of Time Walks. I have a Wheel, Time Twister, Tameo. So do I want Endurance or Invasion here? I don't think I want Grim. Grim is interaction, but I'd rather just take Invasion at that point. So it's 2 mana, deal 2. I don't have any dragons, but it's a 2 mana, deal 2. That then, if I hit it with one of my 4-power things, flips it into like a pretty busted dragon. That or just take an Endurance. I think I'll just take the Endurance. And then, Ballista. There we go. Ballista is at least a way to interact. Passing a late Luminarch. I think I'm okay with that. And maybe I sideboard. I could just take out Rampaging Raptor. Because I'll basically play red for Rabblemaster and not a whole lot else. Well, Wheel of Fortune, Rabblemaster, and I just have all this red fixing kind of randomly. I could also play Ren and 6. Maybe if I play the Satyr Wayfinder. So Ren and 6, what does it do? It gets back Wasteland. It gets back Otawara. It gets back the card I discarded to Mox Diamond. It gets back something I discarded to Smuggler's Copter. I don't think Salvato's playing white, so I think I'll just pass the 3 white cards there. Ren and 6 can also get back. I thought there was like one more thing. Maybe that was it. I guess things I mill to Tameo, but that's a little thin. But it's also a ping for 1. Maybe Ren and 6 is fine. Or if I mill with Satyr Wayfinder. I need to cut a card or 2. But I really like where we're at here. Oh, this is nice. I'm not going to play the Territorial Kavu, but Embereth Shieldbreaker to kill artifacts is a nice pickup. I don't know that I'll main deck it because I like where my deck's at, but I definitely will consider... I'll definitely side it in the right matchups. And then Garrick with all this Time Walk stuff is actually really good. Oh, so is Hide in Plain Sight to consider. All right, well, this deck looks awesome. Let's see how this looks. All right, taking a look at the deck here. Well, this is 12 lands as it's currently built, so probably should cut a few cards. I kind of do like the Standstill. I mean, I kind of like Wrenn and 6 just because Planeswalkers and Time Walk is nice. Maybe I do take Vendilion Click out. I think Rabblemaster still seems good. I could take Hide in Plain Sight out. Garrick with Time Walk, Tamiyo, Nissa, those all seem good. I mean, Rabblemaster Time Walk is also just sick. I guess I could take Wayfinder, Wrenn and 6 out. And now we're talking 16 lands with Mana Crypt, Mox Diamond, and a bunch of accelerants, but also a bunch of draw 7s. I could take out Elvish Spirit Guide as well. I actually wonder, is it better to take out Elvish Spirit Guide and just put in Satyr Wayfinder? Cruise Copter. We have Reanimator on our team, so I could take out Endurance. And I could put the Wrenn and 6 back in. I think Wrenn and 6 is like borderline, but probably good enough here. And I'm really light on interaction anyway. All right, yeah, this looks pretty great. I think this deck is going to do awesome. And nothing I'm super sad about not including. I mean, maybe even Dillion at the closest, but I have plenty of ways to crew Copter, I think, now that I have Wayfinder, Ballista, Paradise Druid, Delighted Halfling, Rabblemaster, and then some of the big stuff. Yeah, plus Oko as well. All right, let's see what my team's up to and then see how this does. All right, let's take a look at our team's decks. Charles has a Mox Emerald, a Mishra's Workshop with Thran Spider, Mystic Forge, Batterskull, Coveted Jewel. Got a free Snuff Out, the like 12-pick Snuff Out or whatever. Oh, Mana Vault 2 and a bunch of Mana Rocks. Yeah, I like this deck. This deck's solid. It's not like busted, but looks pretty solid. J-Bro's got an Ancestral in his Esper mid-range deck with like Thoughtseize, removal spells, Jace, From the Catacombs, Prismatic Ending. Pretty solid mana. Yeah, this deck's pretty good. And then Strider's deck is disgusting. It's blue-black Reanimator with Underground Sea, 2 Land Cyclers, Mox Jet, Grief, Reanimate, Animate Dead, Persist, Life Death, Flash, and then Archon, Emrakul, Triplicate Titan, Itali, Grave Titan, Frantic Search, Phantasmal Image, Goryo's Vengeance. It's just the Vince McMahon meme. So, I'm feeling good about this. Let's bash Martel here. I'm going to keep this hand. Wish I was on the play, as usual. And go, if I get duressed or something, that's unfortunate, but my team has a lot of that stuff. And I'm just going to go turn 1, Ketria Triome. Turn 2, I'm going to go Satyr Wayfinder, hope to draw a green off it, and then play Paradise Druid. So I like that. Sir Ginger. Satyr Wayfinder is going to dunk on that one pretty nicely. So if I drew a green, I would have cast Garrick, but this should also work. Breeding Pool, Wasteland, Time Walk, Ulvenwald Oddity. All right, I'll take Breeding Pool. Tom gets to see that I have Time Walk and tell his team and tilt off about it. And then I play a Paradise Druid, and he's like, Mana Crypt, Time Walk. Yeah, of course. So then here, obviously I'll block Sir Ginger with Satyr Wayfinder if that's what's up. Seasoned Pyro, sure. Discard 2 lands. Okay. I mean, this is just going to be disgusting, right? Aren't I just going to Tamiyo here? Land. Tamiyo. Get back Time Walk. I love Time Walk. Take my turn. And lose the flip. Draw. So now, why don't I could go Garrick, untap 2 lands. Yeah, and then cast Time Twister. And then if I draw a Time Walk off this, then I get to Time Walk. And if I don't, I get to Tamiyo +1 to look for Time Walk. Just one of the more disgusting draws I've ever seen in my life. And it's against Tom Martell. You love to see it, honestly. All right, let's go +1, name Time Walk. Come on. Oh, we missed. All right. And then it's got haste, hexproof, and trample, the Sir Ginger does. So let's just go Ballista for 1, I think, and pass the turn. I just want to put a little bit more defenders into play. And, you know, I'm probably going to end up losing Tamiyo here, but I'm okay with that. Though, I don't necessarily have to. Though, if this is like a bolt or something, of course, that'll start things out nicely for Tom. Basically, the Time Twister was like, I get to look at 11 cards out of my deck, and if I hit Time Walk in those cards, then I win the game. If I didn't, well, I'm still in pretty good shape, because next turn I'm going to have 6, 7, 8, if Garrick survives, 10 mana to deploy all the cards in my hand, and Wheel of Fortune will hit Time Walk a lot of the time. Oh, we're both attacking Garrick. I kind of want to get Sir Ginger off the board, but I guess it... hold on. Let's go block. And if Tom passes, I'm just going to accept this. I don't really need to deal an extra 1 with the Walking Ballista, because if I did that and then he killed the Satyr Wayfinder, I'd lose Garrick, so it feels pretty safe. Yeah, he's going to bolt Tamiyo. I knew he was going to kill Tamiyo. That seemed pretty hard to avoid. All right, he plays 2/1 toughness creatures, and I have Ren 6 at the ready. Let's draw. Let's see. Let's just get some creatures. So I have 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana. 4, 7. I mean, I could just not play Time Walk this turn. Or sorry, Wheel of Fortune this turn. I think I won't. I think I'll just go Asika's Chariot. Play my basic Forest. Play Rabble Master. And attack with my token. And then I'm going to Ren 6, untap 2 lands, and then Ren 6 the Grim Lavamancer here. And let's see if that works out. Attack with the token. Tom's clearly going to take 1. And then next turn I can wheel with all this stuff in play. And then just go Garrick, untap these 2 lands. Ren 6. And ping. Grim Lavamancer. All right. That's all. Your turn. Let's see what Bob reveals. A Dreadhorde Arcanist. Yeah, that's not going to do anything. And this deck's not really going to worry too much about decking, even with Wheel, because I feel like I've got lots of win conditions. So that seems totally fine. And my teammates are the ones with like all the bigger stuff. So, I mean, maybe I get like some sort of Shallow Graved here, but I feel like the cards we've seen don't point towards that so much. Yeah, I would discard Mountain Chromatic Star. Next turn, I'm going to get to have a really big turn. And, I mean, at some point, I will find the Time Walk again, or not. I mean, if I don't find it, I think I'll still win pretty easily. Every turn, my turns are like 3 times as good as Tom, and I've taken an extra 1. So, like, it's pretty tough to compete. The Satyr Wayfinder worked out beautifully, by the way. I put a blocker into play, found a land, and milled a Time Walk for my Tamiyo to come collect. I guess technically that turn could have gone like Tamiyo +1 and I would have hit Time Walk, but I'm not going to make that play not knowing whether I'll hit Time Walk or not. So being able to go Tamiyo -3 and get Time Walk instead was huge. Also, the Ballista and the Ren 6 work really well against the kind of creatures Tom has. So overall, this is turning out nicely. Unearth on the Grim Lavamancer in the face of a Ren 6? Oof, that's a tough way to go about it, Tom. That is a tough way to go about it. All right, let's hope I don't get burned out by my own mana crypt here. I lost the flip again. Once Upon a Time. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fine. Let's just cast that. Hopefully I don't see Time Walk. All right. So Time Walk's in the bottom 4 cards of my deck, but that's not too much of an issue. Ulvenwald Oddity. Let's ping the Grim Lavamancer. I think I'm going to crew the Chariot with the Goblin tokens. So let's go make a Goblin. Crew Asika's Chariot. Tapping. I don't really want to attack with Rabble either. Crew with those. Tom has 2 cards in hand. I'm not going to cast Wheel of Fortune here, I don't think. And I'll attack with these. I don't even think it really makes sense to attack with a cat at this point. And if Tom wants to block down the Ulvenwald Oddity, then I will accept that. I mean, you kind of do have to block the Oddity because the Oddity is like going to flip next turn. And then that'll be it. But Tom also might want to keep Dark Confidant alive and just hope to like string together the perfect sequence of plays, which is also why I'm not casting Wheel. I know Time Walk's on the bottom, so there's really no point in doing that. I'm going to side out Wasteland from what I've seen so far. And I guess with Garrick, I guess I'll just untap lands. It's like I have plenty of blockers, and then the Garrick ult is obviously very threatening here. So we'll see. And all right, we're just chumping there. That's fine. Untap my 2 lands. Play Copperline Gorge. Pass the turn. Lightning Bolt's already in the graveyard. Let's see what Bob reveals. Burst Lightning. Oh, this is going to be a 50-50 now. That was a good draw. Yeah, Tom's going to bolt me down to 5, attack, Dreadhorde me down to 2, and if I lose the Wheel of Fortune or the Mana Crypt flip, I actually am going to lose. I guess when you lose every Mana Crypt flip, that is what can happen. Tom can do 7 damage to me right now with his spells. Let's see if I can win that 50-50, huh? I don't think I could have killed a turn sooner, given the circumstances. I could have cast Wheel, but obviously that wouldn't have really helped too much because he would have drawn into the Burst Lightning instead. So I guess we'll take the shot here. All right, in comes the Arcanist. Getting Bolterino'd. And I'm at 6. And I'll block the Arcanist with these things. Not that it matters too much. All right. And now it's just, again, a straight up 50-50 because Tom is forced to go for it because he's going to lose otherwise. And sure, he can play his Mox first in case I have like miscalculation. All right. I'm at 2. Let's do it. And heads. Lost the flip. All right. That's game 1. Okay. You know, the old, I guess I lost 3 out of 4 flips there. I don't want Wasteland. I suppose I would rather have another forest just in general. Don't Embereth Shieldbreaker? Probably. It felt like he played Sir Ginger and Mox. So that seems reasonable. Standstill on the play looks like it could be okay, but he's got a lot of burn spells. Let's just take Standstill out. Endurance also could be decent because it's good against Arcanist, and like he attacks with the Arcanist, I play Endurance, gets the thing he's trying to put back and then block. That is pretty nice. I do think Wheel's still pretty good. I could take out Rabble Master against all the burn spells. All right. Yeah, this looks good to me. Let's get to game 2 here on the play this time. And all right, well, I'll keep this hand. Here, I guess I would rather have Rabble Master over Endurance, but what I'm really hoping is that Tom doesn't burn my bird on turn 1. He's got at least Burst Lightning and Lightning Bolt, so pretty decent chance it goes down. Oh, okay, that is not a turn 1 burning of the birds. Island. Yeah, let's go Time Walk. And then go turn 2 Ulvenwald Oddity, effectively. Mana Crypt would still be pretty nice here. Oh, Chariot. Yeah, Chariot's even better. Because Chariot gives me value over time instead of just being a 4/4. So I basically played a turn 2 Chariot here, which is pretty nice. And then if I draw a land for Nissa, that's obviously absurd. Oh, he's going for some stuff. Let's see. Even if I don't draw a land, I'm doing pretty good. But land, I mean, Nissa's got to be just fantastic here. Nissa. Plus on my forest. I could even pitch cast Endurance if I really need to, though obviously that's not necessarily going to be necessary. Necessarily going to be necessary, as they say. Let's send for 7 and make another Catoncito here. Tom just has to take 7 basically. And if I really want to, I can Endurance to stop a spell from being played to Arcanist here, but no. That was about a 30-second game. We take it. Okay. Oh, on the draw. Do I want Hide in Plain Sight? Maybe on the draw I don't want the Shield Breaker quite as much. Or maybe I don't want the Smuggler's Copter quite as much. Yeah, I'll try Hide in Plain Sight instead. That seems like it could be a little bit better. Definitely don't want Standstill on the draw. All right. Let's see. All right, very solid hand. Very, very solid. Only thing that'd make this hand better is a Mana Crypt. Though a Birds or Utopia Sprawl would also be pretty nice. Turn on Bauble. Well, that's not a Mox. And Chromatic Star. And that's not a Grim Lavamancer or anything, so that's not too bad. Tameo. Well, he knows that I've got Tameo ready to go. Young Pyromancer. Oh, if I draw a red source here, not quite. It's okay. We'll still get our Wrenn and 6 value. Because I get to go Paradise Druid into Wrenn and 6 plus Time Walk is going to be my plan here. And Paradise Druid having Hexproof here look pretty nice. Definitely not going to block. If I draw Mana Crypt next turn, we're going to have the most disgusting turn in the history of Magic. But, well, maybe not that. But we'll see. So what do I want Tom to do here? I don't really know. Play a Seasoned Pyromancer or something. I guess Seasoned Pyromancer is okay. I don't... Oh, interesting. Cracking the Star. I was going to play something, presumably. Oh, Phyrexian Dragon Engine. Okay. Time Walk. Wrenn and 6. Nug the Young Pyromancer. Do you have like Fire Blast or something? Pyrokinesis? I mean, I guess Pyrokinesis would be pretty good. Okay. Let's draw something sick here. Utopia Sprawl. That would have been sick earlier. What am I going to do? Let's start with Commercial District. If I surveil a land into the graveyard, yeah, that's sick. Because then I can go Wrenn and 6, get back the land. Utopia Sprawl here. I'll name blue, I guess. And I think I'm going to play Undermountain Adventurer because the payoff there is pretty big. And I'll get another blue. All right, pass the turn. And so now, Tom, if he kills the Undermountain Adventurer, he gets to attack me and take the initiative. But it's just not that bad for me because I can Tameo take the attack with Paradise Druid, Tameo take the initiative back. If he has a way to kill Undermountain Adventurer and has a creature, okay, that's a lot more annoying. If he has a Grim Lavamancer here, it's going to be tough. But I also have the Undermountain or the Ovalmold Oddity, so I feel like I have a good shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, and I can also. I really need him not to have. Okay, that's not a creature. That's fine. Oh, I drew Mana Crypt. Okay, so now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. Is it 14? I mean, I can Tameo back Time Walk and +1 Wrenn and 6. I wonder if it's better. No, I don't think Oddity is good. I think I'm going to start by Tameoing back Time Walk. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play. It's just really hard to get away from that. And so let's go Tameo. Get back Time Walk. Mana Crypt last turn would have just been completely game over, but that's all right. Let's just +1 it. I don't think I need to minus it. Take my extra turn. Draw. Oh, Otawara is actually really nice. So I think I should start by +1ing Tamiyo. And what am I going to name here? Hold on. Chill out for 1 second. Oko, Time Twister, Nissa. Nissa sounds pretty good. Yeah, because I can Mana Crypt out Nissa and do everything else. All right, let's go Nissa. Who Shakes the World? Isika's Chariot, Hidden Blade Inside. All right, cards that I wasn't going to take anyway. I'm going to save the Otawara so he doesn't know it's coming. And I think I do have to play the Mana Crypt, yeah. Mana Crypt, +1 Forest. Forest. Hold on. Let's go Ulvenwald Oddity. I have Otawara up. I have a bunch of Planeswalkers. I'm at a pretty high life total. And I can bounce the Dragon Engine when it attacks. And then I get to take the initiative back. And I'm just going to definitely go Forge. Because I just want to go for the win next turn. I could have also gone attack, Scry 2 with Lost Well, and then Tamiyo plus to like guarantee a hit, or at least obviously if I see 2 lands, I don't guarantee a hit. But I feel like because I have an Otawara, I'm already using all my mana here. I don't really need to go to those lengths. If I didn't have Otawara, I think that would have been the play. But no, he's not going to get the hit in with the Dragon Engine. Ulvenwald already effectively attacks for 15 next turn, because I can make it into a 10-10 if I flip it, and then if it hits, it also gets trap, assuming he even takes the initiative back. Tamiyo protects me from discard and sacrifice, and then Wrenn and 6, it gets back Otawara. That's actually like pretty reasonable. All right, Wrenn and 6 has been awesome. So this looks pretty good. I can't wait to find out how I lose this one, but I don't think I'm going to. This looks pretty difficult for Tom to get out of. All right, in comes the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. I guess I'll let him decide what to attack. Of course, he attacks me. Otawara you. I'm not even killing it. Can't even bring it back for value, though. Obviously, if he taps out to bring it back, there's no way he can win that either. So currently, he's got a lot of stuff to deal with. Oh, okay. So we're gonna start by killing Ulvenwald Oddity. You have to. Yeah, that doesn't look like a winning play to me, but I mean, it's probably the best he's got. All right, I lost the flip. Trap. You go to 5. Draw. So now I can get back Time Walk. That doesn't sound great. If I get back Ulvenwald Oddity, I'm 1 mana short of flipping it. Undermine Adventure gets me to the archives. Oh wait, this is Leaves Play. Hold on. Oh, I'm 1 short there too. I could get back Oddity and get back Otawara with Wrenn and 6, and then Otawara the Chaos Defiler attack Tom down to 1. But then I'd have already used the Wrenn and 6. Maybe I just cycle Ketria Triome and start there. Because then if I draw something good, then I can Tamiyo Time Walk and play something good. Like any creature is really good here. Also, I mean, I'm going to want a Tamiyo Time Walk here. Oh yeah, so look, I can go return target card. I'll get Time Walk back. And then I'll +1 Wrenn and 6 and get back, I think Otawara is probably my best bet over Ketria Triome, because I'm already going to draw extra cards. And here's what I'm going to do is I'm going to battle display the Chaos Defiler, and now Tom can kill my Wrenn and 6, but the Chaos Defiler's gone. I had to tap my Sprawl for mana just so he doesn't take that, though obviously he wasn't really going to do that. And then Time Walk, plus play Embereth Shieldbreaker. And I guess I'll play my land too. Why not? All right, and then on my next turn, I get to draw off Archives. Let's hope I don't lose more mana crypt flips. All right, well, on the flip, nice draw. Almost any spell gets me there too. I said almost. Birds. Attack Tom down to 3, and then now I have Otawara plus Throne of the Dead 3. So, which is the last room of Undercity. So Tom has to now find a way to deal damage to me with attacking while I've got a bounce spell in hand. Okay. That doesn't look like that is what this is going to be. I don't think I need to use Otawara here. I've got lots of mana. So I think I'll just chill. I'm not going to Otawara my mana crypt. I just hope to not lose more flips. All right, I go to 8. All right. It's Throne of the Dead 3 here. What do we got? Oh, this is 3 +1/+1 counters on it. All right, I'll put a Walking Ballista into play. That's one way to do it. And yeah, that'll do the trick. And Tom got lucky once, but we got the match. All right, time for round 2. Playing against Salvato on green-black. So he took Pest Infestation into Vampiric Tutor, which can't say I'm unhappy about that. I'm gonna lead on Delighted Halfling with this hand, and then if I draw an untapped land, probably just turn 2 Oko. Otherwise, I can go Satyr Wayfinder, play Ketria Triumph, and then set up Oko or Garruk or what have you. Imperial Seal turn 1. Okay, a little scary. Let's see what he manages to string together here. And Island. All right, well, that makes things a little easier because now I just go Delighted Halfling into Oko is my plan. Did he tutor for something obvious? No. Oh, Time Walk. Interesting. Let's still just Oko. Oko Time Walk is pretty sick. Oh, I obviously should have cast Oko with uncounterability. That was loose, though. It's playing black-green. Doesn't really matter. Okay, Oko, he plays Bowmasters. That's what he tutored for. That's not so bad. Can't really wheel with that in play, though. Oko might be able to kill it here. And if I draw untapped land again, then Garruk into Time Walk is just awesome. Okay, Bloodstained Mire into Glissa Sunslayer. Not so much a standstill operation here. So let's just go Satyr Wayfinder. I hope to get an untapped land. Okay, Otawara, sure. Play Otawara. Cast Time Walk. This is -5 to exchange. Yeah, so it's +2. Make a food. And really want to find, oh, that's exactly what I wanted. So now I'm going to go exchange my food for your Bowmasters. Then I'm going to cast Wheel of Fortune. I guess I should just cast Garruk first, probably. Untap these 2 lands, and then wheel. Ping, 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 and then 3 to Salvato's Dome here. And wipe his board. I end up with a 6/6 and a 7/7. I don't think there's a reason to play Mana Crypt here, but I will go ahead and attack with Satyr Wayfinder and hope that that's good enough. Was that a good enough turn? That was probably a good enough turn, I would say. All right, Salvato now has 3 lands and he's facing down just like a massive board presence with next turn me also just looking to unload here with Ulvenwald Oddity plus Undermountain Adventure, something along those lines. Is just going to be great. All right, Lotus Cobra. Sure, you need something really crazy to get out of this, I suspect. Like, we're talking Channel Emrakul type heroics. Is this Bitter Triumph killing my Garruk Wildspeaker? I mean, I guess I would accept that. Maybe if he like reanimated something afterwards. All right, Bitter Triumph killing Garruk Wildspeaker. Discarding Generous Ent and then playing Elvish Mystic. All right, well, suspect we're going to be okay here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 mana, so I could cast Oddity and Undermine Adventure, but I think I'm just going to start with Ulvenwald Oddity. Attack for 12. He's got to chump the 7/7, and then I'm going to go Wrenn and 6 on the Lotus Cobra. I just don't really see a reason to... Oh, okay. That also works. To leave him with any mana dorks in play. There's no reason to play like the initiative card. And then ping. And we are up a game here. Okay. So I really do have to worry about Bowmasters because I have all these draw 7s. I don't have a great sideboard against that. I mean, I have Wrenn and 6 and Ballista and Oko, I guess, are my answers to that. It doesn't make me want Vendilion Click very much. So, Endurance? I don't think he showed that many graveyard things. Let me just make sure that that's the case. He had like Urza's Saga, Maelstrom Proth Regrowth, I guess. It just looks like he's a mid-range deck. And Birds and Ignoble will get sniped by the Bowmasters. I think I like Standstill on this deck, but I think on the draw I will side it out. I guess I could put in Endurance just as like a thing. Or maybe just Hide in Plain Sight as like a way to have over Rabblemaster too and just have slightly more defensive things. I think the Wasteland looks okay. He's got some non-basics here. Zagoth Triumph and whatnot. All right. We don't have a lot of them, so maybe that was bad. On the draw here. Yeah, all right. I'll keep this. This is turn 1 Ketria Triumph, turn 2 Sprawl It, which is kind of a slow start, but turn 3 Oddity is okay. Wheel, again, is a little bit dicey against the Bowmaster deck. I don't know that... Am I supposed to take the wheels out? They're pretty good in my deck. This deck just dumps its hand so often. Okay. Wow, that was a good draw. A forest here would be really strong. Because if I... Oh, never mind. I got a forest. Thank you, Yavimaya. So let's go... Island. Utopia Sprawl, the Ketria Triumph, I guess. Add blue. And Time Walk into Island. I could Oddity here. I could also play my 2 mana dorks so I could get back Time Walk next turn with Tamiyo. That seems kind of nice. And then pass the turn. And then I'll have 6 mana, so guaranteed I can go Tamiyo minus Time Walk. Oh wow, it's a lot of mana off this turn with Bloodstained Mire if he wants it. Looks like he's not going to use all the mana yet. And Ramanop. I gotta remember he can cast Orcish Bowmasters based on his mana situation here. But I still think I'm going to go Tamiyo Time Walk. Tamiyo. Time Walk. And I'm going to tap the Paradise Druid because I kind of want to see if he's got the Bowmasters. I feel like he does. Oh. Okay, yeah. What's he doing here? He paid a life. Tap that. Does he have Dismember? Oh, Bitter Triumph on Tamiyo. Sure, that's fine. And then now, now he's got 2 cards in hand. I could Garruk, I guess, tap this for green, tap this for green. Do I want a wheel or do I want an Ulvenwald Oddity? I kind of think I just want an Ulvenwald Oddity here. If he had a Bowmasters, I think he would have played it there. So I think playing Oddity. I'll offer the trade for both of his creatures here. Okay. And then next turn, I just have lethal with Garruk. So So he's got some things he needs to answer here. He gets to replay his Mire. He gets to make a bunch of mana. Another reason not to wheel is I'm passing into him with a lot of mana. And here he's got two things that are going to be pretty difficult for him to deal with. It's Ulvenwald, Oddity, and Garruk. He's got to have some solutions to them. Garruk because it can ultimate, and Oddity because it can flip. So we'll see what his big finish is. And I have wheel as a backup plan. Oh, Gruff Triplets. Okay. Interesting. He's at 11. He's going to attack Garruk with both. Yeah, I'll give up on the... I'll trade for the Cobra because it's adding a lot of mana for him. I'll give up on the thing. Oh, there's Time Twister. That's actually even better. So let's just go Time Twister here and hope to redraw Time Walk. That wasn't a redraw of Time Walk, but I do have some options. I could wheel. How much mana do I have here? I haven't played a land yet. I have not played a land yet either. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Land is 6. Garruk makes it 9 mana. So I could play a Ballista for 2 and then attack with Ulvenwald Oddity. And if he blocks with the Gruff Triplets, then I bounce one, trade, and shoot the other one. He can triple block. I bounce a token. I trade for one and kill the other one in response. And that leaves me tapped out, Garruk on 3. And him getting his turn, but I've dealt with Gruff Triplets, which seems pretty nice. Yeah, I think that seems fine. The other option is just to cast Wheel and maybe use Otawara, maybe not. But if I don't draw a Time Walk on this wheel, I feel like that's going to be tough. So let's just play Ballista for 2. And then attack. And if he wants to take it going into 7, he can also just take it. And then I can threaten to kill him with this like Walking Ballista. I still have Otawara up. That all sounds fine to me too. His Ramanop doesn't really do anything right now. He does have a whole fresh 7 cards, but I kind of feel like him getting one turn with 5 mana at the or 4 mana at the start of the turn with no land drop, it's probably not going to do anything like too absurdly ridiculous, but we will see. All right, he's blocking. I mean, also, if Salvado blocks with 2 of them, then this is just a massacre. If you're going to block with 2, you kind of got to block with 3. But, okay. So that's fine. So let's go Otawara, the token. Assign trample damage. And then go ping. Ping. All right. And now I've got a Paradise Druid that could block, but I don't even really need to block. Garruk can get hit down to 1 as far as I care. And then next turn, I'll get to wheel with a ton of mana, and I dealt with his play. I mean, I had to spend a lot of mana. I spent 3 cards to deal with Gruff Triplets, but it's a threatening card. Hopefully he doesn't play a card quite as good this turn. And then Salvado gets 1 turn to play with his new hand, and then I'm going to give him another one. All right, yeah, you can attack the Garruk. I think that's fine. Garruk's down to 1. And also next turn I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 mana, assuming Garruk lives. Well, assuming all my stuff lives, I'll have 13 mana. Wheel with 10 floating on an even board sounds pretty good. Okay, so Witherbloom is going to kill my... Oh, he has Inquisition. That's good to know. The one thing I am worried about is him having Bowmasters, but the good news is if he had Bowmasters, he'd play it to kill the Garruk, I suspect. It'd be kind of weird to not do that. So I think I can discount Bowmasters if he doesn't play it here. Bowmasters is really annoying. I mean, that's all there is to it. Like this, it's just good against me. So as long as I can fade that, then I'll feel pretty good. It's possible he levels me by not Bowmastering the Garruk to play around me going Wrenn and 6 into draw 7, but honestly, that seems really unlikely. Oh, Glissa? Sure. All right, heads. Ooh, let's take this turn. I don't want to play Satyr Wayfinder, I don't think. I will play my Forest. Yeah, that's fine. I do have Wasteland to play, but I think I'd rather just start by casting Wheel. Oh, okay, there we go. This should be enough to win pretty easily. I suspect green, 1, Nissa, untap. Oh, they're all forests, actually, because of Yavimaya. Tap this, Time Walk. And I haven't used Nissa yet. Let's go Hide in Plain Sight. Eee. Well, I got a bunch of lands off the top, at least. And then Nissa, a forest, and cast Once Upon a Time. And I'll put Undermountain Adventure into my hand. And then I'll take my turn. Draw Oko, huh? I even have the Wasteland here, so let's go Undermountain Adventure. I have a Tamiyo left in my deck somewhere, but what else do I have? Tamiyo, Copter, Endurance to reshuffle my deck. That's really funny. I'm going to get this island here. Ren and 6 is going to want to get back Otawara for sure. Tap for red, Ren and 6 back Otawara. This is just brutality is what this is. I mean, honestly, we're real Harlem Globetrotter territory. It's an analogy I often use, but that's because, I mean, that's what's happening, honestly. Make a food token. Untap mountain, sure. Untap these 2 lands. All right, I've used all my planeswalkers. All right, I guess I'll attack for 10. Oh, I could have even attacked. I just had lethal also. I was just doing my things. Really running up the score here. I could have attacked with Paradise Druid and that also would have been lethal, but you know what? That's fine. I think we got it. There we go. All right. Time for round 3 against Fjordmine here. See if I can get to the 3-0, and this is the way to do it. This Mox Diamond is going a long distance. Let's go Mox Diamond. I am playing against Force of Will, so I do have to keep that in mind. But turn 1 Ren and 6, get back Forest, go, and let's just draw a Mana Crypt on turn 2, or Time Walk, and then I effectively have a turn 2 Undermountain Adventure. But either way, this is a pretty strong opening hand. Let's see what so we're playing against Jeskai with like Fourth Eorlingus, Force of Will, Spell Queller, Arcane Denial, No More Lies, Fracture Identity. Sound really good deck. So just have to get a fast start, and of course this is a pretty good one. Obviously I would trade a land or 2 for another spell, but this is what we got, and certainly not going to come close to mulling this hand. All right, turn 1 Wooded Foothills, go. All right, action. That's not action. That's in fact the worst. All right, well, if this Undermountain Adventure gets countered, I could be in a little bit of trouble. Though the one good thing is Ren and 6 is actually a threat in and of itself. Part of the reason I like this card so much more than Crucible or Ramanop. If this gets up to 7, I'll just ult it, and then if I ever draw any spell, Time Walk of course being the big one, I'll be able to just get it back as many times as I have lands. So basically what this means is Anton here's got to find a way to deal with Ren and 6 over the next turn or 2. Or I guess he gets 3 turns to deal with it, but it goes up pretty fast here. Island, go. All right, definitely siding in Vendilion Click. Oh man, that would have been so good a turn ago. Yeah, I'm just gonna play the Undermountain Adventure. I don't really think I can do otherwise. Reprieve, sure. That's better than getting No More Lies. Though Spell Queller is something I'm a little more scared of. Portable Hole. Oh man, there goes the Ren and 6. All right, fair enough. Let's take our turn here. Wheel of Fortune. All right, let's play Undermountain Adventure here. Kind of assume I'm getting countered. Yeah, Arcane Denial is at least something that gives me some draws. So this looks okay. I get to draw my 2. And then next turn, that wasn't too hot, but I can hopefully go Oko Wheel is a fine place. Or if I draw a good spell, maybe do that. Oh, Chrome Host Seed Shark. Well, I've got Oko. Yeah, let's go Oko Thief of Crowns. Okay, doesn't have Force of Will. And I think I just Wheel of Fortune here instead of playing 2 mana dorks. And then after the wheel, I'll decide what to do with Oko. But I don't really need to do anything right now. I mean, let's be real. I'm just going to Elk the Chrome Host Seed Shark. And then I've already played my land, so pass. Then next turn, I basically just win the game, depending on what he does, of course. So I got Brazen Borrower, Wandering Emperor, Trinket Mage, and 2 lands. Okay. Force of Will is something I am concerned about. In an ideal world, he taps out for something here. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Okay, so I think I'm going to start, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Yeah, let's play the life. I'm going to start by casting Time Walk, because I really don't want that to get hit by No More Lies. And if he, so Time Walk has resolved. Okay, well in that case, I'll follow it up with probably Paradise Druid and Birds. And then plus Oko. And I'll wait on the Tameo here again because of No More Lies. Land Tameo. See if this resolves. Does he have Spell Queller? Because otherwise I'm going to cast a Time Walk here. And the good thing is I can Time Walk through a lot of things. So like if I get Spell Quellered, I have Otawara to bounce the Spell Queller. Cryptic Command. Counter draw. Okay. He has 7 cards. Let's just cast Time Twister then and see if we can find more Time Walks. All right, no more Time Walks, but I did find a Rabble Master. So I think I'll do that. And Oko, my food token. Yield through the turn. And you're at 19, I'm at 18. I don't care if Oko goes to 2 here. I'm just going to send. I feel like I'm on the offensive, and yeah, the Time Twister and Wheels have been really good in this deck. You just have the combination of Time Walk and Planeswalkers mean, like, especially I have Garruk and Nissa who provide mana. I get to leverage so much more these extra turns. And now we look at the start of the turn. Anton's got 5 land, play a land, number 6 lands. I have over here 10 mana, haven't even played a land yet. And then like a 3/3, a Rabble Master, a token, an Oko. Like, I'm just doing so much more with every single turn. Again, Force of Will is still a scary card, and he's got a lot of counter spells, so it's not quite as easy as when I was playing against, the other decks that weren't that interactive. But playing as black-green, what is Salvado going to do? He just Bowmasters was Salvado's best card, but past that, he didn't have a whole lot he could do to interact, and Martel was just trying to burn me out or aggro me out. But I can still play around the counters if I'm not under sufficient pressure. What I haven't really done here is give Anton the time to put me under pressure. So, yeah, a tap land is certainly not going to help too much with that. Basically, every turn I get to make 3 plays. He gets to make like 1. Force of Will can maybe make it into 2. Yeah, he's not even going to be able to attack with the Seed Shark under this circumstances, to be honest. Then on my turn... Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Oko goes to 2. Guess you gotta try your best. What am I gonna start with? I mean, Nissa adds a lot of mana. I kind of like starting with Nissa because it is the strongest if it resolves and can't get spell quellered. Okay. Nissa Forest. Let's make Goblin into a 3/3. Let's just go to attacks here. Am I going to get Cryptic? No, it would not appear so. All right. Attack with all these. Wandering Emperor. Sure. Make a 2/2 block the Rabble Master, maybe. or exile the Rabble Master, sure. And this is still 10 damage. And then I can play Undermountain Adventure, so I can keep the initiative. And Sika's Chariot. And I'm not going to play the Satyr Wayfinder at this point, because milling Tamiyo or Time Walk would just be too bad, I think. All right, pass the turn. And it's not like a Wrath does anything anyway. You Wrath, I still have 2 Planeswalkers and an Asika's Chariot and the initiative, so yeah. All right, definitely want Vendilion Click. Don't think I can play Drown of the Loch, though it is cute. I kind of want Shieldbreaker because I know he's got Currency Converter in his deck. That's at least something. I do like Rabble Master. Maybe I want to trim a 4. The Ballista is also a little annoying. Standstill is interesting. I actually think I could sneak in a Standstill here. Wasteland also seems good. So does Smuggler's Copter. Maybe I take out Satyr Wayfinder just because it's one of my weaker cards. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I do take out the Standstill. This just does seem kind of like the matchup because he's not going to have that much. No. I'll try like this. All right, time for game 2, and yeah, I'll keep this hand. I mean, I told my team after drafts, like, I'm going to 3-0, extremely easily. And to be honest, like, this deck is just near the top of the curve. Like, this is about a 10. Like, I don't know. It's got great mana. It's got Time Walk and Mana Crypt, 2 of the, like, top 5 cards in the cube. And the deck's highly synergistic. Like, what am I missing? I guess adding a Dismember to the deck or a Lightning Bolt would go a long way, but still. Okay, so let's go Forest. Do I want to go Delighted Halfling? All right. Oh, also it's a snow day here in Colorado, so the kids are home. So excuse any nonsense. I actually think it's Utopia Sprawl here, just because. Oh well, that actually worked out really nicely because now I can go Mana Crypt, Copter, and not get Spell Pierced. I was going to say a Sprawl because I don't have blue mana otherwise. And then now I'm going to go Delighted Halfling if I don't draw a land. Obviously, I have more outs to draw lands. Oh, let's just cast the Oddity. It's more expensive. It's probably getting countered. Okay. Oof. I was really hoping it'd be Arcane Denial because then I get to draw some cards and my hand is just absolutely broken. So if I can find blue and or red mana, then this hand goes pretty nuts. That was actually not terrible either. Let's see what this is. Fourthie or Lingus for 1. Oh, we're going for it? All right, I've got a Copter out, so this is quite the gamble. Oh, if I find a blue and I can take the Monarch and then take a Time Walk turn. That'll do next turn, I think. Let's go Undermountain Adventure. Okay, didn't get Force of Will. That's nice. Island. I'm going to Wasteland the Inspiring Vantage. And then, do I want the Monarchy? Yeah, I do. I know I'm giving up the initiative here, but I think that that's fine. Let's draw, discard. Probably discard a Ballista. Or maybe discard Delighted Halfling? Which one's better? Next turn, I'll have enough mana to do a lot of things. I'll discard Delighted Halfling, I guess. All right, and then Monarchy, and then draw. I would have discarded Rabble Master if I had the opportunity. And now, like, yeah, you could attack and take both Monarchy and Initiative back here, but if he doesn't have a counterspell for Time Walk, it's going to be, like, impossible for him to win. And if he does have a counterspell for Time Walk, well, I'm going to bait it out, try to bait it out here with Ballista first. I have enough mana to play a pretty good Ballista. Does get a island. And the other option, actually, maybe that play was just bad. Never mind. I've kind of come around to my play being really terrible there. I should have played Wasteland, got an island, and then played Halfling, used Halfling to crew Copter, and then I'd have an untapped Undermountain Adventure so he couldn't take the Monarchy or the Initiative. So, yeah. All right. Mountain doesn't help too much. Let's go Walking Ballista. X equals 1 here. My Magic Online is lagging. But let's see. All right, we are back here. I think I play Ballista. Let's see. Do I play it for 1? Because if I play Ballista for 1, I can post-combat cast Time Walk or Oko. Crew with Ballista. Attack with these two. I'll loot, sure. Ooh, Tamiyo's nice. All right, I'll discard Rabble Master. I don't really need that. Take 6. And then let's take the initiative. I'm going to go to Forge and put 2 counters on the Walking Ballista. Oh, Frog owes me a Warhammer card. We've been passing those here and there. All right. Forge. 2 counters on Ballista. Become the Monarch. Land. Just cast Time Walk. If it works, then I win. If it doesn't, I also win. Because at this point, Ballista can shoot down the Knight. Yeah, that is just game. And this deck was just disgusting. Like, this deck was about as good as it possibly gets. I had to restart Magic Online when I was lagging, but I want to take a look at this beauty. I mean, when I say Time Walk is the best card in the cube, it's because of decks like this. It's because you get to, I think is this a different Temur Walk deck? I don't remember which Temur Walk deck. Oh, here it is, Temur Beats Walk. But you get to look at a different Temur Walk deck that had Mana Crypt and Nissa. When this deck's able to abuse Time Walk, let's see how many ways. First of all, Tamiyo is the best way because it just straight up lets you do it again and maybe even again. With the initiative, it's gross. With Chariot, you're getting a 2/2 and beating them down every turn. All 3 Planeswalkers are sick. Well, 4 counting Tamiyo are sick. 5 counting Ren and 6 with Time Walk in play. Copter's even turn over turn action. Rabble Master. All of that. Plus, of course, I just opened Mana Crypt. Like, this deck was just incredibly busted. I'm a little disappointed I never got to Standstill anyone. Jury's still out on that one. But that's a 3-0. Looking like the team's going to win. And I could not be happier with that, the way this deck turned out. Wow. That'll do it for today. That was a beating. Clocking in just under an hour, too. My opponents didn't stand a chance. That's it for today. I appreciate you hanging out as I take all the turns possible with Time Walk. And you know what? I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with some more Time Walks. Who's to know? All right, those were your top 5 power-filled decks. And, you know, I've had power in plenty of other decks, of course, and some multiple pieces. But these ones represented well what happens when you just run away with the game with a lot of power. Hope you enjoyed that, and stay tuned for more top 5 videos as well, of course, as normal drafts. I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. It helps out the channel, and you won't miss a single draft.